أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
How you doing?
My friend?
Good.
We're just waiting for my buddy David.
Oh.
So you got your footage, you're gonna have our footage.
Whose footage?
Huh?
Whose footage?
David's recording, you're recording, right? You got
Who's-
it recorded? You know what you're recording.
Who's David?
David Wood?
Let me be the first to apologize for their tardiness.
Oh, it's all right. We're here all day.
We're here all week.
Feel free. It's all free.
That's right. Oh, Bilal Phillips.
You know Bilal Phillips?
I like his voice.
You like? Yeah, it's got that deep voice.
Yeah.
How you doing?
How's it going?
Good, good. Are we fisting or?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
All right, we good?
Okay,
Cool.
okay.
How you doing?
Good to meet you.
COVID, I know it's got to be 6 feet.
Yeah, 6 feet. Yeah. So you guys Christians, I'm assuming?
You know who we are.
I don't know who you are.
Oh,
Why would you assume I know who you are? Are you famous?
Well, we showed up yesterday, and you guys here said that Sam said he was going to come by, and they're like, "Why you didn't come by earlier?"
You're Sam?
No, this is Sam. Come on, man. You know Sam.
I don't know Sam. Oh, wait.
Okay.
Look, I don't know if you guys. No, my name is Uthman.
Osama Abdullah?
No, I don't know who that is.
He's
My
joking.
name-
He's joking. We know who you are.
Oh, you know who I am.
Yeah, we saw a video.
Oh, you're just being funny.
Yeah,
I like that, Hasum.
He's not very good at it.
So you're Hasumu
He's
then.
not very good at
No,
it.
I'm not a sumo wrestler.
You're not Hasumo?
Yeah, no. That's,
What's your name?
my name is Osama Shamoun.
Hasamu?
Yes, sir, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to get to know who you are, bro. Why you all? Hey,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Calm down, yeah.
What? I just asked him.
I know, but you were acting like somebody was getting up at you. I think.
Oh no.
Good conversation.
Yeah, let's have it. So you are
David, I'm David.
David
Wood.
Wood.
Yeah.
Hammer Time.
What's that?
They call you Hammer Time, right?
Yeah, some people do.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's you.
Oh, you do know us. Yeah, we're good.
No, somebody told me about you, so that's good to finally meet you. Nice. You guys flew to San Diego?
Be a gangbanger down here in San Diego.
Oh
right?
man, you know
He
me.
was too. He
call
was
you?
too. He was too.
You were?
What did they call you down
I don't know if
here?
I should be telling you, man.
Huh?
You were a gangbanger?
They called him Hammer Time. What did they call you?
They called me Shooter.
Shooter. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. We're on even playing field then. I was called Crook.
Crook?
Yeah.
Were you a crook?
He was
Not here in San Diego.
he was a car thief.
Oh.
Not here in
What
San
gang were you
Diego.
from?
I lived up in Orange County, but also
What barrio?
ran around in Inglewood Mafia, those sorts of things.
Were you Blood, Crip, SA?
More of an essay type gang.
Nice. Cool.
But my background is Sicilian, just like
Ah.
you're Pakistani, right?
Yeah, I'm Pashtun,
So
yeah.
we're both guys sort of out of our own water in a sense, but we
I feel you.
swim in different.
Yeah. That's cool. What's your name?
My name's Anthony.
Anthony. Nice to meet you. So are you guys Christian then, or Catholics?
Yeah,
Are you?
I've seen one of your videos. You might have seen more, but I saw one video. It popped up. It was because you mentioned Christian Prince,
Okay.
and it was where you said you challenged him to a debate. You said
Yeah.
you debate anyone. So
Yeah, anyone.
So we decided. We know Christian Prince is not going to come down there.
Okay.
He's not comfortable revealing his identity.
Why?
But
I mean, you're here. Nobody's.
If we knew,
That's a good question for Christian Prince, right? That I mean, you guys are here. Anybody harming you? Anybody attacking you?
I don't think that's the. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't speak.
Is he like on a sex registry somewhere? Like, is there a problem with showing his face? I show my face. I don't have a
I
problem.
know a lot of
You're
sex
here,
offenders that show their face, but
right? So why would he be ashamed of showing his face?
I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason though.
What do you think the reason is? Scared, maybe?
Maybe he's a professional business. I actually know some Muslims that are like this. A lot
Really?
of Muslims, they just don't want to.
Muslim debaters or YouTube guys? I think they all show their face, right? I don't know.
I know quite a handful of people that just like to. This isn't. They're not interested in becoming public figures per se, but they do like to engage the discussion.
All right.
I'm sure in their own.
good to see you
context-
back.
I'm sure in their own context they're known. How could you not? If you engage people, then you're going to be known, at least in your context. But they don't.
Right, but I think
National attention.
I think every Muslim YouTube da'i shows their face. I don't know if any that don't, right? So I'm just wondering
Back
why.
in the day, for example, Yahya Snow.
I never heard of that name before in my life.
But I used to. I mean, I've been engaging people for at least 20 years.
Wow, man, you got experience.
Well, that's not my point. My point is just I know Muslims who preferred not to, and that was just what it was. And
Okay, so let me just get to know you as what kind of, because different kind of Christians I was explaining to, we get all kinds here, right? And I've never watched any of your videos, so I don't know you. So I want to get to, if
I
you
am
don't.
a Presbyterian pastor, so I'm a
Okay.
Reformed Christian.
So do you believe Jesus is God, or do you believe Jesus is the Son of God?
I think that's a false antithesis.
Just a question, honestly.
Well, yeah. So the answer is it's a false antithesis.
That's not what you said, but okay.
In a Jewish context, to be the son of means to have the nature of the one that you are the son of. And so in Christianity, the Son of God is by nature God.
Okay,
But without division, right? And
without division. So they're the one.
they're one. They're absolutely
Okay,
one
so
in their essence.
okay, so God, Jesus is one.
Right. So they don't have
Okay.
parts, for example, as in Islam, where God has multiple parts.
God doesn't have
and
parts.
attributes. So you don't believe Allah has a face?
Okay, let me explain that
But
to you.
do you?
Can I?
Wait a minute.
You
told
asked
me
a
minute ago-
question. Can I answer?
Yeah, you asked me a question a minute ago. Then you
Okay.
faulted me for not just directly answering.
I'm directly answering if you let
Okay.
me speak. Okay,
Face,
okay,
eyes,
look.
hands.
You see this?
Let's just be
You see
clear.
this?
Let's just be clear with the
He's just
question.
clarifying the question.
Let's
Sure.
be clear what the question is, and then I'll let you talk. Face, eyes, hands, shin, foot, or feet. No. Does he have those attributes, those qualities? And I'm not asking you to describe what those qualities are.
Are you done with your question?
My question is, does he have multiple attributes?
You see why you're not letting me answer, right?
He's
Okay, thank you. So can I
Please
speak? Okay, so as I listen to you, please listen to me, okay? Allah is one, indivisible, okay? Al-Ahad, He is the one that is one without two, okay? He has sifat that are all His.
And sifat?
Can I finish? I'll explain it. No, I don't need you to define it for me. Thank you.
I'm asking you to.
I will.
Okay.
See, when I asked you to let me speak, you interrupted me again. But if you just let me, don't be insulting towards me. Let me speak.
You're being insulting. All I'm asking you to do is.
Am I being insulting, or am I trying to answer here?
Well,
Would? Am I trying to answer, or am I being
I
insulting?
think he just wanted a lot of.
Look,
basically
if
a
you
lot of
want
your-
my answer, you have to listen to my
Yeah,
answer.
Yeah, I'm
You're
just
using-
explaining what he's saying.
you're
A lot of
using-
your viewers are going to be familiar with terms that our viewers might not.
I'll
be familiar
explain
with.
it if he lets me.
Yeah,
Okay. So you need to know. I need you to explain it.
When you speak, I'm going to listen. When I speak, you can listen.
So you're
And then if you would like to get a clarification
So
after I'm, see
you're-
again, look at this, right?
I already know-
He doesn't want me to
Wait a minute,
speak.
we've already agreed to
Let your audience see this.
We've already agreed
that
to
you
this.
won't let me
This man
speak.
won't tell us what sifat.
I will if you listen. Okay.
Go ahead.
If you need a clarification afterwards, please wait for me to let finish and then ask me to clarify. Is that understandable? Can we have a civil discussion
gonna
here?
tell us about
There we go
sifat.
again.
You just asked
Okay.
the question. I answered.
Your own buddy is telling you let him answer, bro. Let him go.
what he said.
Thank you.
I'm anxious.
Thank you. At least you want to hear it. Okay. So when you talk about sifat, they are of Allah's characteristics. They're not divisible. You cannot take the hand away from the face. They are all a part of Allah. Okay?
Part?
Yes. Okay. Sifat are characteristics. You understand? For example, this is a gentleman named David, right? Now this is your face, this is your hand, this is one. If I cut your hand off, it will not exist anymore, right? Because that is now cut off from your body, right? This is you, understand? Allah has sifat that are not like humans. They're not like us. لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. But He has sifat that He told us about in the Quran and upon the lisan of the Prophet. Now let me explain those words. Allah has characteristics that He has explained in His holy book, the Quran, and upon the tongue of His Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But He is one. He's not divisible. He doesn't become into parts, not Legos. That is not the way it works in Islam. Okay? Now, any terms you didn't understand,
No,
Anthony?
I understood the terms, and I
Okay,
thank you
just want to
for
be clear.
defining them for the sake of the audience. But
Excellent.
Here's my question. At one point, you said he has sifat. These are attributes, characteristics, parts of him.
Yep.
They're inseparable from him.
Yep.
But you referred to them as parts. So do you believe?
I did
that
not.
Allah- You did use the term part.
I said
You said they're a
sifat.
part.
I'll let
They're,
you.
they're a
but
part
I'll-
of Him.
Okay. So
Okay,
you
let's-
did use that term.
Sure, we will say sifat.
So you
That's
would
the word.
grant that at least in that sense, that Allah is not absolutely one. You don't mean He's absolutely one in the sense that He has no attributes. He has attributes.
You want me to respond?
Yes.
You see how I listen to you respectfully without interrupting you?
Go
No,
ahead.
no, I do need
Go
to do
ahead.
that because
We're past that.
no, we're not because you're already interrupting.
go again.
So the
You gonna
sifat of Look at this. Your own friend is telling you be quiet, man.
He's
Listen.
begging you to hurry up.
No, he's not. He's telling you to be quiet.
I'm interested in the answer.
Thank you.
And then I want to hear a response.
Okay,
it's cool.
so sifat are not things that make you more than one. This is your misunderstanding. Okay? When Allah is one, He's indivisible, absolutely one. His sifat is His. That does not make Him more than one. This is your misunderstanding. If you had studied Aqidah, and if you like to, we have durus, you can learn them, you would have known that the sifat of Allah are unique to Him and are only His and are part of Him. They are not divisible. Having sifat does not make you more than one. This is your misunderstanding. Can I finish now?
Oh, are you finished?
No, I'm not. If I was finished, then I wouldn't be talking anymore, right?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, if you look at any object in this worldly things, right? Like, I mean, I'm giving you just a worldly example, right? If you look at a tree, right? A tree is one. If a tree has leaves and fruits and all of that, that doesn't mean that the tree is more than one. Now, if the fruit breaks from the tree, it's no longer a part of the tree, right? Now it's no longer a characteristic of the tree itself. Understand? Allah is one. He has sifat, but that does not make Him more than one. Are we clear?
We're clear on the fact that you're saying He's one in some sense.
No, I didn't say that.
I do not agree that He's one in every sense if you are saying He has actual attributes. You use the analogy of a tree. A tree is composite. It has parts. It has branches. It has leaves. I grant that if something's cut off of the tree, it's no longer part of the tree. But the tree is made up of parts. If that's what you mean by saying Allah is one, then you are saying that your God, who is one, in the sense that He's only one being, is a composite of parts. So He's not absolutely one.
Can I finish?
There is diversity in unity in your deity. Is that true?
No. Can I explain it now?
Go ahead.
All right. I give you the example of a tree, and as I said in the example, it's a worldly example to show you that something that is connected is one. When it breaks, it's no longer one, which we have agreed to now, right? You said that if it breaks away, it's no longer going to be part of the tree. Okay, I'm glad we agreed to that. When we talk about Allah, as I've said repeatedly, He is one, and He does not divide. Okay? This is unique to Allah. Allah is uniquely one. He is only one. His sifat do not make Him more than one. He is not divisible. He's not broken into parts. He is one. His sifat are part of that oneness. He is uniquely one.
Right.
See, I like David. David's got
yeah. All you're saying, though, is that He is a composite being that cannot be divided. The sifat cannot be separated from Him. I'm granting that. You're still saying He's a composite being.
Okay.
There's no objection here yet. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Could I just offer clarification?
Sure.
Yeah, because
You grant that.
Yeah, what I'm hearing. So, if you, as you pointed out, a tree is one tree.
Okay.
A tree is one tree, but you could say the tree is one in the essence of being a tree or something like that.
Okay.
But it's more than one in cells or leaves or something like that. So it's a kind of unity and plurality or something like that. So I think all Anthony is saying is Allah like that, in that He's one in essence or nature or something like that, but more than one in attribute or
And I'm not objecting
something
to
like that.
I understand.
I'm not objecting. I'm just clarifying.
I'm going to listen first.
Yeah. So that's not an objection. So it's not like you need to think.
I'm just
I don't
listening.
think you'd be dishonest. So that's not what I'm suggesting here. But I don't think that you need to think, okay, what is He after here? Like He's going after this. I'm not going after that. I don't think a lot of Muslims know that. And I think that's accurate. I think that Muslims believe in one being, but they do ascribe to Him certain attributes, qualities, characteristics, all hearing, right, all seeing, those sorts of things. But that technically is not belief as you'd find in pagan philosophers in a monad, which is something that's devoid of any kind of attributes. It's an absolute unity.
Okay. So, first thing, I just wanted to understand what you're saying. If you're saying Allah has sifat, then no doubt we agree. And I have taught Aqidah, you can look at the lessons, it talks about it, right? Allah is all hearing, all seeing. But I think what the miscommunication we're having, and maybe we just kind of go past this, is thinking if somebody's all hearing and all seeing and all knowing, that can somehow make them components that could be taken apart or not a whole as one. I don't think having the ability to hear everything and see everything makes Allah, where Allah is not wholly one. Okay, so, but anyway.
So let me,
go ahead.
Can I ask? So, but you would say that his hearing is not his seeing.
Yes.
Right. So these are distinct attributes. So we are
Of
talking
one Allah.
right. So Allah's
And
one, but He has these attributes.
And these attributes don't leave him.
Okay. Now that's where I'd like to go after that.
Okay, so I mean, you asked me about Islamic Aqidah,
Right.
right? In Islamic Aqidah, Allah, His attributes are His. He can I finish?
Yeah.
Man, you are high. You drank a lot of coffee this morning or something, man?
no.
This guy-
Yesterday we were talking to Hebrew Israelites and it turned into a shouting
Okay,
match.
I'll tell you what.
His aggression's a little
Okay.
amped up.
So hold on,
getting an answer at any
Anthony. You're not talking to Hebrew Israelites. Your aggression needs to get toned down.
That's not
All right?
aggression. You're just taking
Look,
too much offense.
your friend that's with you just called it aggression.
Yeah.
So don't tell me.
He was talking to Hebrew Israelites last night.
You guys video this, right? David is telling you it's aggression, so please tone it down, Anthony. From your friend.
He's helping.
Your friend is telling you calm down. Why don't you listen to your friend that came with you?
You look like you're ready to jump over the table, man. Come on.
Right? I like David. David, how come we haven't met earlier, man? Anthony, I can tell you were a crook. All right.
I can tell you were a shooter.
Oh yeah, still am. Let's go.
You're crook.
So that's what they called you, right? Go ahead. What?
Mr. Hammer Time, you two keep bumping fists over here. I'm just.
We can bump fists.
No.
I got you, bro. Don't feel offended. All right.
It's going well.
So do you remember where we're at?
Yes, I do. Don't worry. Okay. So the understanding that you are bringing is not where I'm at. But we're going to put that to a side and just go to. Let me finish. Again, man, this
I'm
guy.
putting my finger up.
I got
Saying
you.
what
Okay.
understanding?
Let me give it to you. Let me tell you. Let me speak, and you'll know what I mean.
Okay.
When you say something is one, and you say they're compartmentalized, they're taken of parts, right? It comes to an understanding, something that becomes like Legos, right? Something that can come apart and put back together, right? Allah is one. His characteristics are with Him, always been with Him, always will be with Him. He can reveal, oh, you're smiling already, look at that, right? He can reveal a part of His kalam, for example, the Quran, but the Quran is always with Him. You understand? Like, if you take what's written, that is not the part of the kalam. That can be burnt, that can be written. Somebody could eat it, somebody could do something weird, right? But the kalam of Allah is always with Him. Always will be, not created. Okay? None of Allah's sifat are makhluk. You know what makhluk is? Creation.
Yes.
Creation. Alright? So, this is just the understanding we want to have as a base. Now, my question to you guys, if you don't mind, is do you believe God is one in the sense that He can become two and come back together, and would He still be the same?
So this is why I do this. This is why I clarify this.
Alright, good.
You have described Allah as one, although that does not preclude that He has sifat, attributes.
Which would not take away.
Christians have classically made the same claim.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think a lot of Muslims know that this is the Christian view. So that, for example, at least with respect to the attributes of God, I mean, I think we go a bit further though. But when it comes to the persons of the Trinity, your description of attributes,
Asamu, come.
your description of sifat,
Come, man. You look like you're bored, man. Come here. You're looking around, looking at.
your description of sifat,
You got 3 guys.
assuming I'm understanding you
you playing for the
correctly, and I'm
camera?
granting there's a possibility there's a
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I know, he's playing for the camera.
There's not 3 of you here? Can you not count? Or is it one of you guys?
Let's talk here.
I'm trying to understand. Go ahead.
So when Christians speak of God as triune,
Okay.
we don't think of the persons as divisible.
Okay.
There's a hypostatic distinction. Now, if you're familiar with Islamic kalam, you know that when Muslims classically have spoken of Allah's attributes, they've referred to them as hypostasis. They've given them hypostatic status. That's all Christians have ever said when it comes to the persons of the Trinity. So that for Christians, the persons of the Trinity are not divisible. We don't believe in multiple gods. We're not polytheists.
Okay.
We believe that all persons of the Trinity co-inhere in the one divine essence, just like you would say that multiple attributes co-inhere in one being. Now, I do think, though, there's a fundamental distinction between the Christian view and the Muslim view, which is there does seem to me, in some Islamic thought at least, and you could tell me this is not your view, there seems to be a radical bifurcation between Allah and His attributes. So, for example, I'll just give you an example, and you can tell me what you think of that. some Muslims I talk to will tell me that Allah himself cannot be present in his creation, but his attributes can. The attribute of seeing, for example. So that's just.
Let me.
That's
You want me to
where we're at.
answer you?
Yes.
See how
That's where we're at, and that's where.
Do you see how I respectfully, even though I had a lot to say, I just stayed quiet and listened to you? Did you see that?
Yeah, we're past that. Come on.
We're not because. Okay. So, first thing, your delving in kalam to me is useless, right? Because I don't believe in ilm al-kalam. Okay.
But I'm saying I thought that was your view, and you could correct me if that's not your
I
view.
do not believe in ilm al-kalam, so obviously that's not my view.
But I'm just using kalam in the sense of theology, like akida.
Do you know what kalam is?
Yeah.
What is kalam?
Well, it's philosophy, but
No, it's not.
but
That's falsafa.
well, but it's.
So you don't know what
it's
kalam
the same
is.
idea.
It is not.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
What is kalam?
Go ahead.
Listen, Anthony, what is kalam? Because you brought it up, but obviously you don't understand what kalam is. What is kalam?
I'm just using it in the sense of people.
I
thinking
understand you're
through
using
issues
it.
of Islamic akida and coming to certain conclusions. I know that your methodology would be Quran and Sunnah. That's how you derived your akida.
Anthony, you brought up kalam. I'm just asking you, what is kalam? Ilm al-kalam. What is it? It's not, philosophy is falsafa. So what's ilm al-kalam?
They're related concepts.
What are,
It's basically theology.
it is not.
From a Christian perspective, that's how we view it.
It's kalam, as you're using it, understanding Islamic aqidah, right? What is kalam?
But that's what I'm telling you.
You don't know.
He's saying that's how he's using it.
Okay, I got you. So let me explain it to him now.
you go ahead.
Anthony, you good? All right. So, philosophy is called falsafa. That's basic philosophy. Kalam is use of certain Greek principles, not philosophy in general, understand? In the use of understanding aqaid, and this is something that was brought on by the Asharis and the Maturidi and Ahlul Kalam. You know who those are? You know what Asharis are?
Yes.
Who started the Asharis?
Ashari.
What's his name? Ashari just
That's his name. I don't
What's
know.
his
I couldn't
name?
say his full name. You know you guys have
Okay.
like mile-long names.
No, Abu Hassan al-Ashari. It's pretty easy. It's not a mile long.
Well,
Man.
it's his name is Al-Ashari.
Yeah, that's a
And he was-
tribe.
And he was reacting against people like the Hanbalis, or allegedly. At least Athari Akida.
All right.
Am I correct?
No, but let me explain
He,
it.
he is trying to. Well, I know that you guys would say the original Al-Ashari. So let me ask this.
Go ahead.
I think maybe you would hold the position that Al-Ashari originally held more of a Hanbali-like approach, and then people later said something else.
Now let me explain this. Hanbali, if you're talking about the madhab in fiqh,
Yeah. But I'm thinking of their Aqidah. More of their
okay, so then you're talking about the Athari, Hanbali Aqidah,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So that was the original Aqidah from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and that's what I follow today. Okay? So I don't follow ilm al-kalam at all. In Aqidah, I don't deal with it. When these Greek ideas started to seep in, do you understand? Then at that time, people started to misunderstand sifat by using ilm al-kalam. Okay? Even Abu al-Hasan al-Ashari, and that's why I asked you if you really know who he is, he wrote a book called Al-Ibana fi Usul al-Diyana. I have it. If you want to check it out, I'll bring it.
I think we're moving.
Yeah, we're just moving it off
You
here.
need to move this?
We got it. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Here, guys, get it?
Just so you know, it sounds to me like you described Ilm al-Kalam just how I'm using it.
It's not.
I'm not saying you adopt that.
All right.
I'm just
So,
saying this is an area, this
right,
is part
so-
of that area of discussion.
so maybe David understood me because obviously you didn't. So
Okay.
let me explain it again.
Okay.
Okay? You with me now?
Yeah.
Philosophy is falsafa. Okay? In Arabic, that's what we call philosophy. Ilm al-kalam is a totally different concept. It's a concept of taking certain principles of Aristotle's thought and bringing it in to understand the sifat of Allah. This is something that was rejected by all the earlier ai''imma, like Abu Hanifa. You know Abu Hanifa? You know the four imams?
Yeah.
Who are they?
Well, it might take me a second. Abu Hanifa, Ahmed bin Hanbal.
All right, you got two.
Shafi'i.
Shafi'i. One more.
Shafi, hold on.
You got this, Anthony. You can do it.
I don't pretend to study fiqh, just so you know.
Well, you
Just so
seem
you know.
okay.
I
Well,
got three.
we're talking about Aqidah here.
Hanafi.
Nope, you already said Abu Hanifa. Yeah.
Hanafi,
I'll help you.
Hanbali, Shafi.
Maliki, come on.
Oh, David, for the
I
rescue.
would've got it.
You got to thank him for that one. Come on, man. Right,
It
all right.
reminds me of king in Arabic,
All right.
and I think it's similar in
Okay, so now, that use of kalam is something that was rejected by all of them. Okay? So leave kalam out of it. In the discussion, no kalam. Okay? Now, even if we took those do not separate God from his creation, right? Meaning that Allah is separate. They don't separate parts of his sifat to go on. He can see, but that doesn't mean that he's a part of his creation. Okay? Just because you see something doesn't mean you're a part of that. Okay? Now, my question again now, as I understand, and I want to understand your idea, because you're saying it's the same concept. So let me just, okay. I mean, you said this is the same basic as kalam, so I just want to understand. I know what kalam is, even though I don't use it. Okay? So when you say Jesus was born out of Mary, right? Are we in agreement?
Well, you go ahead and finish your point. I'll talk.
That's just a question.
That's what we established.
Okay. Yeah, I know. So I'm just asking this question. Was Jesus born out of Mary?
Do I get to reply now? Because
yes.
there's a lot that's bound up in that. Because I don't think that there's... So let me clarify. When I talk about that whole area of discussion, Akida, Kalam, all that, I'm not saying you adopt that. All I'm getting at is that this is that whole area of discussion that gives rise to all of this. What I said was that as Christians, we believe the persons of the Trinity, as to their divine nature and essence, co-inhere in the one divine being. My question to you was, does Allah's attributes, which you say are inseparable from him, do they enter into his creation? Now you said, and see, this is where I think it's being flipped. You said they don't become part of his creation. I'm not asking if they become part of his creation. I'm asking if since Allah himself can't enter into creation,
well, I didn't say that, but
nevertheless you would say that his attribute of seeing is present.
Yes.
Okay, but is Allah present?
So do you mean present physically in that? Or so if you mean is Allah present in knowing everything and seeing everything and hearing everything, then yes, Allah sees everything, hears everything, and knows everything. Okay, can I finish? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us about himself, his nuzul, and all that he has said, we believe in it as he has revealed it. Okay, but we don't mix the creator and the creation. Now, you went around my question. You said you were going to answer, but you didn't. Was Jesus born from Mary's womb?
So, again, just remind me if I don't get to this part.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure you're trying to build on where we're at, and I'm just trying to make sure we're at the same spot.
Pretty simple question there.
Yeah, it was simple, but I haven't even tried to answer it.
I wish you would.
So, what I'm saying is, what is it then about Allah that isn't present if his attribute of seeing is here? Okay. And there's a sense in which you can say he's here in the sense of seeing, but he's not here in what sense?
Okay.
And then, you want my answer to the other part?
Yes.
Okay. Jesus, because we don't believe that God is absent from his creation, he's upholding all things. There's no sense in which he could be absent. He's not his creation, right? He's not any part of it.
Okay.
Right? When we say that God is present, we don't mean that he is the things that are here. He is present upholding everything. Everything is upheld by his power. So nothing could be apart from him. It exists by virtue of him. When the Son of God takes on a human nature, it's not the Son of God now entering creation for the first time. He's already present. God is omnipresent classically, according to Judaism and Christianity. The Son of God is now taking into union with himself a human nature, and by virtue of that is being born. It's not his divine nature, it's not coming into being, it's not starting to exist at that point, it's not in some sense now becoming present, whereas before it wasn't. Does that address what you were asking?
No, not at all.
So then what were you asking?
Okay, so my question very simply, was Jesus born from Mary's womb? That was the simple question.
Yes, well that's the answer is yes.
Okay, that's the answer, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let me understand this now, a deeper understanding. God, who is not separable, so he is still God, was in this belly of a woman and came out of the womb of a woman. God did.
God took on a human nature and was really born.
So your belief is that one great creator came out of the womb, the vagina of a woman.
Absolutely.
All right, well, thank you. Have a nice day.
All I blew into, Roger.
Right?
Yeah.
Let me explain.
Your God
Let me.
Don't
You want me to
that.
answer him?
Well, yeah, you can answer him, but what I'm getting at is
Okay.
don't pretend that you refuted Christianity just because
okay.
you've
So,
rolled your eyes at it.
Let me.
This is the historic Christian position,
Okay.
which your religion later came along and claimed that it was confirming and correcting at points of its departure, which you believe from what was originally true. You don't refute Christianity by eye rolling. Surely you know that, right? What is your argument against that?
Okay. You want me to speak?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not here to refute Christianity. I'm not here to debate. I'm here to give da'wah. I am a da'i, not a debater. You misunderstood it. If you wanted to come and debate, you can come and debate. No problem. Let me explain this. When I said, thank you very much, that means in my mind, and anybody I think who has basic logic would not believe that the creator of the universe was born through the vagina of a woman. Right? That's me. That's my belief. If you believe that, I respect your right to believe that. To me, that doesn't make any sense. And let me finish. Take it easy, Crook. Take it easy. Stop jumping. Take it easy.
Shooter,
So thank you. I'm shooting.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Shoot.
So here, to me, that makes absolutely no sense. To think that the creator of the universe was now, and he still is, even if he's in human form, because he said he still won, was in the womb of a woman and came out of the vagina of a woman. This is the creator of the universe. To me, that doesn't make sense. To me, that's a human. That makes sense to you?
Is it my turn? Hold on.
It didn't.
So now it's my turn, right?
Go ahead.
Now let me just explain to you guys a critical issue.
Sure.
If anybody takes a basic class in logic, rhetoric, or anything like that, and I'm not saying you haven't. I think you're a smart guy. I'm not.
Thank you. I
that's not-
appreciate that, Anthony.
That's not even me being disingenuous. I think he's a smart guy, and I say that about people all the time. I think people can be smart that I disagree with.
Sure.
But you do know that there's a difference between making an assertion and making an argument.
Sure.
It's an assertion to say that doesn't make sense,
Sure.
and to say that you think nobody who says that is even being logical or is logical or what have you.
Sure.
The vast majority of people on the planet happen to believe that or something along those lines. Yes, and I've heard you say things to that effect.
Vast majority, that would be more than 50%, you're saying.
No, but what I'm saying is...
I don't think Christians are more than 50% of the planet.
What I'm saying is, so first of all, in history, Christians have been a majority, but what I'm saying is there are other groups that would say things that you would think are analogous to that. Do you not?
Do you want me to answer?
Okay, but
I'm
don't-
just listening. See,
Okay.
see, David asked you to be, I'm
Go ahead,
listening.
go
Okay.
ahead.
First thing, the vast majority taking something or not taking doesn't really matter to me. Second thing, I didn't make an argument. I gave you my opinion.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
That was my
All
point.
right.
That was
Good.
my point.
But-
And
but-
I wasn't arguing that the majority makes it
You see how
true.
you cut me off again?
No,
David.
No, this is
David,
the point
come
you're
on, be
making.
fair, bro.
Come on, David. He needs your help. He needs the help of a Christian.
You need it. You need his help.
You need.
You see this? You see this?
Don't take
You
the
guys
Jews
see
and
this?
Christians for your friends.
You see this?
Come on now. You don't need his
You
help.
see this?
You don't need his
David,
help.
this is what you came to represent?
Come on, guy. We're still
Seriously,
talking.
David?
We're still talking.
We're not
still
talking
talking.
because you
Yeah,
keep
we
cutting
are.
me off, bro.
No. I'm just saying this is
Okay.
what we've established now. You have only rolled your eyes at it. When I said the majority have held this, I'm not making an argument here either.
Okay.
I'm just saying it doesn't. That's not an argument, and so I think you need to do something better than that.
First thing, the majority of the world today is not Christian. All right. This is. I mean, if you have 2 billion out of 7 billion, that's not a. Okay. So the majority would not believe in Jesus being born because Hindus and others would also not believe in that as Muslims. Okay.
I was using-
So let me just clarify that, right? If you can. Right? Well, I think we're good. We're good. Right? So that doesn't even make sense. First off, what you're saying, right? Because you're saying the majority would believe that concept of Jesus being born, and that's not true, right? So let's leave, misconception out of it, because that's not true to begin with, right? Now,
That's not how I intended it, though.
but that's what you said.
Let me just clarify. I think he's saying that if you say something like, well, that just sounds weird or crazy to me, he's saying most
On
of
the
the world.
concept of God being born out of the
Yeah,
vagina
most
of
of
a
the world
woman.
doesn't find that absurd, even if they don't believe it.
Really? I don't know how. Wait, hold on. Who am I dealing with here? Because you guys are all jumping in and out. Can I deal with 1, 2, 3, 4?
You seem to want to avoid the points.
I'm not. I'm getting to the point, right? So the point is to say the majority of the world does not have an objection to God being born out of the vagina of woman is not correct, because that's a Christian belief. Hindus, for example, and I've spoken to many, would not agree with that concept, right? Neither would Muslims, neither would some Buddhists, depending on who they are, neither would Jews. Many Jews would disagree, right? So that's, your statement was factually incorrect, but that's not really the point.
No, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Try and move on, then I get to respond to that.
Let's go ahead.
The point was conceptually, you're making the category mistake of people accepting it as true and people accepting it as logical or rational. Something can be false and still be logical, right? Let me give you an example.
Sure, I'm listening.
It's not irrational for somebody to be walking down the street right now with an umbrella. That doesn't mean somebody is walking down the street with an umbrella. There's a difference between making something that's logically possible as a claim and somebody making a factually true statement.
Okay.
What I was getting at is that conceptually the world has not held that. When you enlist people like Jews, for example, that's not really helping, because Jews, how many Jews are there in the world? You know that, you know, as well as I do, there's not that many in the world, and certainly not compared to either Islam or Christianity. The vast majority of people have not considered the Christian belief irrational, that the Creator could enter into His creation or be present in His creation, which is basically the same idea. The vast majority have not thought that, even if the vast majority have not believed it. Although I would say statistically, more people are Christian than there are Muslims or other religions.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
See how I listen? Right?
Great. You
now,
did a good job.
Thank you. Let's see if you can.
Okay.
So now, when you said the vast majority of the world does not agree with what I'm saying, right, or has no problem with that concept, you have no evidence for that. You're making an assumption. Let me speak, because the vast majority is not Christian, right? And the other groups of faith, you're making an assumption on their behalf, which I am only assuming for myself. I said, to me, that doesn't make sense, right? I didn't make a claim that the vast majority of the world would agree with me. But when you say the vast majority, again, this guy, man, this guy.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. No. Look, this is, look how I listened when he was speaking.
Use every little excuse to...
Yeah, so I am dealing with the issue, right? The issue is that your claim is wrong because you're making an assumption about the vast majority of the world. But again, like David said, I think you're just going off just because you took a tangent, right?
No, I was
You're talking about me?
I was talking
Are you talking about me or him?
No, I'm talking about the whole discussion.
Okay,
I think the point he's simply making is Hindus, of course, reject Christianity. But
Sure.
it's not on the base. They're not saying we reject it because it's absurd to think of God being born. Because if their scripture said it, they would say, okay, we have no problem.
But you're making an assumption on the Hindu belief that they would accept that.
I'm thinking of what Hinduism teaches. And
Right,
they
but
believe
again,
all kinds of things like Krishna and so
sure,
on that
but
shows that they would not have a problem
Again,
with that in itself.
I will not make an assumption if they would or would not believe an Islamic doctrine was in their books, and you should not make an assumption that they would or would not believe a Christian doctrine that would be in their books.
First, I was responding to you. First, I was responding to you, saying nobody would believe this. This is absurd. It's illogical. Logical people wouldn't believe this. And I'm pointing out to you, the vast majority of people have not found that conceptually.
Where is that evidence for that?
The evidence for it is that you don't have it. That's the whole point.
I didn't make the claim. You did.
No, you made the claim that the vast majority of people would see that as illogical.
Did I, David?
Yes, we got it on tape.
Did I make that claim?
So
Wait. We got this on tape. No, wait. David, what's your name? Lewis. Let's just be honest here. Did I make the claim that the vast majority of the world would find it objectable? Did I make that claim? Illogical. Did I make that claim, Lewis?
I didn't hear you make that claim.
Thank you. David, did I make that
He doesn't
claim?
even stand here.
I'd have to look at the footage.
Yeah,
Did I?
that doesn't mean you It's irrelevant.
It is relevant because when you see, hold on, Anthony, bro, listen. When you are trying to put words in my mouth and claiming that I made claims that I didn't make, and your friend David and your friend Lewis there also know better, even if he wasn't here, then he's out. But David was standing here the whole time, and we got it on tape.
Yes,
I did not make that claim. I repeatedly.
To a point of substance.
Okay, let me say this.
You guys moved the point then. So
vast majority of people on the planet happen to believe that or something along those lines. Yes, I think you're kind of making this an issue of bad faith, meaning like there's ill will here. Okay.
well, there is when you put words in my mouth,
No,
right?
listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
I don't think I'm wrong. I think I heard you accurately.
Okay.
It's possible I'm wrong. I'm willing to grant that. I'm certainly not saying it because I'm trying to put words in your mouth, right? It's possible, right? Right. No, listen.
What?
Listen.
Are you trying to go somewhere else here, Louis? No, you guys need to pick who's going to speak, because now he's brought up a topic that he's trying to take a shot right here, right? One guy. It's all right. They'll be okay. But can you as a group pick who's going to be the one speaking? No, I'm serious. No. You guys are trying to throw jabs that if I respond to you now, then he's going to tell me I'm getting off topic. So you guys need to referee this first. No, you did throw a jab. You said the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam put words of Jesus. That's a jab, because that's not true. That's a false statement.
So Muhammad quoted Jesus accurately?
Yes. Okay, so now this is how you're trying to take the discussion to a separate. Do you want me to respond to you now? Is this a discussion now, or are you going to tell me?
Are you hijacking this discussion?
No, well,
Thank you, David. I'm not shaking.
Okay.
You're shaking, and I'll shake all you guys.
Okay.
That's why you're jumping in, because you know this is getting bad for you.
Let's
It's all right.
get back.
Yeah, let me get back there.
So
the
David,
question was that
I'll tell you what,
virgin, was
listen.
the virgin birth, the Son of God,
Okay.
and Islamic views on
Excellent.
the nature of God.
So,
Right.
let's let David referee this, all right? Because I don't want then him to be jumping and him to be
But
jumping.
you understand what I was saying?
I do
there
understand
right
what you're
now?
saying. Yeah.
That even if you think I got you wrong, it doesn't have to mean that I'm trying to make you look bad.
I appreciate that,
Right?
Anthony.
Because that's
Thank
not
you.
what I'm trying to do.
Thank you.
Right? Okay.
All right. So let you referee, because I don't want to then be having you guy and this guy, right? I know you guys are all excited. It's good.
Okay.
Right? Now, I'm not going to speak for Hindus. I'm not going to speak for Jews. I'm not going to speak for most of the world. That I'll let them speak to what they believe. Even in Islamic doctrine, I'm not going to make claims about them. Okay? As myself, as a Muslim, as Uthman standing here, I'm telling you, to me, if you come and tell me that the basis of your religion is that God put himself, that he impregnated a woman named Mary, and she became then his mother. He impregnated his mother and came into the womb of Mary and then was born out of a vagina. To me, the conversation's over. Your religion, to me, has no appeal, because to me that's just disgusting and doesn't make sense. My personal view, right? I respect your right to have your view.
Now, do you think, and I'm not going to get into that now, but do you think that I find certain things about Islam repugnant or attractive or not?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that it would be rational for me to reject Islam on the basis of my personal revulsion?
Okay, do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Your personal belief has to do with you. If you don't like something in Islam, you have the right to reject it. I didn't come up to you at your table and bring this. You came to me, right?
You technically invited
I
us.
did.
You technically invited us.
Can I speak? So I invited you, you came, you presented your view. To me, it doesn't make sense. I reject it, right? You came. If you want, I will give you the Islamic view, and if you don't like it, you can reject and walk up, have a nice day in Balboa Park. So, my invitation for this conversation, I'm not here to debate. As I said earlier, I'm a da'i, not a debater. If anybody wants to debate, like you apparently do, you're welcome to come here. But if I disagree, if I feel that this doesn't, God coming in the vagina of a woman and being born and the universe, and he's his, again, look at this guy. David, come on, man. No, he did not. He put his nose in the vagina of a woman?
Who blew into Mary's vagina?
Wait. Where did God put his nose in the vagina of a woman?
Who blew into Mary's vagina?
Nobody, not God. Bring me. No, hold on, Louis. If you're gonna jump in, then handle it.
I thought you knew.
No. If you're gonna jump in, wait.
said-
See, David. You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
Exactly.
I said people
Exactly.
don't
I'm
jump
gonna-
in,
I'm gonna
and
say-
I asked you to regulate it, and you did it. And now he jumped in again.
I don't control everyone.
You brought these people with you.
Okay.
No. Hold on. You guys are. See, when I'm at a point, you guys are letting people. Because now I could totally answer him, but no, it's not a debate. It's an answer. Do you know what the difference is? No, you didn't. You made a false statement. Right? Bring me evidence. Bring me evidence. That God put. Hold on. God put his nose in the vagina of woman. My God. Bring me evidence.
How about we do this?
Bring me evidence.
When you and I are done.
You have the Quran in your hand. Bring me evidence.
When you and I
you
are
got
done,
none.
When you are.
You got none. You got none. You tried to derail me.
When you
You
and I
know
are done-
better.
When you and I are done, then you guys can do that.
You see, David?
When you
All right, all right, let's go back. Okay. So who's speaking now?
I just wanted to kind of clarify. That's the only time I jump in. Is when
I agree. You can jump in. I'm saying is, can you regulate so we don't have some guy trying to make some false statement here and there? If you can't, then we're going to make a line.
If someone walks up, I can't say you can't speak.
Is he not with your group?
I mean,
Come on, don't lie. Don't lie. He came earlier to check out.
I know him.
Yeah, you know him.
He's not with our group. But
So you know him, right? So he knew you were coming or no? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me.
I did not.
No, it doesn't.
I didn't tell him a word.
You see this?
I told no one except my wife and him. And
I can tell you.
Did you know he was coming?
Did I know who was coming?
David Wood.
He obviously knew.
Is he again? Now he's the one jumped in. Now you want to talk about sidetracking. All right. Go ahead.
We had this thing planned, and then some things.
You did have it a plan. So that's what I'm saying.
wanted to
When
come
you
here.
plan this, then you can control this, right?
Yeah. Well, no, but what I'm saying is we had planned that some
So,
of us were coming here to talk.
Let's ignore Lewis then.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna put you on mute.
You guys can
All
have
right.
the
All
finish.
right, now, so I think the issue is right.
Okay.
So you obviously want people to learn about Islam.
Yes.
And you're inviting people to Islam.
Yes.
And I think the point that Anthony is making is if our response was, well, we don't like Muhammad and Aisha, or we don't like this
Sure,
or that.
that's fine.
I think your response would be, well, if it's true, you need to believe it anyway, and not just because you don't like something, right? And I think so. What he's saying is, the question about Christianity should be, is this true? Not, oh, I don't like that idea. So I think that's what you're trying to get at,
So,
right?
and let me
I
throw
think
this
you put
in.
that pretty well,
And let me
David.
put this in because I would agree with. Let me say this.
Should I answer him now? Or?
But this goes with that. You don't have to act like.
Well, I mean, I did talk to him to see if that's-
Okay, so can I?
This goes with that.
Is that the point you're making?
Let me. Yeah. So what I'm saying is though, is if you could show me, for example, I'll give you an example. And I think you would agree with this as a logical, manner of procedure. If there was something I didn't like in Islam, but somebody could demonstrate, let's say, that the source on which that claim is based is true, came
Okay.
from God, right?
Okay.
Like the Quran or the Hadith, some particular Hadith, then in my mind, it doesn't matter whether I have some natural reaction to this or not, I ought to believe it. And I'm saying the same thing when it comes to Christianity and Christian claims. If the Bible proclaims this, and the Bible's the Word of God, and I know you don't hold that, obviously.
You do.
Right? Yeah, of course I do. And I know you think it has contradictions, and I know that all the standard ones you think that you have and all that, and I have all my reasons for thinking the Quran has contradictions. I mean, I know the back and forth claims. We've done this for years, you've done this for years. I'm just saying, with what he said, I think there's something more for both of us than simply, that's distasteful to me. I don't think that makes sense, right? There's got to be something behind your reason for being a Muslim beyond, I like it.
Are you done?
I just want to add an example. So because I mentioned, like Muhammad and Aisha. So if I said, I find that problematic or something like that, if you somehow showed that Islam is true, in my mind, the way I think, I would be like, okay, well, if this is from God and I've got a problem with that, then I'm the one with the problem. I'm the one with the problem,
All right.
and I need to believe God. So yeah, that's all he's saying. If God says, hey, I'm entering creation,
Who are we?
then
Who are we?
Okay. So, just now, I want to understand and I want to have a productive conversation here, okay? First thing, what the misconception that I think you might have that I'd like to clarify is if you come, I'm here to present Islam to you, okay? And if you decide that there is some core concept, like the marriage of Aisha is not an Aqidah concept, right? So that's something totally different, right? But a core concept of Islamic Aqidah, Allah is one, okay? Allah sent prophets, Allah sent books, Allah sent guidance, Allah is merciful, Allah will judge, there's the day of judgment, there is, if you believe that was something problematic to you, I would present it, then I would tell you it's up to you. Hidayah is not from me. Guidance, I'm translating, is not from me, it's from Allah. Allah gives guidance, right? Ma alayna illa balaghul mubin. It is not upon us except to convey the message clearly, right? So, if you disagree with something in the core Aqidah of Islam, you have the right not to believe. Go enjoy your day at Balboa Park. I'm not pushing it. You feel me, David? Okay. You feel me, Crook? Good.
Sure.
All right.
But
now I'm not done, bro. Let me continue. I listened to both of you the whole time. I didn't even get to his answer yet. Thank you.
I
All
thought
right.
you were done.
No, I'm not. All right. So now, when we get to the core concept of God coming into the womb of a woman and being born and then being sacrificed for our sins, so he takes the sins of mankind, and instead of us being responsible, to me, all of that makes no sense. Right? To me, personally, it doesn't make sense. To me, I don't believe that's from God. Right? I don't believe that's a just God, that somebody pays for everybody else's sins, right? To me, that's not just, and I have a core hard belief that Allah is just. Okay? So, in that case, if you are here to present Christianity, no thank you, have a nice day.
So, by the same token, because again, I mean, all we're doing now is exchanging, feelings.
We're not.
You said that certain things are contrary to your particular constitution, right? Your makeup causes you to, I have that same feeling towards Islamic beliefs, and I've tried to be gracious in this.
I appreciate
I know
it.
what you find, disreputable with respect to Christianity. But I equally look at things in Islam and I say, for example, that to me is quite questionable.
Like?
For example, the idea that Allah has loins. Have you ever heard this claim?
You want me to tell you, or you want to finish first?
So I'll finish. Here, the idea that Allah has loins as part of his characteristics, his sifat, that he has a shin, that this is going to be an identifiable sifat, attribute, that by which people are going to believe in him on the final day. A number of other notions associated with that. I find problematic the notion of a religion that would object to God entering into his creation, even though in various Islamic sources it seems to borrow from Jewish and Christian beliefs the things that you're objecting to, like Allah entering into his creation. Does Allah not descend to the lowest heavens in the third part of the night? Does Allah, did he not speak to Moses at the right side of Mount Sinai, Surah 19, Surah 20, 27, 28? Do we not find these beliefs? So you find objectionable that God entered into his creation. I'm saying God's always present with his creation. The virgin birth is not God entering into his creation. It's God now taking into union with himself a human nature and living a real human life, including all of the experiences that go along with that, being born, suffering, dying, rising again, and so forth. So just remember, here's the basic point, right? Well, even if you don't agree with my illustrations here, right? My basic point is this. Just because you don't like those ideas doesn't mean I don't like certain ideas in Islam. And there has to be more to it than just, I don't like that, you don't like that, This isn't like, doesn't Muhammad in the Quran say, let us reason, let us argue, let us debate? Didn't Muhammad have debates with the Christians of Najran? Those are all aspects of, now just so you know, just so you know, don't laugh.
Should I start taking notes, because we're going on like 10 points? I want to take notes on each point. So I'm saying, like, instead of going point by point, we're going to loins.
What do you want him to respond to?
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is my last point.
Okay.
This is actually something I like about Islam, so don't take this away from me.
All right.
The fact that Muslims, in contrast to other religions, are so willing to engage.
Excellent.
It's the one thing, not the one thing. I'm not going to say there's nothing
I'm
else.
sure you like a lot of things about Islam.
So, what I'm saying is...
You like the beer?
I
You
know.
know you like Islam.
He likes it. He goes make dua to Allah at the end.
I'm telling you the truth. Listen to this. You can put this on your YouTube channel.
Don't worry.
When I look... When I look at, a Jewish person, sometimes I think, I wonder if he'd like to talk to me about religion, about the Lord.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah. Probably not. I look at another person, Hindu. Yeah, he's probably going to be upset that I'm interrupting his walk down the road.
Right.
I look at a Muslim, I say, he'll talk to me.
Yeah.
He'll talk to me. He'll argue with me. He'll reason with me.
You know what? And to respond to that compliment, first off, I also appreciate the fact that Christians and Muslims can usually have a civil conversation. All right? So, second, just to make it clarification, you said Muhammad said in the Quran. The Quran's not the words of Muhammad, so that's...
Yeah, but I know that's not your...
So, I'm just clarifying. Muhammad doesn't say anything in the Quran. The Quran speaks to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so I don't think he was speaking to himself. So let's move forward from there. Secondly, you made a lot of things like loins and sifat and shin. So I don't know if you want me to get into all of that, because see, that's what I'm saying. Like I want to say point by point and not have jumps here and there. No, let me. Come on, man. You spoke.
I'm not trying to cut him off.
Go ahead. Let's be gracious to our guests that came from so far away.
It's not me trying to cut you off. I'm just saying I didn't need you to respond to those points.
You do.
Those were illustrations.
No, but they're wrong.
But, okay.
So I do need to
But
respond.
what I'm saying is you can say they're wrong, but I didn't bring them up in order for us to resolve those.
I know,
I'm
but
saying those are things I find
see,
objectionable
Anthony,
in the Islamic sources.
Crook, bro.
Shooter, come on.
If that's what I'm saying. So if I'm having this conversation and suddenly I'm like, there's an alien sitting over there, and you're like, what? And I'm like, no, don't respond to that. No, when you throw misconceptions out, then I have to respond to them, just like Lewis, right?
So let's talk about the lines in the shin.
Okay,
Right.
excellent. Let's get there, okay? But let's go back to the first point, because then we're just jumping, right? As a lot of Christians do, but I'm hoping we will not, right? You're saying God was always present, so Jesus by himself in his creation, so that Jesus coming in the womb of the Mary was not something new, which really is something baffling to me. Are you saying God physically, like Jesus physically was in the womb of Mary, is in your private? I mean, is that your belief? Yes, please.
We don't believe that God is a physical being as to his divine nature.
Okay.
So
God is not physical.
I'm not sure why that's funny. But do you guys think God is physical?
Do you want me to respond now? Or?
Somebody's laughing. I just
Okay,
found that.
so let me. You want me to respond? You asked a question. You want me to answer it then?
Well, not yet then.
Okay.
Let me just say this real quick.
All right,
I don't
go ahead.
think that God's divine nature is a tangible stuff. I don't think that God is. We can't touch him, smell him, feel him, see him. He doesn't have extension in space.
Will you see God
So, by virtue of the Incarnation, number
in the
one,
day of judgment?
by virtue of the Incarnation, God has taken on human form.
So he is physical.
His human nature, which he assumed in the womb of the Virgin Mary, is physical.
So
That
God.
shouldn't be puzzling.
It is puzzling. It is puzzling. It's still puzzling.
We shouldn't be learning it right now.
I've heard it many times. It's still. If somebody tells me 2 + 2 is 5, they could tell me that 100 times. It'll still be puzzling to me.
Yeah, I don't think.
Look, I'm making a statement about my understanding, so don't think it's a false analogy. I'm saying, to me, if somebody was to tell me 2 and 2 is 5, it would be puzzling even if I heard it a million times. I'm talking about myself, so it's not a false analogy. Let me explain to you. I'm talking about my feelings there, guy. Calm down there. All right? Now,
2 + 2 aren't your feelings.
how I feel about that is my feelings.
Go ahead. Go
See,
ahead.
this guy just can't, man.
This guy.
All right.
This guy.
So,
Let it go. He did have a lot to respond to.
Okay, no,
thank you, Dave. Man, yeah, I can't believe Mr. Hammer's the one that actually is. I appreciate it. You're the good guy. Wow.
Even it out though.
We
Come
cool,
on,
we
there we
cool,
go.
man. I'm waiting for sound, but it's all right. Asumu, I'm sorry. Asumu.
His name is,
Asumu.
just
So you know, I
he
can't
goes by-
control Sam.
Oh, I bet you can.
And let me say this, his name is Sam. There are people who intentionally call him by his full name when he prefers to go by Sam.
What did his parents
And
name him?
it's intended to be insulting.
Oh, I didn't mean to
Sam.
insult.
I'm not saying he's
Okay.
insulted.
Okay.
I'm just telling you that people that perhaps have told you to call him that
Nobody told me to
might not
call
have
him
either
that.
known or might have known. I'm
But
just-
what did his parents name him?
I'm assuming his full name is Hassan.
Hasamu.
I'm not saying he
I don't
takes
know.
that offensive.
Okay, if he doesn't, that's all good. If he does, I won't call him that.
I'm just
Okay.
telling you that.
So let's go back to, so when you say that God manifested in the womb of a woman into a human form, and then that was God inside the womb. So God was physically a baby in the womb of a mother, and then God, the creator of the universe, who's still all together, physically came out of the womb of a mother. To me, again, that, and I don't know if anybody else finds that troubling, but
What's the troubling part? What's the argument?
all of it. It's not an argument. Again,
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
There's no
so-
argument.
Can I ask one question for clarification? And this is just, I just want to know what you're saying. Are you saying that God can't do that, or he just wouldn't do that?
Excellent.
Because there's a difference. There's
Sure.
things I can't do and things I just wouldn't do.
Agreed. So, when we talk about God, and you guys have debated with atheists, so you already know that whole God can't lift a rock thing, right? That there's certain things that are against the nature of the greatness of God as it is, right? From that God, if you can say, can God made a rock he can't lift? Well, it's not really a question that you ask, because from the nature of God is greatness, right? That he's able to do all things, right? So it's like saying, can Anthony be a man and woman at the same time? Which now we're in California, but it ain't happening, bro. Right? So that there's right. So from the nature, they're one or the other, whatever they think they are. All right. So So here we go to me that goes against the nature of God. Right? Because this is something that is human, born from wombs and breastfeeding and burping and peeping and pooping. This is not something I can attribute to God. Right? In my belief, right? In what I understand to be correct. Again, and I love to have a conversation, and we're having a conversation, but like I said, I'm not going to force Islamic belief on you. If you have an issue with creed, aqidah, then you have the right not to believe it. It's your right. Allah will judge between me and you. It's not a problem, right? But my job is to present, okay? So in your presentation that I asked you for, and I appreciate the presentation that God physically, not, by seeing or sight, was in the womb of a woman, came out of vaginas. That's against the nature of God in what I see. Okay, that again, that's my personal belief.
So just to give the simple version, when he asked, can he do it or would he do it? Which one of those were you addressing there?
So
to me, it sounded like you, in some sense, were addressing both. But I think the fundamental claim is that he can't do it. It's against his nature.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Is that right?
Sure. I mean, as an example, like if you were to ask me, can God ride a bicycle? Right. I would say, well, I don't think he would, but he could if he wanted to. For some reason, God could take on a form and ride a bicycle. Just like, if you're talking about, the Quran and Allah speaking on the fire, I don't know what you believe there. I believe God could do that.
I do too.
So there's that distinction.
Sure.
I believe God can enter into his creation in the form of a human being, or God's more along the lines of, well, I have the power to do that, but there's no way I would do that. It's beneath me or something like that.
So let me just give you an example, right? And I think it'll clarify this, right? Do you believe God would have sexual intercourse with a woman?
I believe God has the power to do that if he wanted to, but he wouldn't want to because of his moral nature.
Thank you. So let's say a wife. That's not immoral to have sex with a wife, right? I mean, you have a wife, I'm assuming. So I'm sure you have intercourse, right?
Lots.
Right? I don't know, she might watch the video and put a different comment. Take it easy, right?
She'll say
all right.
lots.
So now the point there being that that's not immoral, right? So would God do that? Get a wife and have sex with her?
Yeah, but again, it's not a question of power or ability. It's a question of he wouldn't.
It's against his nature, right?
Yeah. So
Thank you.
Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. I'm asking you, if somebody was to ask you, can God get married and have sex with a woman? What would you
clarify, say, as far as power, God has the ability to do anything that doesn't entail a contradiction or a couple qualifications like that. As far as things that he would actually do, he's not going to contradict his own moral nature.
Thank you. So I would say again, God would not contradict his own nature by being born out of the vagina of a woman.
And
so we're on the same page.
When you say that he wouldn't contradict his nature, you're thinking more in terms of metaphysical quality. And what I mean here is just his greatness, for example. You're not thinking mostly in terms of moral categories. You're thinking in terms of greatness. This sort of thing is beneath him. I think is that correct?
Want me to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I gave the answer exactly with the analogy that I gave, right? Okay. Just like Anthony, if I was to ask you, right, as I asked David, could God get a wife and have sexual intercourse with her? You would say that's against the nature of God. I'm assuming, right?
So what I would say.
What would you say?
That's why I was trying to clarify.
Go ahead.
Were you making it more metaphysical or moral? My answer is, would God do this sort of thing? You're saying it's contrary to his greatness, and my whole point is precisely that's why Jesus needed to become a human being, because the sorts of things that Jesus did are otherwise outside of the parameters of what is possible within his divine nature. God, for example, cannot die. How could he die then unless he took a human nature, right? So what I'm getting at is you're not presenting a contradiction so much that God couldn't do this. You just think that your God wouldn't do this. So it's not so much a metaphysical problem as it is for you something else. That's what it seems to me.
Yeah. So you are saying that God could and
did
have sex with a woman?
If Jesus wanted to get married, absolutely. Do you think it's contrary to the nature of God for people to have these? So let me put it this way.
You're saying God did have sex with a woman?
No.
So when I was saying you jumped out, right?
No, that's not all I said.
So
he said yes before you finished.
So you see?
You said.
Come on, even it out. Come on.
So you see why you should let me finish before you say yes?
You said
right, David?
Yeah,
right, David?
No.
See, it's too late. You're Muslim.
Okay.
Should we do the shahada now or later?
No. So listen. So that's.
Why don't you let me finish what I'm saying before you respond? How about that?
Because I know what you were saying.
No, you didn't.
Go ahead.
Because I was saying, do you think God could have sex with a woman? And you said he did. What, Anthony? That's true.
You're right. If you're right, man.
No.
What are we doing?
That's fine. No, that's good.
I think you
I
said,
thought you.
yeah. I thought you said. Again, I think you added something on after you started answering, but
because I hadn't finished.
Saying, you were saying.
I didn't add anything.
Do you think God could have sex with a woman? And Anthony was saying, if that were part of his plan, that once he had entered creation as Jesus of Nazareth, then as a human being, he would have the ability to do that.
So let me say
interesting. That's a new thing too. I've never heard a Christian say that before.
Let me explain something. Can I say
man.
this? No, I didn't get to finish because we got.
But see, he and then.
You're answering him, so maybe.
Go ahead.
No, come on. We can have fun here.
Okay,
guys.
go ahead. Have fun. Let's have fun, man. I'm having fun.
Yeah. So let me explain something about our view of morality. I don't know where you're at on this.
We'll find out.
In terms of the nature of man, right? Obviously, we all agree man's a creature. He's dependent on God, doesn't exist apart from God. Would stop to exist if God willed him to stop existing, right? Man, if God willed for man to stop existing, he would stop existing, right?
Do you want me to?
No, but what I'm getting at is this. We believe man was made in the image of God, and so man is to reflect God in his character. Image doesn't mean man looks like God, right? That's not what we mean. But we believe that man has certain characteristics that are, man, unlike other creatures, can reason, can know its creator, can worship him, at least in the way that man can. That's not true. Other creatures, I'm not saying everything glorifies God. We all agree on that, right? What I'm getting at is the morality that we have is a reflection of what God is like. The reason we're to have no other gods is because there are no other gods, right?
Good, I'm with that.
That's the
One God.
Right.
No kids, no parents.
Second commandment is don't worship idols or worship God. We would say, in fact, if you're Salafi, you're closer to my view on this. We're not to worship God in any other way other than what he has commanded. Right? We agree on that.
I'm
right?
just listening.
Right, okay. I think we agree on that. I'm just going to tell you. Like, we can't invent
You're Salafi?
things. We can't, you could say I'm a Salafi version of Christianity.
We agree that we agree that if we were Muslims, we'd probably be Salafi.
How about this? How about we agree when you become Muslim, you'll become Salafi? How's that?
You become reformed.
Reformed in Islam? All right, go ahead.
So what I'm getting at then is that what we have in morality are a reflection of what God expects us to be like as his creatures, as his image bearers.
I'm going to disagree, but I'm going to let you finish out of respect.
But so you understand, the reason why I say that there's nothing that God approves of that if he became a human being, he would live by that same law. He would reflect that in his character. He wouldn't be an atheist.
So let me.
He wouldn't be an idolater.
That didn't make sense, right? How could he be atheist and you are God, right? So let me.
So I'm telling you, it reflects.
Can I
his
respond
character.
now?
But this responds to you. This responds to you asking if God became a human being. At least this is what I was thinking you were asking. Would this be possible for him to do? And I'd say yes.
Okay.
Okay, now he gets 3 minutes or whatever.
It's all right.
Okay,
it's all right.
that's good.
Let's just
I
go.
didn't know you were timing it. I
All
thought
right.
That's actually good. That's actually good.
That's good. That's
It's
good.
okay. You guys can speak. Don't worry about it.
You're definitely going to want to do that when Sam comes over.
He speaks.
Yeah.
He yaps a lot.
You say like 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Everybody.
2 minutes, something like that.
David Wood is saying Sam yaps a lot. I got you.
Sam, talk your ears off, just so you know.
I gotta invite you for tea, man. You're cool. All right. You too, Anthony.
Thank you.
We gotta even it out.
you. Oh,
even
yeah,
it out.
even
All
it
right.
out.
All right. So God, the Creator, has his set of rules that are separate from us, the creation. Okay? Even if God, na'udhu billah, like we seek refuge from Allah from this kind of thing, even if you try to say that God was on earth, I don't believe that God needed to poop or pee or rest or get angry and lose his senses as humans do. For example, no, let me finish, Anthony. There is what we call pleading insanity. Right? Like if you go to court and let's say you're married, like for example, and you come home and you find some dude in bed with your wife, and you're like, this is crook, homie. Like you get crazy on him, you beat him, right? And you go to court, and they say, hey, you know what? You beat a person. You will say, well, I was out of my senses. In a human court, we would accept that. We'd say, hey, temporary insanity. We plead insanity, right? We would accept because that's humans, right? So that's moral because you didn't know what you were doing. I don't believe that that's God's morality. God's above all of that. Let me finish, Anthony. What am I at, right?
1.5.
1.5, right? So when God created humans, he made the rules and regulations like marriage and inheritance and sexual intercourse and needs and desires, and sex is a desire. Getting hungry, getting tired, losing your senses because you're so hungry you need to eat. Those are human qualities. We don't give those to Allah. So that's why we would not agree on that point.
But you didn't even represent my point accurately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my point
I thought you did.
My point had to do with morality, and
I did too. I talked about morality. For example, somebody pleading insanity, we morally accept.
But I don't think we should morally accept that.
Really? Okay, so let me understand your point.
A
then.
person is either, if a person happens upon somebody sleeping with his wife, he's either justified in taking the person's life or he isn't.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Anthony, you come home,
Yeah, I'm saying.
and you some dude in bed with your wife. What would you do?
He's either justified.
What would you
in
do?
doing it- Well, but that's a different question.
Why? You don't want to answer it now, Anthony?
No, we're asking about the question of what's moral. It's not what would you do.
Okay, so what would you do? Because you would act
Surely
morally.
You don't think I'm the standard of morality, right?
Well, I think you're somebody who tries to be moral. I hope.
Of course.
Do you try to live a moral life?
But both of us recognize we're creatures.
Okay.
We make mistakes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
And God is not.
Right.
So
As part of
those
as
feelings.
God, He's
Good.
He's eternal.
Perfect.
Immutable.
He
all
doesn't
those
get
things.
hungry.
That's right.
He doesn't get tired.
But
He doesn't need to go to the
those aren't
bathroom.
moral issues.
No, but this again. So that's the thing. He doesn't lose his ability to judge, right?
Absolutely not. And
Okay.
I wouldn't say
So
that
if
Jesus did.
so when a human being does at certain times, right?
But you're
And morally,
talking about morality.
I'm talking about morality,
No,
Anthony.
You're talking about pooping and peeing.
No. Let's talk about this, okay? Let's say somebody he is unable to. Are you looking over there or looking over here?
I heard that.
All right.
I'm protecting
Don't worry about it.
I'm making
Allah
sure-
protects us. Don't worry about it.
But
yeah?
maybe He protects you by using this catheter.
A future Muslim, inshallah. Tell you. All right. So let's take this, okay? You get somebody moral, right? A moral human being, okay?
You think
goes.
Jesus was moral?
I believe Isa ibn Maryam was very moral.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Now, if you take a moral human being, as a human being, he can make mistakes, right? Human beings can't make mistakes.
Yeah, but that's a
Wow.
false.
Wow. I just said as a
Because
human being we can make mistakes.
No, but you were saying you're using this to talk about Jesus.
You
I'm
brought
saying
Jesus.
no.
I'm saying as a human
But
being.
Jesus did not.
Okay, so let's just talk about humans.
Do you think Jesus sinned at all, according to the Quran?
I don't believe that I have any hadith or ayah in the Quran that mentions
But we agree
Jesus.
on that.
Let me finish. Jesus sinning, but could he, as a human being, make a mistake in judgment? He could. Any human being can.
Does the Quran
right?
say that? That Jesus
Sure.
could make a mistake?
So let me explain it, right? خلق الإنسان ضعيفا, for example, right? Insan has weaknesses. That's in the Quran. And Jesus, if you and me, and at least as a Muslim, I can say he was an insan, he was human, then the Quran tells that he has weaknesses. But Allah has no weaknesses. Separation. Right? Now you feel me. So as a human being, we make mistakes. We make lapses in judgment that morally we're not held accountable for. Right? That's a lapse in judgment. We're talking about morality now. I'll give you another example. You're driving, right? And you are going a certain speed. You see somebody crossing. You think that at a certain break point, you're good. You try to brake, but you still hit them. It's an accident. Right? You made a lapse in judgment. You go to court, you say, I tried, they came out of nowhere, I tried to brake as best as I could, I made a lapse in judgment, and the court tells you, what, you made a lapse in judgment, but it's not a sin. It's not a criminal act. You didn't intend for it to be. So you get a pass because you're human. God is not like that. God is perfect. God's judgments are perfect. He doesn't have that human shortcoming of lapse in judgment.
Okay, and my response to that is, you're working in terms of an understanding of human nature from the Christian perspective, which is post-fall. Man
Post
is
what?
not post-fall. You know that we don't agree on the fall, but
Hold on.
you know what that is, right? The fall. God made man. God made Adam.
Okay.
Adam sinned against God.
Okay.
God didn't make Adam as an already guilty individual. Adam was upright.
Okay, I just want to understand this then. So God made Adam, right? And he had the ability to make judgments.
Yes.
And he, can I finish, bro? So when he chose to eat, I'm sorry, go ahead.
what I'm getting at is, you're taking what's true of mankind by virtue of the fall, and you're now applying that to Jesus. Yeah, I don't think Jesus made errors in judgment. I don't think he made moral mistakes. I don't think he made any mistakes. And I don't think the Quran says he does. In fact, I think the Quran makes him an exception to the rule. So all I'm getting at is these sorts of arguments against the Incarnation don't really work. When we say that God became man, and you object and say, but God can't eat, and I'm saying you're missing the point. He's eating because he became man. It's only if God can't become man that he can't eat. So that's not an argument against the idea that God could become man. And so all you're giving me are arguments that presuppose or beg the question against the Incarnation. You understand what I'm saying? At least what I think, you know?
Again, so let's go back to this again,
Okay.
right? Saying that God needs to go to the bathroom, right? To me, is against the nature of God. He doesn't have needs. He doesn't. Let me finish now, bro. How long was that, right?
I'm putting my finger
All
up.
right,
You
you
know
keep your
you
finger
know
up
I
the
have
whole
a
time. How about that,
There
right?
you go.
There
Hey,
you go.
don't you have that
So
on your,
shahada finger.
yeah?
Like, take a picture. Future Muslim right here. I feel you. All right. So now, when you say God having to go to the bathroom is against the point, that is the point, that God doesn't have those weaknesses that humans have. Those are against the nature of God. To have to use the bathroom, to have to sleep because he's tired, to have to worry about making the right judgment because he hasn't had enough nutrition. Those things, to me, those things and God's perfect nature cannot mix, just as we would say, at least David said, that it would be against the nature of God to get married and have sex, and you said it would be, so I don't know, you guys can work that out at home, but I think that is not the nature of God to have those necessities.
Now, you're only reiterating the point that I was asking you to address. The issue that we're trying to discuss is whether or not God could become man. God could become incarnate. You're raising objections that presuppose that he couldn't already. Okay, so that's not an argument against it. That's known in logic as begging the question. So you're saying God as God doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, doesn't die. I agree. It's by virtue of the Incarnation that God eats, sleeps, dies, and so forth. So that's not an argument against the possibility of God becoming man. That's an argument that assumes he couldn't become man. Okay? Understand? So for example, if our argument was, could I get married and have children, and then, you know, you're arguing that I can't, and I'm arguing that I can, and you keep arguing that you can't get married and have children because right now you don't have any children, you're not married, and so forth. Right? That wouldn't be an argument against whether I could or couldn't get married and have children. It'd just be an argument that right now I'm not married and couldn't have children. So what I'm asking you to address is the fundamental point: could God become incarnate? Not repeat. If God would be going to the bathroom, God would eat, God would sleep, God would die, God would rise again, right? Victorious over death, as proof against the Incarnation, because that all presupposes the Incarnation, and it begs the question that we're actually trying to get at the bottom of.
Okay, so let me say this again, because I think when me and David were talking, you kind of zoomed out because I addressed. So the question here, again, gets to be one of those things that, can God make a rock he can't lift? Well, we would answer that by saying that's against the nature of God being all-powerful, right?
I would say it's no. I would say that's it's
God
absurd.
can?
No. It makes no sense to ask.
Exactly.
No. Listen, I'm saying that those two things. You know, a rock so heavy, making a rock so heavy you can't lift it.
Yes.
You're asking if he can perform illogical feats are not feats at all.
Thank you.
Right. That's what you're asking.
Exactly.
But
that's my point.
I don't think God. But see, I don't think that God becoming a human being
is exactly the same thing.
You do,
right? Yeah.
and that's why I'm asking you to
Excellent.
to demonstrate that.
Excellent.
So
So
all you're doing is begging the question.
No, I'm not. Let me explain
You
it
are.
again, okay? When I asked David, for example, could we say that God gets a wife and has sex and has children and things like that? You said that would be against the nature of God, right?
I meant like God just.
Yeah, so we're just talking about God.
Like,
Yeah,
but I
I'll
would.
give you an example, right? And I think it'll clarify this, right? Do you believe God would have sexual intercourse with a woman?
I believe God has the power to do that if he wanted to, but he wouldn't want to because of his moral nature.
Thank you.
I agree with Anthony's answer that if God had decided after the incarnation to do that, then he'd be able to do
now
that sort of thing.
we're saying God could get married and have sex and have children.
I would say if God wanted to do that, and that was part of his eternal plan or something.
So let me
like that,
let me ask you a simple question, right? Because let's say a guy comes up to you right now at Balboa Park, right? There's all kinds of religions here, right? And he comes and tells you, hey, God's married to my mom and has sex with her every night, right? For example, right? Would you believe that?
You want the answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
My answer would be this, and I think this is something that we should have been discussing already.
Excellent.
We believe that we don't know anything about God apart from God's own voluntary revelation of himself.
Excellent.
So we are all beholden to him, right?
Okay.
We are dependent on him for life and breath as well as anything we know about him. Right? And anything we know about him that's true is what he's told us. Anything we think we know independently of that is not something we can know to be true. Now, so what I'm getting at is, in the Bible, God revealed himself through the prophets and prepared the world for just what happened in the incarnation.
Okay.
When it says in Galatians 4, for example, that in the fullness of time God sent forth his son, born of a woman, made under the law, so that he might redeem those who were under the law, right? This is the point of the incarnation. When he says that, this happened in the fullness of time, he's saying that this is the outworking, the culmination, the fulfillment of what had been revealed through the prophets in long ages past. Among those passages that teach that, you have, for example, and I know you've heard some of these, Isaiah 9:6, that he would be the mighty God. Jeremiah 23:6 said that the child that would be born would be Jehovah our righteousness. Malachi 5:2 says that he would be the one whose origins are eternal, right? He has no beginning, no end. He's from of old. So those are the sorts of things that, for me, are necessary in order to adopt this belief, so that when he fulfills these things, I say, okay, that's the one who was announced. This guy popping up out of the middle of nowhere is not showing up in the fullness of time.
Okay.
He's not fulfilling prior prophecy.
Okay.
He's not doing the sorts of things that the Old Testament shows God could do. God appeared to Abraham in Genesis 18. God appeared to Moses in Exodus 3, to numerous prophets. In the Christian view, those things were not only not impossible for God, he revealed that these were possibilities and that they would be a future actuality when Jesus became flesh.
So, Anthony, with all due respect, that was just preacher mode, right? Now, the question again is about that possibility. So if somebody comes and tells you that, right, other than saying that it's not in the Bible, right, which obviously it's not because this is post-Bible, would you say conceptually that makes sense, that God comes, got married to his mom, and hits it every night?
In principle, I've already answered you saying that the incarnation happened.
Okay.
God became flesh in the womb of Mary and was born of her.
So you're saying
fulfilled the prophetic scriptures.
Okay.
You're asking me if some guy popped up out of the blue.
Yes.
I think it would be a natural reaction to that sort of thing if you don't have word from God, century after century, preparing the world for this very event.
Gotcha.
So when it happens, and then that man, on top of everything else, lives a perfect life.
So again, you're avoiding the question.
That's not, I'm not avoiding the question. This is the logic of Christianity. This is how it
that's
works.
the problem.
Well, you think
So
it's a problem,
let me-
but you've yet to demonstrate it. You beg the question, but you haven't answered it.
Look, it's a very simple question, bro. And you're going all around it, right? The thing is, you know, and I know, that, and David knows as well.
Are you going to do a Jedi mind trick now?
No,
Yeah,
you don't
okay,
see me
go
here,
ahead.
right?
You know, come
you know,
on.
and
You
let's
know
be
your heart of
honest,
hearts.
right?
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest, right?
See?
If some dude walks up right now and tells you that, you're gonna be like, you don't know what you're talking about, right? You're gonna tell him God doesn't come and get married to your mom. You're just making this stuff up, right? This is something that is not in Scripture. You would go into your whole thing, but you would not believe that because you know that's not the nature of God to be getting a wife here and a wife there and having kids here and half there. God is above all of that, right?
You're just imputing beliefs to me, though. You're just imputing
Can I add a
Go ahead.
possible example? Okay, because I think, well, let me give you an example. If someone came up to me and said that they have a time machine in their pocket,
Okay.
I would not believe it for a second.
Okay.
It's not because I don't believe it's possible. It's just I believe that's extraordinarily unlikely, and you would have to provide me with some very good evidence.
Excellent. Okay.
For that, right?
Good.
If someone came up to me and they said they have a square circle in their pocket, I would regard that as impossible.
Thank you.
So
We're with it.
yeah. So what
When you get with it, then
so
I'll give you.
those are two things. One is
Right.
it's extraordinarily improbable given everything else I believe.
Right.
That's one thing. And then there's things that I would just regard as possible. If you say, hey, there's a married bachelor over there. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
If you say, but so anyway.
That's good. That's a good, excellent example.
If someone were to come up and say, something about someone being incarnate or something like that. No, we're Christians, so we believe in that revelation. We believe in the revelation we have,
Right.
so we don't believe that sort of thing is going to happen. So we would dismiss it on that. As far as
so you would dismiss it on basically your belief.
yeah.
Okay, hold on.
But not
Let
an
me
unjustified
respond to.
belief.
Come on,
Not
bro.
an unjustified
Can I respond to him now, man?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't finished.
Okay, go ahead, David.
Yeah,
Don't interrupt him.
Yeah, so,
I'm not.
yeah, so what I'm saying is, in other words, since we're Christians, we believe that God has sent his revelation and there's no more incarnations or anything coming along, right? So we would say, oh, we're Christians, we believe that. But if we weren't Christians and we were just saying, hey, if God has the power to do what he wants, if God wanted to enter creation and do this, our point is we wouldn't say, I reject that because it's an impossibility or a contradiction. We would say, that sounds really far-fetched, so you're going to have to give me some really good evidence. We wouldn't regard it as a contradiction. In other words, Anthony's point, what he was saying about all this background knowledge and prophecies and so on, is he's saying we do have good evidence, and so that's why we would dismiss it. Because if someone just came along and said, "Hi, I'm Jesus. I'm the divine Son of God who entered into creation," we would say, "No, what are you talking about, man?"
Excellent. Can I speak now, bro? Are you done? All right, thank you, Ken. So that is exactly the point. To me, as a Muslim, and this is what we're discussing here, to me, to say God is a part of the creation in the sense that he is human, that he goes to the bathroom, that he has to go to that he has those human flaws that Jesus would have had as a human being, not moral flaws, right? But we're talking about just physical flaws that we have as humans. To me, is just like you saying a square circle. To me, I see no difference in that. It's apples and oranges, right? Humans, خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانَ ضَعِيفًا, right? Humans have these weaknesses, right? Even if you take Adam before the fall, right? Obviously, he had some inclination to make a mistake, and that's why he ate from the tree that he shouldn't have, right? So that means by nature, even before the fall, he had that weakness to make that mistake. But Allah doesn't. The Creator does not. The Creator does not cry out and say, "My God, my God." See, this is a human attribute where you are calling out to your Creator, right? Now, if the Creator is God himself, he doesn't call out to himself. He doesn't say, "My God." Like you never see the Father in the Bible saying, "My God," right? David?
So, well,
Okay, let him. I asked David, bro. Anthony, David. Is your name David? I said right, David.
So, when
but-
we were talking, he was just.
Oh, he made a point, so I was responding to his point, but you're
He made
gonna.
a good point. I agree with you.
all
So
right.
I'll take that as a response to me.
I was going to jump in with another example.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so something that I don't know your beliefs about the Quran, and I'm not changing subject.
Did you get
I'm
my
just-
question though?
Yeah, I've got it
Okay.
for like the last.
No, I just asked you a question right now.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for the Father to cry out, my God, right?
Why?
No.
Apart from becoming incarnate.
Yeah, apart from becoming.
No, I'm saying for the Father.
Right.
Do you ever see the Father saying, "My God"?
He refers to the Son.
Can I speak? Man, David, you got like a ridiculous or something? Like you pull strings?
Why are you so afraid to hear
I'm
a
not.
couple people?
I will talk to you.
It's not like I'm gonna let you talk too.
I'm gonna let him talk first, and then I'll talk to you. I've been talking to you this whole time. So the question, David, is: do you ever find the Father saying, "My God"?
He calls Jesus God.
My God?
No, if you're talking about Jesus crying out, "My God," you say no, the Father doesn't do that, right?
Okay.
We don't believe.
Gotcha. So the Father, then this is the nature of the Creator. He doesn't call out. He is the one you call out to. That's the nature of God. And the nature of humans is we have weaknesses, so we call out to our Creator. Right? This is the exact point you're missing. Right? Humans have those shortcomings, those needs, those necessities that the Creator doesn't. So the Creator doesn't call out and says, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" But a human would.
Yeah, and so
Go ahead.
this, yeah,
He was human.
Yeah, and so
But he was God, you're
I
saying.
just wanted,
He became flesh.
But he was completely
You
God.
don't realize you're begging the question.
No.
Yeah,
I'm making a very
I want to
clear
give an
distinction.
example. So,
Go ahead.
So I don't know exactly what you believe about the Quran and the speech.
I believe in the
speech of
Quran
Allah
is the
and so on.
Kalam of Allah.
Yeah. But lots of Muslims tell me that Allah's speech is eternal, co-eternal with Allah.
Sure.
And this isn't. I'm not changing the subject here. This is an example. This is an example of what we're talking
I'm
about.
listening.
So, if the Quran is Allah's eternal speech, then if you were to say, hey, does the Quran have a beginning? Something like that, I would say no. If it's eternal, then it has no beginning.
You're right.
If you said, can it be corrupted? I would say
Cannot.
no. It's divine. It can't be corrupted, right? So if you were to ask these kinds of questions, I would say, as far as the eternal speech of Allah or an attribute of God, I would say those kinds of things it doesn't make sense
There we go, David.
raise those kinds of questions, right? But if you were to say to me that we have a physical Quran, right?
Excellent.
This doesn't have the Arabic in it, but assuming this had the Arabic in it, that we have a physical copy of the Quran,
Excellent.
then it seems like the physical copy of the Quran would kind of have two natures. It's the eternal speech of Allah, and yet it's entered our world because we have a physical world. It's entered our world as a physical book made of paper and glue and ink. And therefore, if you were to ask me, does it make sense to talk about this as having a beginning, or about this being corrupted and changed and so on, then I would say, yes, it's a physical book. Of course, it can fall apart. It eventually will. You mentioned earlier that people can eat it or burn it or all kinds of things. And so it makes sense to talk about a physical.
Weird people, yeah.
It makes sense to talk about a physical Quran.
Excellent.
So in other words, I would say that a book that has two natures, that it's the eternal speech of Allah entered into creation in a physical form so that we can have it, it now makes sense to talk about this having a beginning, and I'm assuming it has a publication date. So it now makes sense to talk about this having a publication date. It now makes sense. It didn't make sense before when you're talking about the speech of Allah before it comes into creation.
Excellent.
Once it enters into creation, now we can ask these questions. But if I were to take your objection seriously, I would have to say, no, it's absurd to talk about these eternal things that can't be corrupted, being corruptible, having a beginning, having an end, falling apart. That makes no sense of the eternal speech of
Excellent.
Allah.
Excellent.
Are you playing
Excellent.
chopsticks? Oh no, you guys don't do music. You don't do music.
No, I'll let you play the music for us. All right.
I don't know how to play it.
Come on, learn. All right. So now, excellent answer. I appreciate that. All right. So let's go to that now. Right. The Quran is Kalam Allah. Right. The Quran will never call out to Allah. Okay. Now, in the Quran, you will never say take it easy, 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 Anthony.
Is it true?
Hold it together, Crook. Hold it together. I will. I will. I will. Okay. The Quran itself is Kalam Allah. Right? The Quran responds to, for example, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? But the Quran does not speak to Allah. It is the speech of Allah. Allah teaches us, for example, ad'iyah, which are called dua, supplications, for us to use to call to Allah, right? But let me finish, bro. Take it easy. Yeah, I got you. Okay, so now, when you say this has a publication date, none of us standing here as Muslims will say this is a part of the creator. Right? This here is a published book. That's why the Quran is recited and the Quran is revealed. It was never sent just like a book, right? Because then that book, once it hits the earth, then that would be part of the worldly things. That's why Imam al-Bukhari has a book called خلق الأفعال العباد, where he talks about the recitation or the paper or the ink is not what is Quran. Quran is what is revealed, and before the Day of Judgment it will be taken up, and that revelation can never be corrupted. That revelation is always preserved, and that revelation doesn't weaken. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, when you talk about Jesus now, on the other hand, when you say that he came and he became human, but then at the same breath you say that he's always one, God is not divisible. So you're saying then that is God himself, even though he's human, and even though he is God, the Father and him are the same thing, but he's saying, oh my God, why have you forsaken me? That makes absolutely no sense.
Okay, great. So you've said the fact that Christ, the second person of the Trinity, the Son of God, by virtue of becoming human and crying out to the Father, that there's a problem with that, a logical problem, and that's not something that Islam has to deal with. Now, number one, I don't think that's a logical problem, but number two, I also don't think that's true Islamically.
Go
So
ahead.
I'd like you to tell me
Sure.
where I may have that wrong. I don't think I do.
You never know.
But I grant that you're the imam, right? So, my understanding, which I have from other Muslims, which is part and parcel of why I hold that, and have read in the Islamic sources, that the Quran itself does intercede for Muslims, or will, on the Day of Judgment, right? The Quran will appear as a pale man and will say that it was the Muslim's companion in life and will intercede for him. Is that not correct?
Can you give me a reference for that?
That's in the Hadith.
Which hadith?
Seriously, you don't think I'm going to go back? I mean, like, I don't know.
Are you saying that's not in the Hadith?
That is not in any authentic hadith that
Okay.
I've ever read.
So you'd say it's
can
not
I
authentic.
can I finish?
No, that's
Okay,
fine. If
it's
you
okay.
say it's not authentic.
Hold
then
on, take it easy, Anthony. So, to say the Quran will appear as a pale man, and what did you say? It would be with
the Quran will intercede for Muslims and will say that it
as a
was-
pale man.
well, that's in a Tirmidhi hadith, for example.
Let's just let's look for it. So no, hold on. Because see, I like to discuss on evidences. So if can I find a hadith in a Tirmidhi that says the Quran will be a pale man? Let's just find that, and then I will explain from there.
Okay, so, but that kind of misses the point that I'm making. You're focused on the pale man part, but
Excellent.
I think you and I both know that it's classically Islamic to say the Quran will intercede for you.
So let me explain the shifa of the Quran.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Explain that.
excellent. The Quran is kalamullah. Okay. What?
You told us that part.
I know, but that's part of the explanation.
Okay,
Take it
good.
easy, Anthony.
Okay.
Okay. The Quran that is read by us, right? I mean, when we read the Quran, that kalamullah will be a evidence for us. Do you understand what that means? That the fact that we stayed up at nights and read the Quran will make shifa. It will be an intercession. It will not be asking Allah for help or asking Allah separately than anything. It is only the fact that that good deed will be an intercession for you. Like if you had read the actual hadith, it talks about the Quran and another hadith about the siyam, the fasting. Right? We don't say fasting by itself is an entity, but it's the deed that is that intercedes for you.
So does the
did you-
hadith say that the deed
Yes.
of reciting the Quran will intercede for you, or does the hadith say the
So-
Quran will intercede
Again,
for
so
you?
so this is the thing. When you say Al-Quran was Siyam, these two will be shifa. They will be an intercession, right? So what does that mean? That it is that deed of reading the Quran. Do you understand what that means now?
Well, I understand what you're claiming.
Okay.
That's just not what
So
the
let's see
hadith
the.
says.
Let's see.
I searched for it. The first one that popped up, I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first. I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first. I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first. I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first one that popped up was in
Excellent.
Ibn Majah.
So in Tirmidhi, there is no such hadith that says the Quran will
There
be a
is-
pale man.
That's just the first one that popped up.
Okay,
when
so
I
can
did
we
search
look
for
at the Tirmidhi one first?
Okay, I'll find the
I just
Tirmidhi.
want to
But
see.
Notice the Ibn Majah version says the Quran will come on the day of resurrection like
Yes.
a pale man, and will say, "I am the one that kept you awake at night and made you thirsty during the day."
Excellent, excellent. So let's now go to. Hold on, take it easy, guy.
I'm just trying to. Oh, you're trying to see that.
No, take it easy. This is why.
You're not seriously going to go to Google Translate, are you?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I know you know
You're
Arabic.
funny.
I
You're
know
funny.
you know Arabic.
You don't have Arabic keyboard?
No.
Okay. I was just going to show you the takhrij. You know what takhrij is? Okay. The checking of the narration.
Okay.
This narration of Ibn Majah is a very weak narration.
They didn't grade it this week.
Can you show me their grading?
Yeah, it's in Hassan.
Let me see it. Go, just hit back.
It's in Arabic now.
You just ruined his phone. You can't see anything. in
Oh,
English
he'll
now.
see it. Where did it say Hassan? No, this is Darus Salam's grading, right? So this is not sunnah.com, just a website. Okay? So
Darus Salam.
Darus Salam is a
But-
publishing
yeah.
house, right? But that's not the grading
But they
of.
gave the rating according to Hadith scholars, right? They're not just making it up.
No. So we need to. I know this hadith, and that's why I was telling you, right? And I can show you the weakness in it if you like. Darus Salam is a publishing house, not a scholar itself, right? Their grading by itself is not a hujjah, it's not an evidence. You have to look at the evidence from the scholars of hadith. you understand what I'm saying? That's why I asked you, right? Now, if you like, and if you, how long are you in San Diego? Let me just finish. How long are you in San Diego?
We're leaving tonight.
Oh, nice. I was going to invite you to my house. I have Ibn Majah.
Man, I appreciate the fact
Look,
that you would have invited
you got
me.
dinner, you got tea, I got you. All right? And I would sit with you and explain to you from the Sharh of Ibn Majah why this hadith is da'if actually. Because I teach Aqidah and I taught the subject. Okay? In the authentic narration, and again, this is not in a Tirmidhi, by the way, anyway. Let me see the Tirmidhi riwayah you had, right? You said you had a Tirmidhi riwayah?
So I could.
So I have to search for it.
I'll wait for it. In the authentic narration, it does not mention the pale man. That's why I was trying to explain to you. Rather, the Quran and its shifa is from the one who stayed up at night. So the shifa is the Quran asking intercession from the deed of you staying up nights. Do you understand the understanding there, right?
Yeah, right there.
Now, when you look at Jesus calling out on the cross, according to the Bible that you believe in, right? Saying, oh my God, why have you forsaken me? That is not about a deed that you did. That is one entity calling out to another entities for help and asking, why have you forsaken me? Is that correct or wrong?
So that you know, I'm not saying I have any problem with that. I absolutely affirm that.
So you
the second
affirm.
person of the Trinity took on a human nature.
So he was
and
no
by
longer God.
No, he was both God and man, and by virtue of the Incarnation, was able to call out to the Father as God.
Okay, so I want to understand that.
I wasn't trying to like give an apology.
Okay, so I want to understand.
absolutely affirm that.
Okay, so let me understand what you affirm. You're saying Jesus came to earth and became a man.
Absolutely.
So was he that all-powerful, all-being, has no needs God at that time or not?
He was both God and man.
Again, that's like a square circle,
You
right?
can say that's like a
because
square circle.
because God has no needs, right?
As his divine nature. So think of it
Okay.
this way. I mean, it's not that hard, really.
It is hard because it's confusing. It's like a square circle.
You're asserting that it is. But
To me, it is.
There hasn't been a demonstration of that. What I'm getting at is as God. So as an example, you think man has a soul, man has
Yes.
a body,
Yes.
right? Your soul and your body are not the same thing. They're both you.
True.
We don't want to get into a whole tangent here.
I'm with you.
But
Keep
there are
going.
things that are true of you bodily that aren't true of you in terms of your soul or spirit,
Okay.
right? If your body dies, does your soul die?
No.
No. As Christians, we believe Christ is both God and man, just like man is body and soul.
Okay.
Right? Man has those two constituent elements.
Let me.
But
speak.
so all I'm saying is, although the attributes of Christ as God are such as he is omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, all of these things, his human attributes and qualities are most definitely character. He's in one place at one time. He gets hungry. He slept. He wept. He died.
Did he go to the bathroom?
He absolutely did.
God went to the
Yeah.
bathroom
God became flesh,
and went to the
dwelt
bathroom.
among us, and
Did he get diarrhea?
Secured self. He died on the cross. What more do you want?
That's
than
pretty.
that? What more do you want than that? Huh?
You are Muslim, aren't you? This is a
Died on the
secret,
cross.
right?
You're
He got
looking-
tortured. Yeah.
Absolutely.
God
His
got
beard plucked
tortured.
out,
God.
his beard plucked out. His
Ooh.
back was whipped.
Gotcha.
Huh? Yeah.
And he
gets
cried out
dismissed.
to who?
He cried out to his father.
But he didn't say Father. He said God.
But
He
his
said,
father
"My
is
God."
God. That's
But he is God.
yes.
That
He
doesn't
is-
make sense now.
Now
Again,
you're saying it doesn't make sense.
that doesn't
But
make sense.
We already talked
right?
about that
No,
earlier.
And it didn't make sense earlier.
No.
But let me.
Well, then it doesn't make sense to say Allah has sifat.
Of course it does.
No.
Allah's
You can't say
sifat
of
are a
course.
part of Him.
Christ
Allah's
is a part of the Father.
But
and
Allah's
his
sifat don't separate. Allah's sifat don't need to go to the bathroom.
The son, Allah's sifat.
Uh-huh.
Huh?
Go ahead.
You believe that the Quran is the
Again,
instantiation in some sense?
I just told you earlier.
No, I heard what you
no,
said.
no, you didn't.
I did.
No Muslim says that this right in your hand is a part of Allah.
Well, first of all, that's not even an Arabic.
Exactly. So for you to lift this up doesn't make any sense, right?
But you knew what I meant.
I do.
This represents that.
And I will tell you, as I told David, when you didn't listen, I guess, but I'll say it again. You guys want to be? All right,
no,
there
I'm
you go.
listening
All
to you,
right.
but I'm also finding what you wanted because I can get it
Excellent.
really quickly.
Okay, so now the issue gets to be the sifat of Allah are a part of Allah. Even if Allah reveals, you understand the difference between revealing and becoming separate, right? The sifat of Allah never have weaknesses. You can burn the written copy because that's not the Quran. The Quran is what is recited. It cannot be corrupted. Somebody can make a mistake in their reading, but their reading is not the sifat of Allah. Now Jesus saying my God
Jesus'
is
human nature is not part of his divine essence.
Okay, so that's
Christ-
that's the confusing part here, because you're saying that the soul is a part of me. Without the soul, I can't exist.
Right?
Right?
That you
So
are your soul.
you are.
your
Thank you.
soul.
So if you are your soul, and then Jesus is his soul, and you're saying that's God. So for God to be now saying my God makes that doesn't make sense.
No. But you misunderstood me.
Okay.
Christ has both a human soul and a human body, and his divine nature.
Oh,
Man is
so
both body and
Christ
soul.
is three things now.
No, well, this is classic Christianity.
This is excellent.
If you're just learning this,
I'm just learning it from you,
Okay, good.
because you're such a good explainer.
This is classic Chalcedonian. You've
Excellent.
heard of Chalcedon, right?
I have.
Chalcedon was a Christian creed, 451. The classic Chalcedonian statement is just like man is body and soul, God and man is one Christ.
Okay, let me just ask that. Let me just ask, because I want to understand that. Let me just okay. So Christ, according to you, he was human. He had a soul,
Real body and soul. Human.
and he was God. That's three things in Christ.
So he has all the attributes of humanity,
Okay.
body and soul, and he
Okay.
has a divine nature.
So that's what I just said, right?
So human nature and divine nature.
So he has a soul.
Absolutely.
When was his soul created?
So again, the soul of Christ,
Anthony.
it's human.
Okay, so
right?
when was his human soul created?
Christ became man when he became incarnate. In the
So
womb of
so
Mary.
the soul, it's a very simple question. It's okay. Abdurrahim. Nobody else got in. Go ahead.
Yeah.
When was his soul created? The soul of Christ.
I'm saying that the humanity of Christ, body and soul,
Yes.
starts at the point of conception, the virgin birth.
Okay. Can you give me any reference to the Bible about when the soul of Jesus was created, as you just gave that answer, but about the soul?
So the Bible teaches that man's soul is formed along with his body. It's formed within him.
Okay,
So
man's.
Psalm 139,
Okay.
among others, talks about the fact that God knits people together in their mother's womb. This is, from the Christian perspective, the time when man himself comes into existence.
So Jesus came into existence as a man.
His human,
Okay.
yeah, his
So,
human nature.
so Jesus' soul.
Zechariah 12:10 also makes, or 12:1.
Those are not about Jesus, right? Those are general.
Those are about
Human
you
beings.
asked about souls and bodies.
I asked you about Jesus' soul
right?
particularly.
So, just like you reasoned earlier,
Okay.
from the general to the particular,
I'm with you.
all I'm saying is,
So you're saying the general rules about humanity are why you're taking the fact in your mind
Because
that
in this
Jesus' soul came in. So Jesus had
Because-
no soul until he was in the womb of Mary.
he had no human soul until he was
Gotcha.
in the womb.
And when he came in the womb of Mary, his soul came into creation.
So yeah, his body and soul originate at that
Gotcha.
time.
And his body.
And
And
his
when he
body.
died, according to you on the cross, where did his soul go?
His body died, his soul remained united to his divine nature,
Okay.
and he ascended into heaven.
So before that time, there was no soul, but there was Jesus.
Before
and
what
then
time?
before Jesus was born,
Yeah,
he had no soul.
right.
So then God increased the soul of Jesus later. That's what you just said.
That's not at all what I said.
Okay, let me repeat it again.
That's not all what I said.
Let me say what I said, and then you can correct me. Anthony, we got this. Okay.
Just did, but
So
you
you
had the laugh track over here. It wasn't even what I said.
people laugh. It's okay. So
but it wasn't good.
now, when you said that Jesus had no soul before his human conception,
Mm-hmm.
right? So there was Jesus, part of God. There was God himself, and then the Holy Ghost. We're not even going to go there. Okay. Then Jesus came to the womb of Mary, and a soul was created. They didn't exist before. Then you're saying no? You're saying no? Or?
He's not saying anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were shaking your head. Okay, so then Jesus was born with a human soul and a human body and a godly nature, three components. Then he goes on a cross and he dies, and his body dies. His soul now, that was newly created, now becomes a part of God.
No.
No?
That's not
That's
even close to
exactly what you said. Well, okay, tell me what you said
exactly
then.
what I
Tell me
said.
what you said
And
then.
just like you said to me earlier, not putting words in your mouth.
I'm not. I
Now you
really.
accept from me, I didn't say anything like that. right?
I got it. You guys got it on video, but
Yeah,
go ahead.
We got it on video.
Good.
Yeah.
Tell me again.
What I told you, you
Okay.
said his soul increased, and I never said anything along those lines either.
Mm-hmm.
What I said is very clear, and this is just classic Christian theology.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Chalcedon is just solidifying what was always taught by Christians. At Chalcedon, it says that Christ took on a true human nature. Human nature is a body-soul entity. Right? Man is an ensouled being, an embodied soul. Okay? So when Christ takes on a human nature, he takes into union with himself a full human nature, body and soul. When the body dies, the soul doesn't cease to exist. And so when Christ died physically, his soul didn't cease to exist. Neither did it separate the union that had already been established at the Incarnation between Christ as a divine person and that human soul. They're still fundamentally united. The soul doesn't become a part of the Godhead, but it still remains a human soul.
Okay.
It never becomes a part of the divine nature.
So you have it on video, and so do we.
Yeah.
But I'm going to repeat this again. Okay, so there was no soul before Jesus was in the womb of Mary, right?
Right.
Okay. So Jesus came in the womb. God created a new soul
Yeah.
for Jesus.
Yeah. We don't
Became a part of
Maybe
Jesus.
we have a different conception of what the soul is.
It's okay. Let's just keep going. Soul, body,
Soul,
connected.
body.
Okay. He came out on earth. You're with me, Anthony?
Yes.
Okay. He goes to the cross. He gets killed, according to you.
Yep.
Now his soul and body separate. His soul that was not a part of the God union before, was not a part of Jesus before, where does that soul go?
It remains his soul.
And where does he go?
He goes back to the Father.
So the Father now has an increased soul. You said it, and you said it again, and now you're denying it.
Wait a minute.
All right, Anthony. Thank you.
Wait a minute. When you say you believe that Allah raised Jesus to himself, you believe that eventually someday you guys are all going to go to, somebody's going to Jannah, right? Somebody's going to heaven.
Every Muslim, Allah
You're
make
going
us.
to say they're added to Allah, like they're some part of his nature?
We do not believe.
Because I don't believe that either.
Let me respond. We do not believe we in Jannah are a part of Allah.
And neither do I.
But you said no. But you said Jesus is a part of God.
No.
We're talking about Jesus' soul.
I said.
You got God, bro. It's over. It's over. Thank you.
You've been asserting
It's
and
over,
begging the
man.
question the whole
Look,
time.
it's over. It's over. Thank
you've been
you.
asserting. Hold
Thank
on.
you.
Hold
It's
on.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you can get
Thank
Sam.
you.
We'll bring Sam in here in just a second. But we need to be clear here. I never said that Christ's soul becomes part of the deity. That was your claim. That was your claim. You're
I'm
laughing,
glad this is recorded.
right? Oh, I'm so glad because I'm going to show.
Okay,
this
so where does
man
that
in
soul go?
Simple English, or
Where does the soul
Christian
go?
theology. What does it have to do with where does the soul go?
Jesus' soul, where does it go?
Do you think if somebody's soul goes to heaven, it becomes part of God?
No.
Well, neither do I.
But you said Jesus' soul connected with him. It doesn't separate
I-
and goes back to being a part of God.
But listen.
Come on, you guys
I
gotta
did
see
not
this.
say that it
Come
goes back
on.
to being part of God. You said that. And then you had your laugh track, and then you turned and pandered to the camera.
Where does the
What
soul?
I
Where
told
does
you-
Jesus' soul go?
Okay, now let's be clear. Your assumption is if his soul goes up to heaven, then somehow it becomes
Where
part
does
of the deity.
Jesus' soul go?
Jesus' soul remains forever united to his divine nature.
Okay, and where does his divine nature? Is he back being a part of God?
What do you mean back to being part of God? He never
Wait,
ceased being part of God.
But he was human here, right?
As to his divine nature, he's always God.
Okay.
He never ceases to be God.
So then when he got a
When he
soul
takes on
attached to
himself
him,
a human nature, which includes
Yes.
a human soul,
right?
at his death he doesn't cease.
Okay, so that soul is now a part of this divine nature of
No,
Jesus, a part of.
it's-
Oh yeah, Allah.
That soul remains united in his person.
Yes.
It's his soul,
So
but
God-
it's not his divine nature.
So it's a part of him.
That's your disjunct.
Is it a part of God or not?
It is his. He has a
can't
divine
answer.
nature and a human nature.
Is that soul, because his human body is dead, so his human soul, is it a part of God or not?
It is not a part of his divine nature.
It's
That's
not a
what
part
I'm
of God
telling
or not?
you. It's not part of his divine nature.
So Jesus' soul is not a part of God.
It's not part of his divine nature. Do you
It's a very
understand the
simple
deep-
question.
It's a very simple answer.
Is it a part of God or yes or no?
It's a very simple answer. His soul is his human nature, not his divine nature. Jesus, that person, has two natures, divine and human. You keep wanting to conflate the two.
So-
Christian theology has always said that's not true. And
So
you're
when-
just learning for
when
the first
Jesus
time,
died-
after doing da'if for
not the
so
first time.
long,
It's not the
for the
first time.
first time, you're just
Listen,
now learning that's
listen.
not Christian theology.
Anthony.
We got it on film.
Anthony,
You said it.
Anthony.
You
This
said
is
it.
the first time, as I said, that the way you're explaining it, right? Because other Christians explain it differently. But let
Well,
me
I'm telling you
let me
Orthodox
tell you.
Chalcedonian
Okay, let me
Christology.
tell you this. The question you're not answering, that soul that got created, is that a part of God? Yes or no?
Not in the sense you're asking.
Okay, thank you. So
Right.
the soul of Jesus is not a part of God.
In the
Got
sense
it.
that you're asking, that
Thank
you're
you.
assuming it's part of his divine nature.
Okay,
I'm
so
telling
you're saying Jesus' soul His human body is dead, but his soul is not a part of God. Thank you. I got it.
Absolutely.
Okay, even after he died.
That's just classic Christianity.
Even after he died.
Welcome to Christianity
Okay.
101.
So Jesus' soul is in heaven?
Yes.
So Jesus will be God and his soul will be in heaven.
Why are you doing this?
Because
Just
God,
YMCA?
I mean, you hope you will be in heaven, right?
Yeah, and I'm not
But you're
going
not
to be God.
But your
On
soul
your
is
assumption,
separate,
if his
right?
soul's in heaven, then it's part of God.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I
you
never
did.
said that.
That's the
I
assumption.
never said
That's
that.
the assumption
I
of
did
your
not
argument.
make that assumption.
That is your assumption.
This is a flat
That is your
mistruth,
assumption.
I'll say it, right?
And if that's
That
not
is
your
not
assumption,
my.
then your argument doesn't follow.
Let me explain it to you again. Okay, let me explain my assumptions. Okay.
Okay.
Let me explain what I. You said Jesus did not have a soul before the
Prior to
womb
the
of Mary.
incarnation.
Let me speak now, right? Jesus comes to the womb of Mary. God creates a body for Jesus and a soul for Jesus. Now Jesus is a body, a soul, and a divine nature, according to you. Then he lives in life, and he lives with those three components. Now at the cross, according to you, his body dies, right? And his soul and his divine nature go back to being a part of God. So now,
Notice the conjunction, soul and divine nature.
that's
Go
what
ahead.
I said.
Okay.
Yeah,
Notice
go
the
back to
conjunction.
being a part of God.
No, I didn't say that. That's where you keep
Okay,
making the false
so
turn.
so where does the soul go?
But you're confusing location with ontology.
Okay.
You seem to think that Christ's location means some fundamental
so
change in his ontology.
Christ on
That's
earth,
just a complete category
Christ
mistake.
on earth
That's
was God walking
incredibly
around,
irrational.
right?
This whole time in this argument, you've been saying that you object to the incarnation because it's irrational, and now you're being as
It is.
irrational as possible.
I'm not.
You keep making a false turn that rests on the false assumption that if Jesus goes to the Father, then something about his ontology changes. That's just utterly fallacious.
Okay,
That's just utterly fallacious.
When
Even
Jesus
if you
was
show your
walking
teeth.
around on
Even
earth,
if you show your teeth,
when
like
Jesus
he's
was
not.
walking around,
Uh-huh.
was he God himself?
He was both God and man.
Okay, so as God, he was walking on earth
Absolutely.
in a human form
With a human body, absolutely.
and a human soul,
And a human soul.
and that changed
What changed?
when he died on the cross.
His body died and went to the
Excellent.
dust. His soul remained his soul, but
Okay.
never his divine nature. It's
so-
still not his part of his
So
divine
his
nature.
soul then,
Never becomes part of his
okay,
divine nature.
so his soul will never be part of God.
It'll never be a part of his divine nature. Christ is
Okay,
one
all right,
person.
I got you.
Yeah, he's-
Thank you,
He's
I get
a
it.
divine
Okay.
person. He has
I,
two natures.
I understand your answer.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't agree with it.
Well, okay, well, I didn't
But that's-
expect you to agree
that's
at this
my-
point.
okay,
But I'm
sure.
saying you understand what it is now. though.
David, do you have the same?
You understand at
Do you
this
agree
point,
that the soul of Christ is not a part of God?
it's not a part of his divine nature.
You believe that? David would.
That's basic Christianity. I mean,
I mean, many Christians here, preachers and pastors, have said the soul of Christ is a part of God, right?
Well-
but you're saying it's not. Okay, understand.
see, I don't know how
You're
they
saying
read
the
it.
soul of Christ was created, and when Christ died, his soul does not become God.
absolutely not.
Okay, his soul is in heaven.
So let me just say this then. I can't speak for other Christians,
Okay.
right? In this sense, the people you've
Got
talked to, right? I'm not going to say you're misrepresenting them. There are
You can talk to them.
possibilities, right? No. I'm saying they might be speaking less than precisely,
Okay.
or you might be misunderstanding them.
Okay.
I can tell you this, even with all the laugh tracks going on, I can tell you this: historic, classic Christianity, in terms of its official formal creeds and confessions, teaches exactly what I just told you.
Okay.
Right? The Chalcedonian Creed, which is historic Christianity in its affirmation of the natures of Christ, has always affirmed that Christ had a fully human nature,
Okay.
and those two natures forever are distinct. His human nature could never be his
Interesting.
divine nature.
So,
Never.
so the soul of Christ is not a part of God.
It's not a part of his divine essence, his
Okay.
nature, right? And this goes back to a fundamental distinction of Christianity that I think we agree on. And you would hold it as a Muslim, not as, I'm not saying you hold this, the creator-creature distinction. There's an absolute distinction
Yes.
between the two.
Yes.
And so as Christians, as Christians, we affirm that distinction, and we don't believe the Incarnation ever blurs that distinction.
But we believe Jesus was a creation. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Well, you believe he only was a human being.
He was a creation.
Yeah, and
But
we
you believe he was a creation and the creator.
We believe that he was the
That's not-
creator who took upon himself a human nature.
So again, that means you mixed the two.
which never become mixed. Again, if you read the Chalcedonian Creed, it says without admixture, without
Okay.
intermixing.
So
So classic Christianity
Gotcha.
has always said those two natures remain distinct. They're
Okay.
both natures of the divine word. They belong to the word, but they never become the other. His divine nature forever remains divine. His human nature forever remains human.
but his human nature started at the womb of Mary,
Yes, because it's human.
right? And his body died,
And his body
and his
died.
soul will live but never be a part of God.
It'll always be united in his one person. It'll never be his divine nature.
In the one person with the Father,
Yeah.
so soul then is now united with the Father.
The Son is always one with the Father.
Okay,
There's no change to the divine nature.
there is, because you just added a soul to it.
No.
See, it's united with it, right?
You don't even
Is the
understand.
soul united with Jesus forever or not?
It's hypostatically. It's not
Hypostatically,
ontologically.
wow.
They don't become fused. I mean, I think you're thinking in terms of.
That's what it sounds
there's
like,
some
right?
tangible substance called deity.
No, no,
and
no,
There's
no,
this
no.
other tangible stuff,
Right.
and they get glued or something.
Let me just
That's not
explain.
what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying.
this is when your idea of God, right? There are three components, right?
What do you mean by what components are you referring to here?
Father, the Son,
Okay.
and the Holy Ghost.
I wasn't sure if you were still talking about Christ, divine nature, human nature.
Well, that is Christ. It's one of the three, right?
Yeah, up here, yeah. But
Yeah,
I
up
didn't
here.
know what
Okay, I
three
got you.
components you're talking about here.
I get you. I know what you. I like to be clear. So what I'm talking about is God, in your understanding, has three distinct components that come together as one: the Father, no. Okay.
That would be like us saying you believe that Allah has these components, his face and his shin and so on, that come together as Allah.
It wouldn't, because it wouldn't. Let me explain why not.
No, but we
because
don't believe
Allah's yad, for example, doesn't detach and come walk around on earth.
But we don't think
Right?
Christ detached.
Okay,
That's just not what we do.
you do say that God took on human form.
Yeah. Human nature.
Okay, so
We also
when-
believe that God is everywhere, so there's no
It's
detachment.
not like
Okay.
when I say took on, that's metaphorical. I don't mean
if God is
somehow
everywhere,
his
then what's the
deity-
difference between you and Jesus? You're both God then.
No.
God is everywhere, so God's in you, right?
See, why do basic terms break down like that with you? You move
Because
from saying
you don't
God
make
is
sense.
everywhere to saying God is everything. Those are two different terms.
So that's the thing. Jesus was God, you're saying, not present at Jesus. So that's why you're trying to confuse the issue,
No.
because there's a distinction. You're saying,
I'm making the distinction. You're
okay,
not.
I am. Let
No,
me
you're
explain
not.
it. So when you say God is everywhere,
Yep.
you don't mean he's everywhere in the sense that Jesus was here.
Oh,
Right?
In the sense that Jesus as incarnate.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
So there is
incarnate
that's your breakdown.
in-
Okay, so let's
incarnate, there's a
take
distinction.
it back to that. So when Jesus was walking around, it is different from God just being everywhere according to you.
because there's a hypostatic. You know what the term
Thank you.
hypostatic
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
When you add,
There's
go
a
ahead.
hypostatic union. Hypostatic pertains to the
Excellent.
person.
So that
The
means
person of the Son is not a
Yes.
physical, tangible thing. He can be present without taking up any space. Right? We're
Excellent.
not saying he
But
occupies space.
but right now, this here, us walking around, according to you, God is everywhere in a
Upholding
sense.
everything.
Excellent, got you. But when Jesus is walking around, now this is different than just saying God is everywhere, because you're saying,
absolutely.
thank you. Okay, so when Jesus came to earth, not that he was already everywhere, like that, you can't just go on a loop,
He is always everywhere.
but there's a difference, right, of Jesus coming physically,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. He's incarnate in the womb. Now.
Yes or no?
That flesh doesn't come from heaven.
Thank you. But that connection
Yeah.
is
Starts
from
in the
heaven.
womb. Starts in the womb.
Excellent. So now, when Jesus, according to you, was walking around, he was God walking around, right?
God
In the human form.
and man. He is both God and man.
Got it.
walking Around. Yes.
Got it. So
person,
that is different.
That person.
Excellent. So that is different than right now when you could say God is everywhere, but he's not walking around as a person, right?
Yeah, but the fact that he's everywhere makes that sort of thing possible.
Okay.
Right.
But again, like you said, it is not the same as him just being everywhere regularly, right?
Of course not.
Okay, thank you. So when God,
Destroy the uniqueness of the incarnation.
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. When I was saying that, you were like, well, he's everywhere anyway.
No.
Like, well, then that doesn't make sense. So let's go back to that. He's in the womb, and now a soul is created that was not there before, right?
Yeah, well, I'm still trying to
Okay.
figure out why we're back here again.
Because
We established this.
you went in a loop. That's why.
No,
I'm
you
bringing-
went on a loop.
Okay, so let's go back. Okay, that soul gets connected now to God, the Jesus. right?
Jesus is
now,
a divine person with a divine nature.
Now has a soul connected to him.
Now this human nature is brought into union with his divine
Thank you.
through his one person.
Thank you.
It becomes the nature of that person.
Now the body will die,
yeah.
but now that soul will remain fused,
But
right?
I
That's
know
what you're
you
saying?
might use, though, but well, I'm saying it's still his nature.
Okay.
It's still his. That
Okay.
soul is his soul.
Okay. But it's not a part of God.
It's not a part of his divine nature.
Gotcha.
They're always
But something
distinct.
new got connected to God, right?
But what do you mean by connected? You're acting like these are Legos.
What do you mean? No. You're telling me they're like Legos, right?
No, I'm
God
telling you
came
they're
in, you
not.
plugged the human body, and you plugged the
telling you
soul,
they're not.
and then the human body
that's-
falls off, and the soul
And
connects,
that's
right?
why,
That's
why
what you're
shooting
saying.
randomly and hitting air.
All right. Well, it's nice talking to you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you. David, I wish we.
Now you want Sam?
I want Sam. Sam, look, let me explain this, right?
I don't mean like.
No, I don't want Sam, but yeah, it's like listen to me,
I mean,
listen to
like-
me. You guys are welcome anytime. We're not here to debate. We're here to give dawah. If somebody
Didn't you
wants,
invite Christian Prince to debate? You
sure.
said you're willing
Let
to
me,
meet everyone?
can I? Let me finish. Let me finish, and you'll get the answer. You're doing the Anthony thing now, right, David? You were doing so good so far, right?
Yeah,
So
David, wait a minute.
No, I just-
you were.
I
yeah.
gotta do the
I
David
thought you were
thing now.
inviting people to debate, so if
Let
you're saying
me
you weren't doing that, then I was
let me
just
explain
wanted to
it,
be clear.
and I've said it many times, right?
Come on, David,
Which,
let him talk.
thank you, David.
I mean,
Oh, Anthony, man, you get the first dub this time. All right. I still won't leave you hanging. All
even now.
right.
We
So
gotta even now.
we are du'at. We are giving dawah.
Yeah.
Right? If somebody wants to debate, they're more than welcome to come. Do you understand the difference now? Okay. So Christian princess, a prince, whatever. I'm sorry.
You got that in for the camera.
I've said that many a time.
I know.
I have to say, Mr. Prince, if you're afraid to show your face, I can get you a little niqab. What do you think about that idea? He could put like a little scarf on, and that way he won't show his face, and he can come in person like you guys.
So for the record, I have no idea why he doesn't want to be seen.
Princess, Prince,
he doesn't-
he doesn't know why you don't want to show your
No.
face.
No. Christian
You
Prince.
guys heard that? Christian Prince.
Prince.
Anthony saying, why aren't you showing your
Christian
face?
Prince is. Anthony is saying. I don't know Christian Prince.
I don't know him either.
I have no idea why he doesn't want to be.
Me neither.
But that doesn't mean he's afraid.
Well, I mean, there's some reason, right? And neither one of us know. So I'm
so-
offering.
So since neither
Could
one
be
of
his
us
job.
know,
You have a job, I'm sure,
Since
right?
neither one of us
What do you
know,
do?
just like you said earlier, you're not going to assert something.
You're a YouTuber. That's your job.
My main job.
Wait, that's your main job. You do this for money? Wow. What about you? What do you do?
I do a number of things. I am a pastor. I told you that at the start.
Cool.
I serve in prisons. That's
Oh,
what
nice.
I'm the regional
I used to do the
director
same thing,
in
man.
South
Nice.
Carolina for prisons.
Wow.
I was converted at 18 in prison.
Oh, wow.
So I've always had a love for prisoners, want to go in prisons. And I also,
Careful how you say that, but all right.
and then I also have a night job where I
Cool.
do a lot of online.
So Christian
not-
Christian Prince, we are together making an offer that if you would like to have a conversation like this and you don't want to show your face, I'm offering to bring you a niqab so you can cover your face, and we had a respectful nobody got hurt, nobody got beat up, nobody got fired, right? So we're making that offer to you.
Nobody got fired.
Nobody got fired. I mean, I work a regular job. I might
yet,
get fired,
not
right?
yet.
Not yet. Maybe I will. I'll take it for God. No problem. I'm not afraid.
With that said, assuming he has some, reason like, maybe his job doesn't want him out there showing himself or something like that, why wouldn't it be acceptable then to debate him online or something like that?
Excellent. So the thing that happens online that we see is that somebody has a mute button, right? And what happens is, as and again, I don't watch his channel, but what brothers have sent me clips and things, he just mutes them and talks over them. And that doesn't really benefit. Like, you see how we had a respectful conversation? We tried to keep it in person. And look, he doesn't have to fly here. If he wants to come somewhere, he can give me his address, no problem. I'll fly there. I'm not afraid of you coming here. He shouldn't be afraid of coming here either, right?
So let me
So
say this on
what
that.
I'm saying is, I prefer this kind of conversation where we can have a conversation, not just mute each other and yell over each other, and somebody controls a button and somebody throws references without being here, right? So this is why.
I like that. Let me say
Good.
this. Let
I'm
me
glad
say
you
this.
like it.
I think there are channels on both sides that do some of that.
Sure.
People can
I don't
into something.
I don't do Skype.
There are-
I don't do Zoom. I don't do those
There are
things, right?
channels where both sides have been respectable in
Sure.
the course of things.
Christian Prince has not,
Well,
and
I
you
don't-
know that.
No, I don't
Come
know
on.
anything.
Okay,
No,
we'll
no,
go-
no,
Watch the
listen,
show and then
no,
you'll
listen
figure
to
it
me.
out.
Listen to me. I haven't watched. I'm not. Like
You don't watch the show?
I'm not like a big. I don't watch all sorts of things.
Have you watched the show or not?
No, I mean, I've seen, like you, I can honestly say before God, I've probably seen about as much as you have, right?
And you haven't seen much.
And I haven't
You're not a
seen
big
much.
fan of Christian Prince, I guess. Then.
I'm not saying anything either way. I just,
You
don't-
haven't. Gotcha.
I'm not, I don't know who the, ruler is of Zamunda. Or,
Then you wouldn't be a big fan of the rule of Zamunda,
I
right?
don't- I know.
King Jaffe Jafar.
I'm just saying,
Alright.
I don't know.
So what I
I
will
just don't
say,
get around
I
much.
appreciate the civil conversation. Right? And again, we are du'at, we are giving da'wah towards the oneness of Allah. We believe Allah is one. He doesn't become two, he doesn't become three. His sifat, his self. Let me finish, bro. Come on, Anthony, we're doing so good. David, where are you at?
Good. This is our closing.
All right, our closing. So let me close.
Okay, you close.
I'll let you go first. You're the guest. Go ahead.
Yeah. Why don't you guys take two minutes each or something like
Excellent.
that?
Go ahead.
To close out. Does that work?
Oh, sure.
You want me? I'm gonna.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Anthony. I'll let you speak.
I'll say this. I think we've gotten our major points out there.
Excellent.
Yeah. We've gotten some perspective. I think we've had a pleasurable dialogue. I've enjoyed you. I've expressed some of the things that I like. I love the fact that Muslims are willing to engage. I hope that never changes, unless, of course, they become Christian. That's the ultimate goal from our perspective, just like yours is for us to become Muslim. I think that if we honestly go back and look through this, there's been a good bit of breakdown in terms of, but also clarification. But I think there's been breakdown in some of the understanding. Hopefully some clarification along the way on both sides.
Good.
And I do think that we've, for the most part, established that we, from our perspectives, have an aversion to the other perspective, but there hasn't so much been an argument presenting that case against or for or what have you. So, I'm not trying to make any new arguments here. I'm just summing up from my perspective. I think this was pleasurable.
Productive.
I think it was productive. As a human being, I've enjoyed you. Obviously we're on different sides of the, God.
At least we both believe in God.
Yeah, that's true. And neither one of us are minimizing the serious nature of our differences, right? When I say I appreciate all these things, I'm not saying, okay, you're okay. You're not saying I'm okay, right?
I think you're okay.
But in the sense of, ultimately, both of us think the others are seriously off and have a reckoning to give.
You were going so well.
Yeah,
Just
but
kidding.
you
Go
know
ahead,
that's
David.
true. Come
I'll
on.
say it too. Don't worry.
You know it's
Go ahead,
true.
David.
Oh, sort of final thoughts here.
Yeah.
I'll just give you my basic view. Muslims generally go right to Christian theology, and this doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. Whereas Islam is this, easy to understand oneness and so on. My view is that when you really get into Islamic theology, you're talking about the attributes of Allah and the Quran and the nature of the Quran and the eternality of the Quran and the spirit of Allah and all these things. It seems more confusing than people are generally letting on. And my general view is just because something is confusing doesn't mean you dismiss it. Just because if you study quantum mechanics, no one gets it. They just understand that's how things work. So for me, it comes down to something we didn't actually get to here. What's true? What has God revealed? And what has He shown that He has revealed to us? And because if God said to me that Islam is true, then I would say, okay, I don't get all this stuff, but He's God and I'm not.
Okay.
But similarly, if God reveals that Christianity is true, then just to me it just wouldn't matter if there were some aspect of Christian theology and I said, I really don't get that, or it doesn't make sense, or something like that.
Gotcha.
So, but I do think it's cool when we can have conversations like this. And Anthony, Sam, we're all similar in that we're willing to escalate under certain circumstances and so on.
Gotcha.
But I think it's better if we had nice conversations like this.
Good.
That's my view.
So
It's getting late.
no, wait. I gotta finish my thing. Sorry. Wait, man.
You're just gonna give a quick final thought.
2 minutes, yeah. All right. So
You think of a topic. I don't know.
all right. So first thing I would say, I want to appreciate you guys coming out. I want to appreciate your behavior, and I want to say that in the world that we live in, with atheism on the rise and all those kinds of things, I think Muslims, Christians, Jews have a lot in common. right? We do believe in God, at least. We do believe there is a creator, right? And that's something to focus on. I don't think this is really like a butting heads war type of a situation that some people want to make it, right? I don't think we should be insulting. I think we should be having a good conversation as we've had. I believe that there is one creator. That one creator is indivisible. He doesn't become two, he doesn't become three, he doesn't become four. He has one Zat. Zat of Allah is one. Sifat don't make it different. It is part of the same Zat of Allah. I believe that one creator, he sent Moses and Abraham and Muhammad and Jesus and all of these prophets as prophets. All of them had different miracles. Some were born without a father or mother. Some were born from the rib. Some were born without a father. Some split the ocean. Some split the moon. These are miracles sent to these prophets. And they all brought the same message. The message didn't switch up that, okay, right now you need to do good deeds and then later on just believe and somebody else will die for your sins. To me, that's not from the nature of God to be unjust to a bunch of people by making them accountable for their deeds, and then unjust to another people by then just believing in something and no matter deeds they go to heaven. To me, that's not my belief. My belief is that there is one Allah, one creator. He revealed the Quran. He is the one that sent the prophets, and those prophets preached the same message. Believe in one creator. Don't worship idols, no statues, no symbols of statues, all those kinds of things, and follow the prophet of your time. I believe this is the time of the prophethood of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and I invite all of you to believe in the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and follow that guidance, and this is what I believe leads to heaven. Again, appreciate the time, appreciate the conversation, and you can bring Sam if you like.
Sam, we gotta break our fast. Come on.
Let me stop this real quick just to start it up again so the files not too.
Sam!
Sir! Come on.
Four minutes.
Take a seat if we use one.
No, I'm good. Yeah, we have to. Not an option. So, 10 minutes, lock it up. Sam.
I was waiting for these guys to.
All right, how you doing? You mind it? Should I call you Hassan? Oh, give me a hug.
No, people think I get offended when they call me Hassan. I don't.
What do you want me to call you? I don't want to call you anything
Whatever,
offensive.
Hassan,
What do you like? Sam, pick.
Pick what? I don't know what.
Pick a name that you like.
Hassan.
Hassan. How are you, Hassan? Where are you from?
I like this one, Jaman Baru.
You like it? Good.
Ashuri Chaldean.
Okay, you're Chaldean.
Ashuri Chaldean.
Ashuri
Don't
Chaldean.
speak Arabic.
Okay.
But I'm
Speak
from
Chaldean?
born in Kuwait. Yes, I speak
Nice.
it. Born in Kuwait.
You got a big community in San Diego.
Yes, you do. My cousins are there too.
Nice.
So don't tell them you might. I'm just kidding. 1974 came to Chicago, so I didn't learn Arabic. I learned Assyrian.
Gotcha.
Just want to be clear because some people think I speak Arabic.
I speak Arabic.
Yeah, I know you learn. But I keep telling them I don't speak English. I'm lying.
I believe you. You don't speak
I
Arabic.
don't speak it.
All right.
But yeah, I don't know what you guys were talking about.
We had a big conversation. We got like a few minutes before we have to go break our fast.
God willing,
Yes.
I'll come back. We'll have
Anytime.
Yes.
I'll tell you what.
I'm in Arizona,
Sam.
but I come up here like
Assume.
once a month.
Tell you what. I'm inviting you in front of everybody here to break fast with me. Come to my house, eat food with me, drink tea. I have a library. We can sit down.
Because
So,
he's my right.
what time?
We go to Arizona. I'm in Arizona.
What time are you leaving?
There's no specific time we need to leave, so if you want us to come over, we'll come over. How late would it be?
Probably on 7 o'clock. We'll start dinner.
Whatever you want.
Then
He's
we'll
my
be-
right. But I come up once a month. I promise you. Now that we understand each other, I will come up with.
Okay. Let me give you my number.
Yes, and here.
And if you want, then today, if you guys are heading out, because it's gonna get. If we sit, we're gonna sit at least till 10 p.m. midnight. So you guys better be ready. All right.
224?
No. Let's turn the cameras out. And I don't want people. I don't want people. Me or you getting messages. Here. There you go. Just type it in. All right.
Here, lock it in.
All right.
Don't send it to him. And yes, and so he's my right. But I will be coming more often. I'll see you guys.
All right. Cool.
Because I come up here once a month. I see people.
Once a
San
month.
Diego, I have
Man, you've been
cousins,
coming
and
this
I
often. Never came and said hello, man.
I met you the wrong way.
Oh, we gotta meet you the right way.
That's why I come in.
Give me a hug. All right.
We'll talk more. I hope.
We will.
Now, you guys do have time for a quick conversation, so what's a good time?
He said a few minutes he wants to break.
Yeah, I have to leave. So we leave at 5. So
So go ahead, guys. It's okay. We'll come.
come back. All right.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
David, what's up?
How you doing, man?
How you doing, man? Where are your buddies today?
Which one?
The two that came.
Lazy bums. Can't get them out. See,
I feel you.
I actually like to travel, so I like.
Nice.
I like jumping up. I'll even tell you the situation here.
All right.
So I took some of your tracks last time.
Nice.
I don't even see them except for that.
Cool.
So I took some of your tracks last time.
Nice.
I read 4 or 5 of them.
Nice. So you ready for the
I was
Shahada?
about to make, not quite, but you never know what might happen.
You never know. Right?
But I was about to start making a video.
Right.
A video response, like, hey, I think this is really, really wrong.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start making a video response.
Right.
And I'm like, what the heck? There's a sheikh on call. I can go run it
Come
by
on
the
down.
sheikh.
There you go.
If he can get, if he responds to it, then
Yeah,
maybe,
why not?
I don't want to make an idiot out of myself.
There you go.
But if you can't respond to it, then, then
Maybe
I know
somebody
God.
else can. Yeah.
So anyway, and so I read through 4 tracks.
Nice.
I think one of them I only have like 1 question, and a couple of them I have like 3 or 4
Okay, cool.
questions slash some of them are like objections.
Comments, objections.
So I figure I'd just run them
So
by
just
here.
to clarify before we get into your new objections, so the Hadith in Tirmidhi was not there, right?
I don't know, was it?
It was not, right? Because the Hadith about the pale man, Rajul Shahib.
I don't know. Just so you know,
Okay.
I've not followed the first one that popped up. I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first. I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first. I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first. I know it's in Tirmidhi, but the first one that popped up
Excellent.
was in Ibn Majah.
So in Tirmidhi, there is no such Hadith that says the Quran will be a pale man.
That's just the first one that popped up.
Okay, so can we look at the Tirmidhi one first?
Any of the discussion
Oh, what?
since the next day?
I feel a little
when
disappointed there.
I was there for the video that
That's good.
we posted. I saw
Okay.
that, but I did not see anything apart from that.
Right.
And I saw about an hour or 2 while I was in the airport. I saw comments on that. And then when I was live with the Apostate Prophet, I saw some comments from
Gotcha.
some guys who clearly like you. But
Oh,
that is
that's
the
good.
extent of what I've
Gotcha.
followed here.
I appreciate whoever likes me and commented. But anyway, so
You got fans?
I don't really expect fans, but if we have them, alhamdulillah. If not, it's still all good, man. So I just want to make a couple of clarifications as well. So I think when you guys walked up last time, people thought I was being disingenuous when I said I didn't recognize you guys.
We did.
Oh, really? But
Because you're calling us by
Sure.
names and nicknames.
Sure.
and stuff like
So
that,
let
it
me be
seems
clear about that, right? You good? You recording?
I don't know. This thing doesn't seem like it's wide enough. Need a wide angle lens on this thing.
All right. I'll wait for you.
We're recording. We can send it to you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. We posted the whole
I think you
thing.
got a way better camera than me too. So.
No, I don't know, man. You guys got a few good cameras. You guys have the.
Oh wait, this might.
Anyway.
I haven't been out in a while. You know what I mean? I used to go out a lot.
Really?
I got my travel gear.
I'm glad I got you back out.
I just want to make sure you're in the shot.
Priorities.
All right.
You good now?
All right. So you want to break down?
Got you.
We're going to be able to get into some stuff, right?
Sure, of course.
tracks? Okay.
You were here last time for what,
Break it
2.5
down.
hours?
Now,
All right.
as far as the video that our guys posted,
Yeah.
it was, so the argument was, we brought up a hadith.
So hold on. So about first thing, just to be clear, because I think we should always be on honest footing, right? I never saw any of your videos before, right? And this is not offense to you.
That's why you're still a Muslim. You've seen my stuff, you'd be
I'd be a stronger Muslim. Don't worry about it. All
Possibly
right, so-
atheists. Some of them become atheists because
Really?
they don't believe in any religion afterwards.
Gotcha. So I'd never seen any of your videos. I had seen a picture of you that some brother had sent me in a little dress or something, and
yeah.
people had said there's a guy named David and they call him Hammer Time Wood, but I'd never actually watched. And if you had run into me at a grocery store, I would not have recognized you. All right. It's no offense to you. I just want to be clear because that's just not the things I watch. Like I do a lot of reading and stuff. I'm not a big YouTube watcher, right? Secondly,
That's me too. Except for the guys that I've had some interactions with or something like that. Like I saw one video of yours that was the challenge to Christian.
good. So you had seen my video. I had never seen your video. That's why. So I don't want you to think that I was being dishonest with you.
Okay, well, that's cool.
People had told me about your name. They had told you about calling you Hammer Time or whatever. I didn't know who you were, but I'd heard of your name. Okay, we clear on that?
Yeah.
All right, good. Secondly, Anthony that you brought with you didn't come today, I guess, but I had never heard of him in my life. I hadn't.
Most guys can't come out frequently.
But you can, so
yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, I'll come
So,
out every time I'm.
every time you can.
Every time I feel like traveling, yeah. Or every time I'm in anywhere
So
in the area.
Anthony I had never heard of in my life. Never heard his name, never watched a single video of his, so definitely not. Sam, I had heard his name. Somebody had sent me a video once when he was like acting real crazy, but again, I wouldn't recognize him. I didn't know him.
Sounds like Sam.
Sounds like Sam, acting all crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he uses pretty foul language. You as a Christian, do you guys approve that?
Well, no,
we talked
because-
about like people's mothers
No,
being.
see, I'm like Sam in that
Okay, use foul language too?
we both have legitimate mental health issues, right? You know what I'm saying?
Can you say that again?
We both have legitimate mental health issues, right?
Got it. Okay.
So this isn't an attack.
Right.
It's I mean,
Clarification. I appreciate
let me give
that.
you an example. I have 5 sons. 2 of my sons have a disability, right?
Got it.
If one of those sons acts out, I don't hold him to the same. I don't jump all over him the way I would, one of my other
got
sons
you.
if he does something. So with someone like Sam,
Right.
and if you're around him, look, Sam in certain ways is basically in every way in his nature and character, he's like extreme, right?
Okay.
So in the ways he's awesome, like the way his brain works, the way he's able to process information. I've never seen anyone like him.
Gotcha.
Extremely generous. The dude will give you anything. If he
nice.
could have $1, he will give you that $1.
That's nice.
So awesome like that, but
I'm just.
he's
So,
really aggressive by nature.
I just want to be clear, but you are saying Sam has mental health issues,
I'm saying.
and yourself. I mean,
Yeah,
that's what you. Okay,
we do.
Cool.
Sam,
All right.
Sam will tell you that.
All right, cool.
He calls us misfits, right?
Gotcha.
And we kind of look at it. So we kind of look at it as, hey, God can take really messed up dudes with messed up backgrounds who grew up in extremely messed up, violent
Right.
environments and so on. Like
Gotcha.
Anthony. Anthony's an ex-con.
Yeah.
And so
I was a gangster too.
So,
No problem with that.
we all got issues and stuff. We all try to do the
I'm just.
best, but
To me, as a Muslim, and I gotta finish that hadith thing too, and then we got a lot of stuff, but I just want to get this clear. Me as a Muslim, I try not to use abusive language or.
But you start by calling a hammer time.
Sure,
calling
is
by his
that
first
is that
name.
abusive?
No,
I mean,
I
is that
think-
like a
I think
cuss
it's
word?
fun. I think-
All right. And again, that's what people
I think people
Cool.
are too.
Right. But I would never call your mother a
I think
whore,
people are too
right?
sensitive and stuff.
But I would never call your mother a whore. I think that's not Jesus-like. I don't think that's Muhammad-like. Peace be upon them. I don't think that's the way of the prophets, right? Do you agree with me? Or you think calling somebody's mother a whore is good Christian behavior for preaching?
It would depend on the situation.
So there are situations you would call people's mothers whores.
Not me, but there are situations.
Come
where
on,
it
Dave.
could be
Come
a
on,
situation.
Dave. You're on camera with your own people. You got to be honest, bro. You know that's not Christian behavior.
What
You
if
know that's
someone's
not.
mother's a whore?
What if they're not? And you call them that, like he does on his.
No, I have a problem with that.
What he
It's
talks
just
about peeing in people's mouths and all that kind of stuff that Sam does. Because I never watched this stuff before,
I get it.
but after his
I'm
conversation,
I'm not a fan of that stuff.
You condemn
And
that?
Just
You condemn it?
Just so you know, you can ask Sam.
I will.
We talked to him behind the scenes.
And you tell him
He
that that's wrong.
understands he has issues. He understands he has issues. It's kind of a when he's in the heat of the moment. It's just
Sitting in his living room on a live stream.
Yeah, and it seems like it seems like when he's around a lot of his good Christian friends for a long time, he's more mellow. He's more
Maybe you
laid
guys
back.
should hang out with him more then, because I haven't seen him be mellow.
Yeah.
And I don't watch
I'm
his
telling
stuff
you,
again.
Sam is a. It seems like at his core,
nut?
he's a real awesome dude
Okay, I thought you-
with some bad habits.
Okay.
That's how I am.
Gotcha.
Well, except I'm kind of the reverse. I'm like born a bad
Guy.
messed up dude.
But you're trying to be good.
But I'm trying to. Yeah,
That's
I'm
good,
trying-
man. At least you're trying.
Yeah.
But you do condemn that kind of behavior, right? I just want to be clear.
If it's clearly uncalled for, like someone raises an objection, I think in Sam's mind, I'll give you an example. It's similar to Muhammad hijab, right?
Sure.
When people were making
I don't
fun,
think he's ever called anybody's mother a whore that I know of.
I'll tell you where the parallel is, right? Muhammad hijab, because we criticize Muhammad, we criticize the
Sure.
Quran and so on. And for a while, he started telling us to do perverted sex acts on each other. He's saying, hey, why don't you get down and give each other golden showers and things like that. Then he starts posting pictures of our wives and using these veiled threats of rape and torture and so on. And if you asked him about it, it's they're attacking my religion, and therefore to get back at them, I can respond in this way. And sometimes the only way that people will understand is if you just dial it up to 10, go after what's most precious and important to them, and then they're going to back, and then they're going to realize not to come at you like that. So I think Sam has a similar mindset in that, hey, you're sitting here mocking the Trinity, you're mocking the Lord Jesus Christ. Fine, I'm going to do whatever I think is the biggest insult to you.
But don't you think that's wrong?
I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong for Muhammad Hijab. I think it's wrong for Sam.
I can't speak
there's nothing else I can say.
So I can't speak for Muhammad Hijab because I've never seen him do that. To be honest with you, I mean, I know him just high and by kind of a thing, but I haven't watched a lot of his stuff either. I heard he had a debate with you. I'm sure that was someday when I get some time, I'll watch it. But again, since Sam was here with you, Muhammad Hijab not here, right? So I can't talk about him. But when Sam was here with you, I didn't know, but brothers sent me his videos afterwards, and they were pretty disgusting. Like the stuff he said, when he was here, he was very civil. And I mean, look, if I call you hammer time to your face, behind your back, I'll call it to your face. I call Sam Hashimu behind his back, I'll call it to his face. I'll call Christian princess in front of him or behind him, or Anthony a crook because you said that's what they called him. But what I say behind your back is what I say in front of you, right? But Sam in front of us was very polite, but then his videos were very disgusting, and you know that, right? I mean, he goes to the deep end. I don't think Jesus would act like that. What do you think?
Well, I mean,
How you guys doing?
It's the same thing with someone like Muhammad Hijab.
But see, again, like you're throwing it on Muhammad Hijab, right?
I'm saying it's a parallel mindset. And if you accept the mindset, hey, you're attacking my religion, therefore anything goes.
But do you think Jesus would support that mindset?
I've said it like 4 or 5 times.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't get it.
I don't agree with when Hijab does it. And what's amazing is I think with both Hijab and Sam, they don't need to do it.
No, I agree. I would agree with you.
It doesn't add anything to them. It only kind of takes away.
Gotcha.
So that's
I mean,
with that, I love Sam, and I would love to see him.
Sorry?
I would love to see him just go full force because.
Do you think Jesus would approve of somebody speaking like that about people's moms and peeing in their mouths and things?
I don't know how many different ways I can say it.
I just wanted the Jesus question.
I don't, because I don't believe, hey, someone insulted you, therefore you can dial it up to 10. I don't believe it's appropriate.
Okay.
If you do believe that's appropriate, then you're going to come to different conclusions. And people, I think it's a personality type that different groups all have.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So let's leave that aside. I just wanted to be clear. So you do understand about my not recognizing you, not me being disingenuous, right? Are we clear on that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, so the hadith you guys mentioned last time was about Rajul al-Shahid, right? And you said it was in Tirmidhi, it's on video, yours, mine, right? And Anthony said it was in a Tirmidhi. And on their drive back, they made a video, which again, that was pretty interesting that, but in that they again repeated it was in a Tirmidhi. But that hadith is not in a Tirmidhi, right?
Okay. Well, if so, then that's a mistake. We don't care about.
There you go. I just want to be clear because I want us to make progress.
We don't care Tirmidhi versus Ibn Majah or anything. Right. We understand that that Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim we would prefer quoting those and stuff.
Excellent.
But there
are Sahih hadith in other books as well. We're with you.
There must be something along the similar lines in Tirmidhi, because we know on this issue it's one of the ones. So it's got to be something with intercession, with the Quran interceding.
Yes, no doubt. And I mentioned that in our original debate.
The birds. Right? There's one where the chapters of the Quran appear as flocks of birds. There's basically a handful of hadiths that we go to.
Sure. So let me make an offer here, and this is a friendly offer. This is not a debate video offer, right? If you're ever not clear about a hadith, reach out to me.
That's what I'm doing here.
No, I mean off camera, where you really want to just learn. You don't want to just make stuff for your channel, right? Yeah. So where I can explain to you how the authenticity of a hadith work, right? I have a master's degree in hadith, so I'm just saying this is not like an insult or anything. This is really a friendly offer to help you, because I'm sure you want to base your arguments on the truth, not just on trying to make points, right?
Just it's basically I haven't been dealing with Islam much in a while.
Gotcha.
I've shifted what I've been doing during my day. And what's cool is I don't get a lot of the same hostility heaped upon me, and so it made me like a calmer, nicer dude over the past few months.
I like that.
now that I'm getting kind of back into it, I know I'm gonna it's gonna
Really?
dial it up.
Why?
I'm gonna try and be as calm as
Have I
possible.
been hostile with you?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your fans.
All right, well,
Your fans,
I'm
right?
going to say this to all my fans.
Not these guys. These guys are
I'm
all
talking
nice.
about on video.
Yeah.
I'm making a comment for those watching. All right?
Uh-huh.
We don't want to be hostile. We want to be friendly. We want to call David towards Islam and make dua that Allah guides him towards Islam. And we want to have a civil discussion. We don't want to talk about anybody's mothers or, any of those kinds of things that David has already condemned Sam for doing and others. We want to have a civil conversation. All right?
Yeah,
so the hadith is not in a Tirmidhi. The hadith in a Tirmidhi mentions the Quran will intercede, but nothing about a rajul shahib. So we just want to be clear.
That's kind of irrelevant because I mean we understand like if you correct me on something like that, then it's just okay.
It is-
I know we go to Trinity.
Well, it's relevant because even after that conversation, at least you and I haven't seen your responses, but at least your friends were continuing to say it's in the Tirmidhi when that's a lie because that's not in Tirmidhi.
Again, that's not
right?
a lie. We're in a car. We don't have
Oh, okay, so that's what I'm saying. When you leave here,
neither one of those guys is going to lie in a way that they could be exposed, right?
Well, they were because we had it on video.
No, a lie has got to be with intent, right?
Okay, so when
if not, it's a mistake.
So when they left here,
I think Anthony's probably thinking of the same hadiths we're thinking of. There are basically 4 or 5 hadiths we go to, and like 2 or 3 of them are in Tirmidhi. So I think it's that. He's got to be going with somewhere else because he said he never read the one in Ibn Majah.
Ibn Majah, exactly, and that's so funny because that's only in Ibn Majah, and there is a Riwayah in Tabrani as well.
We
Right.
read that a lot. So
Right.
so the concern that they were addressing in the car was. We quoted a hadith.
Yes.
You said it's weak.
Yes.
I pointed out, look here.
Yes.
It's not. It's good.
Yes.
You said no. That's just the publisher.
Exactly, Darussalam.
Publisher.
Yes.
And then when we get in the car, we tell Sam, hey, that's just the publisher.
Right.
And then Sam pulls up
Islam QA.
Right. And it says that Al-Albani. So if
Right.
we're wrong about that,
Sure.
then Islam Q&A is wrong.
Sure.
That's what
let
we're saying.
me explain it to you now, okay? Because look, again, the point is that we want to discuss things in a productive manner, right? We're not just taking shots at each other, right? So when you go to sunnah.com or Darussalam, these are publishing houses, these are websites, right? As academics, we don't just take that because where did the grading of Hassan come from? Islam QA, they misquoted the article. Another brother already made a video showing the full article. And Islam Q is again a website. These are not academic works, these are quoting, right? The Hassan grading is with a supporting evidence that doesn't mention Rajul Ashahib, the pale man issue, right? The intercession of the Quran, I mentioned the hadith in our original debate, that no doubt. And I explained that as Imam Ahmad, one of the earlier Imam, you know who Imam Ahmad is, right? You know, right?
Yeah, he quotes that, right?
Imam Ahmad.
Doesn't he?
No, he doesn't. Imam Ahmad, and I put this on the. I had the brothers put this on the screen of the video. He says.
Don't they quote it? Didn't Islam Q&A quote it?
Okay, so let me. Imam Ahmad said about the shifa of the Quran that thawabuhu. This is in Arabic. He said the reward of reading the Quran. Ibn Taymiyyah and Majmu' al-Fatawa. If you want the references on the video, the brothers put it on the screen. It is the reward of reading the Quran that will intercede, not the Quran itself. Okay?
So a reward can become a person?
No, a reward will become an intercession. Let me explain how. Siyam, fasting. So in another hadith which mentions Quran was Siyam. You've read it, right? Yeah. Good. So Siyam is an action. What will it do? That good deed will intercede for you. What does it mean intercede? It doesn't mean that it's going to supplicate. There's a difference that you guys probably should know, right? When Jesus, for example, the cross, he's supplicating. He's not interceding, right? Intercession is that somebody's trying to get you out of a hard spot, right? So the good deed of fasting will be a means of forgiveness. Thawab means the reward. Okay? So the Quran, it's not the Quran becomes a person, it's the reward of you reciting the Quran, staying up at night, you know the hadith, the whole hadith, right? That reward will become a means of your sins being forgiven and you entering Jannah.
And
the riwayah
speaks, right?
So this is so that's what I'm trying to explain to you, right? The shifa is not literal speaking. Shifa means to intercede. Do you understand what that means? Okay. So that means that the Quran keeping you up at night, keeping you awake, reading it, praying, that reward becomes an intercession. That's it. No Muslim scholar felt the Quran will become a person.
Well, they obviously do. If they're,
They do not. So can you name one?
I mean, in Ibn Majah it says.
Okay, so again,
Quran.
so let's go back to that.
And-
Okay,
and-
so let's
fine,
go back.
I mean, I know you're going to say it's the reward, but
I'm
so,
gonna let you
so
finish.
are you saying the same thing about, you know, when chapters of the Quran appear as flocks of birds? Is this your reward?
I will
for
let you
reciting
finish.
them?
Sure. You want me to explain it now?
Yeah, but I do want to get to these. So
Okay, so you want me to explain it first then, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. So, first thing is, when you mention the Rawan Ibn Majah, as I mentioned, if you take that chain by itself, and in my video I explained that chain is weak. You understand what I'm saying?
the one with
That-
the pale man.
The pale man, right?
What about the one with the birds? Is that also weak?
We'll have to look at that chain, okay? But let me explain first. Those scholars that found the other riwayat, the other narrations, those that some of them don't mention the pale man, they strengthened the hadith, meaning the fact that the Quran will be an intercession, and those same scholars that you're depending on explained that to mean it is the reward. Okay? There is another hadith that mentions sadaqah. Sadaqah, charity, will be a shade for you on the day of judgment. Okay? Now, when you give charity, let's say you, David, give $1 in charity, it does not mean that dollar will become like a canopy. The scholars didn't explain it that way. Rather, they understood it and explained it with the Arabic language to mean that on that day of judgment, when the sun's on your head and all those things are going on, Allah will shade you because of the reward of what? Charity. Charity.
Do you want me to say charity?
Yeah, charity. They're trying to.
I'm
We're trying to.
listening.
All
Yeah,
right, cool,
I'm
cool.
listening, yeah.
So because of the reward of the charity. Okay. Do you understand?
Okay.
So same is true for the verses from the Quran that will be interceding. Is that the reward of you memorizing those surah and learning them and practicing them? That reward will be what will be benefiting you. Now, what I'm putting out there is go back to the Salaf. You know the Salaf, the earliest generations, like Imam Ahmad, and I quoted this already, and see their explanations of these ahadith, because Arabic is a very deep language, as you, I'm sure, are aware of, right? There is what we call majaz. You know majaz? No. All right, well, I'm here to help, bro. Majaz is when you have a way of saying something that is a linguistic style.
Okay.
Right? And here you have zahir, like the apparent meaning, you have majaz, and it's used in the Quran, in ahadith. So that's why we always go back to those earlier scholars and see, okay, first thing, how is the authenticity of each hadith? And those hadith that are authentic, how does the Arabic language use them? Because you're sitting here Googling them in an English language websites, not looking at the original books or the original explanation of
No,
the
I'm
word.
looking at them. I have all the Sahih Sitta, so
Nice.
so I see a passage somewhere and I look it up to see what it
Excellent,
says.
excellent. So, you have them in Arabic or in English?
It's parallel Arabic and English.
Okay, gotcha.
This is the Darul Salam edition.
Darul Salam edition. So, also your friend Sam said Darul Salam always goes with Sheikh Albani's grading. That is not true. Sheikh Zubair Ali Zayd is one of my teachers. He's one of the Muhakkik in Abu Dawud.
Yeah, I read
They
the.
went.
I read when I looked it up. When I got home, I looked it up.
Good,
and,
you looked
and
it
saw,
up.
saw who he is. He's one of the founders of.
Who? Sheikh Albani?
No. Yeah, the guy. who
Zubair
did
Ali Zayd?
Majah. Yeah, he's. I forget. I read it.
Zubair Ali Zayd was one of my teachers, personally. Like I studied
He
with him.
died a few years ago, right?
Yeah, he had a
okay.
brain hemorrhage. Yeah.
All right.
Cool. He has a really good book on mudallisin, in case you know what a mudallis is? No. All right. So when you judge hadith, one of the things is called tadlis. Okay? Tadlis is when you want to learn or later? We'll do it later, I think.
Yeah,
All
later.
right. So go ahead. Let's start with your objection.
Wait, so your teacher's the one who gave it the grade of good?
No, you're talking about Ibn Majah's grading based on Darul Salam's publication. My teacher, Sheikh Zubair Ali Zayd, did a takhrij on Abu Dawud for them.
No, the guy who did the
I don't know who did
grading
Ibn Majah.
for Ibn Majah.
I don't know who did Darul Salam.
Wait, we can look it up.
Let me again just make this very clear, because I think I myself grade hadith. I do takhrij work. Okay, I have a master's in it. I look at the sanad, the chain, and we look at each narrator. Okay, we don't just Google it. We look at the narrator, what was said about him, right? And if you like, maybe in a video, I will take that hadith in Ibn Majah, go through each narrator, and explain to you the weakness. Okay. Now, if somebody else strengthens it, then they have to give evidence of why they strengthened it. And if the
Or
strength,
if they disagree with your concerns about a person, right?
it wouldn't, so again, it wouldn't be my concerns, right? Because I don't know them. You would go back to ilm al-rijal. those early scholars of hadith that met the people, or those that met them and wrote about their biographies. You understand now? Right? So nobody today can go and change the gradings on their own. Okay? You have to go back to the original. Let me just explain this to you, because in the future it will help you. What's your name? Mask guy? You can give me a fake name if you're scared to give your real name. Don't worry about it. What? Josh. All right, Josh. Dave's looking at you like, that's not your name. That's
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right. What's your name? What's your name? John. Okay. So Josh asked John. John heard David say something. Okay? David would. Right? So who heard you? Josh. John, right? And who heard him? Josh, right? So unlike the Bible, where you have the original disciples and then you have manuscripts that are Greek, Koine Greek later, right? You have a break between them. They're based off the writings, right? Are we good?
Depending on what you mean, but kind of irrelevant to the...
Yeah, but I'm explaining the chain of narrators, right? So you do have writings of authors that we don't know their names of, and then later you have Greek manuscripts that are 40, 70, 100, 400 years later, right? So in hadith, we look at that chain, right? So now, is Josh a reliable narrator or not? I today, or you today, or Sheikh Albani, or Sheikh Ahmed Shakir, Sheikh Barnoud, cannot go and change that, because we don't know him. But those early scholars of hadith like Yahya ibn Ma'in, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, those Ibn Khuzaymah, Tirmidhi, Imam Bukhari, those scholars that met him or met the people that met him, went to his area, found out about him, documented his life. Okay? So they will talk about whether he's strong or weak in hadith.
Yeah, but there has to be disagreements, because even when I'm reading a hadith, it'll say so-and-so graded it this way, so-and-so graded it that way, so-and-so graded it this way.
But the difference is, when you have a difference in grading, you have to provide your evidence of what is the jarh.
So I'm saying there has to be room for disagreement, because they clearly disagree.
But if you want to know, in the end, it becomes evident. How? You say who criticized him and for what? And who strengthened him, ta'deel, and for what? And does the ta'deel reply to the criticism or not? Okay? So if there is a disagreement, it's not based on people's opinions, it's on evidences. If you say he's weak, how do you know him to be weak? And if he says he's strong, how does he know? And if you want to spend the time and effort, then you can figure out what is the correct ruling. Okay? The hadith in Ibn Majah by itself, not looking at supporting evidences, across the board, ulama graded it to be weak. Okay? Sheikh Albani, in the book that I showed in the video, the Da'if Ibn Majah by itself weakened it, right? But there are supporting evidences, but the key issue is the supporting evidence.
They don't have the pale man.
There you go, David, you're getting on board. Ready for Shahada now or later?
No, I have to say,
all right.
When I see the different gradings, then I'm like, okay, the only way for me to make a decision would be for me to understand everything that's going on here.
Excellent,
So
excellent.
That's my position.
Well, I'm here to help.
If basically, you're saying one thing, and another guy's saying another thing. Then
Which other guy are you talking about?
I mean,
It's on Q, the website. They didn't have a conversation with you about the difference of things.
Ibn Majah, the guy who did that is a hadith scholar. So
Again, so in Ibn Majah, if you take it by itself, Sheikh Albani and others, they're all graded to be weak. You're talking about a publishing house looking at the supporting evidences. The supporting evidences doesn't have Rajul al-Shahib, so the pale man has to be then taken out from that. What is being graded as Hasan is the fact the Quran will make shifa on the Day of Judgment. Those same scholars that you're depending on, like Imam Ahmad, already explained that hadith as well. Okay? He said, فَثَوَابُهُ, and Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah in his Majmu' al-Fatawa, you can get the reference from the video if you like, or if you can come look at it in our library. He said that those earlier A'imma, scholars across of the Sunnah, said the meaning of this is the reward. Not that no scholars that Ibn Taymiyyah, Imam Ahmad, or all of them said the Quran will physically become a person. So that interpretation, you're putting into a weak narration.
all I'm really thinking is I don't understand how it's any easier for a reward to become a pale man than an eternal speech to become a pale man.
Let me explain it. Let me explain it to you. Okay? So, when we talk about Jesus on the cross, he is calling out to his Father, right? My Father, why have you forsaken me?
He's quoting Scripture, but yeah, go ahead.
Is he calling out or not?
He's quoting Scripture.
Jesus is quoting scripture.
That's a quotation from the Psalms. Every
Sure.
Jewish listener would have known he's quoting a psalm.
No, I understand,
Which
but
talks about.
So that quotation, the supplication he's using, is not him calling out to God?
Not if you're just thinking he's just randomly crawling.
No. Nobody said
He's
randomly.
He's quoting scripture, which is a scripture about someone that you think has been cursed by God and despised, and you've got the victory over him.
Okay.
But God is ultimately using all of that for his purposes. So he calls that out. Every Jewish listener had recited it over and over and over again in their life. They would have heard it. Today, if people don't know the Psalms, it just sounds like he's just randomly calling out some words.
Sure, nobody is saying randomly.
Okay.
But you have Jesus, separate entity from God, calling out to God, right? He's calling out to somebody, right?
I wouldn't say separate entity, but
Okay, so let me just get this clear.
Just like based on our discussion last time, you wouldn't say the hand as Allah's hand as a
Again,
separate entity.
I think
Face or
we're
something.
past the whole idea of sifat being separate entities, right?
I just want to make sure we have enough footage for what we're going to talk about.
Yeah, we'll eventually get to some questions.
So, at the 9th hour, Jesus cried out in a loud voice,
Yep.
right? So who's calling out?
Jesus.
Jesus, okay? Saying, so he's saying, Eloe, Eloe, alama sabachthani, right?
Yeah. He's quoting
Which
scripture.
is translated as, my God, why have you forsaken me? Okay? So this is Jesus physically calling out to the Father. Are we in agreement there? What do you mean? It's pretty clear.
Not entirely. It's
So
also-
Jesus
it's
is not
also-
calling out to his Father?
He's also calling out to the people who were around him. He's quoting a scripture.
Okay. So, is this the Father speaking?
This is the Son speaking.
Thank you. So it's the Son speaking to the people around him and referring to the Father. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You seem confused.
No, I'm just wondering where we're going.
Okay. So that's the whole point. The Quran is kalamullah. Okay, it's the words of Allah. The Quran does not separate from Allah and speak to Allah separately. Okay? The shifa, the intercession, is the deeds. Are you with me or no?
Yeah, I understand. I understand
the
all of
deeds
that. I don't
are not a
understand
part of
why-
Allah.
I don't understand why it's any easier for the deed of reciting the
Excellent.
Quran to appear
Because
and
the-
intercede and speak or
Let
whatever.
me make this clear for you, David. I got you.
I don't think we're going to
Because
get any
the
clearer
deed,
than-
it will. Just listen. The deeds are not a part of Allah, right?
So that's the only reason.
That's it. So Allah does not call out to himself. He does not separate, right? Like you said, Jesus
What about
here.
Surah Al-Fatiha?
Surah Al-Fatiha. What about it?
I know it doesn't start off with say, right? It's just
Okay.
it's just a prayer.
Yeah. So what does that have to do with anything?
If that's the speech of Allah, and He's not saying, if He's not commanding other people to say it.
Oh,
I'm just wondering.
Miskeen, poor guy. I got you, bro. So the
So just
Quran.
for the camera here, what I was wondering is, you have other chapters of the Quran, and they say this, say that, say this, say that, say this. And then so, if this is Allah's eternal speech, then Allah from all eternity is saying, say this, say that, say this. He's talking to
Yes.
someone else. But with Fatiha, it's just a prayer. So if that's Allah's eternal speech, then that would be Allah reciting a prayer from all eternity or whatever you believe.
Let me explain it now. Al-Fatiha.
Are we going to get to these?
Yeah, we are. You asked a question, right? So Al-Fatiha is the words of Allah, as is the rest of the Quran. And the words of Allah are eternally with him. When there is nobody to hear it, when there are people to hear it, it will all be with him. Not all of the Quran will begin with Qul, right? Certain verses would begin with Qul, yeah? Even when Allah addresses Moses, right? In the Quran, that speech was with Allah before Musa was even created. Right? But Allah knew from His wisdom and His knowledge that this time would come, and at that time that speech was revealed, not created, was revealed to Musa alayhi salam. Do you understand now? So Al-Fatiha, we use it as a prayer, right? And we use other verses in the Quran as adiyah, as prayers. But that doesn't mean if it doesn't begin with Qul, Allah is not telling us to use it. Qul when you say قُلْ يَهُ الْكَافِرُونَ, for example, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ الْفَلَقِ قُلْ أَيُّهَا النَّبِيُّ, those are all to be revealed to certain situations and to be said to certain people. But much of the Quran is still the words of Allah. It's still used in supplication, right? But it doesn't mean it has to start with قُل. This is your confusion that inshallah we've cleared up now, okay? So Al-Fatiha,
Sure, it still sounds like Allah from all eternity. I mean, if it's his speech,
Yes.
if he has said this,
Yes.
then he's saying a prayer. He's not telling
he's
other
not
people to
saying
say
a
the
prayer. We use it as a prayer. And he knew, Allah, with his infinite knowledge, that we would use those verses for prayers. So with him, he always had the same wordings. Just like I gave you an example, and I don't know if it didn't sink in, when Allah addresses Musa alayhi salam,
Yeah.
right? Moses, right? Yeah. So when Allah had the speech with him eternally, even before Musa was born, it was revealed at that time. Al-Fatiha and all of the Quran, and much more than that. This is not all of Kalamullah. Much more than has always been with Allah. And when the situation is right, Allah revealed. You know the Quran was revealed in 3 stages? Do you know this?
What do you mean?
You don't know?
As far as different stages?
You know about the 3 stages of revelation of Quran?
You mean what? All to Muhammad, right?
Nope. David, come on, man! You're here out there talking all this stuff.
Are we going to go on this topic for a while?
No. You asked this
I feel
question.
like you're kind of dodging some basic
Oh,
simple
I'm
questions.
not. Forget that then. Let's get to your questions. Look, I'm trying to help you learn. But if you got something else you want to talk about, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Let me just give you these 3, just to increase your knowledge. So you can say, today Uthman taught me something.
Okay.
All right? You good?
Yeah.
The Quran was revealed in 3 stages. Ibn Abbas, the companion, he explained this in Tabari, the book Tabari. You can find authentic chain. He said Allah revealed first His kalam that was always with Him to Lawh al-Mahfuz. You know Lawh al-Mahfuz? No? All right. This is Islam 101 for David today. All right. So there is the preserved tablet where Allah has decreed. So His wording was with Him always. It's uncreated. But He decreed it for the Lawh al-Mahfuz to record. And then in one night it was revealed to Baytul Izzah, which is in the last sky. Understand? And then the 3rd revelation is over 23 years to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This is not the first time. This is how. So this is what you need to understand. That didn't begin with Al-Fatiha being a prayer for us to use. That was always with Allah, and it was revealed to Lawh al-Mahfuz and to Baytul Izzah. And then through 23 years of the life of the Prophet ﷺ, the Quran was revealed, not created, didn't start, it was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. So even those verses that address the Prophet ﷺ were always with Allah. And Allah knew that a time would come that those would be then revealed.
But is Allah speaking this from all eternity, or
Allah has His kalam with Him for all eternity.
is He saying this?
So again, this is He reveals it at different times to different
But
creation.
it's not eternal speech.
It is eternal speech.
So He's saying it?
Again, speech doesn't mean that it's actively being said. This is something that is the words of Allah with Allah. It is revealed at certain times. It's not like it's constantly being said, but it is revealed to His creation at different times. All right, so go ahead, let's get your, I don't want you to think we're dodging anything.
All right, so I read these 4.
Oh, good. Allah guide you with them.
The one I wanted to make a video about was in here, and then I thought, well, I'd ask you a bit.
All right.
But
So
I think I had a couple more objections about this one. No, we'll go through them. They shouldn't take
take it. Go
terribly
for
long.
it. Go for it.
All right, so this is misconceptions about Islam, and so and some of these are just clarification. Like, what exactly do you mean by this? Because it seems
Hit me,
like
bro.
there's-
Go ahead, man. Don't be shy. I got you.
Misconception number 1 is Muslims do not share good and noble values with non-Muslims. And it says, some people allege that Islamic values are somehow incompatible with decent Western values. Such claims cannot be further from the truth. And then,
I'm sorry. So, okay, can I read that? Because that doesn't sound like it.
such claims could not be further from the truth.
Can I take a look? Oh, okay. So this is a misconception. This is not a statement. Okay, I'm sorry, because it seems like saying Muslims do not share good values is a statement.
This is misconception number 1.
Let me just clarify this for the camera as well. We're reading it together, right? So this is a misconception that is not true. That some people, maybe Islamophobes or those that have some kind of hatred, say that Muslims do not share good and noble values with non-Muslims. That is not true, right? Some people allege that Islamic values are somehow incompatible with decent Western values, right?
Yeah.
Such claims could not be further from the truth. Muslims cherish noble and universal values such as being honest and just, such as keeping one's word, allowing freedom of religion, respecting parents, relatives, neighbors, and the elderly, being charitable, generous, and looking after the poor and needy, not lying, cheating, swearing, or backbiting anyone. Muslims are required to contribute positively towards society and to always conduct themselves in the highest moral and best actions. All right.
All right.
Thank you for the da'wah.
The point of confusion here was Muslims cherish noble and universal values such as, and then it says allowing freedom of religion.
Sure.
So this is any sort of Westerner who reads that would think that Islam has freedom of religion as a universal value. So then noble and universal values such as
what's your
freedom of religion. Well, I'm thinking of things like death penalty for apostasy. So you leave Islam, you convert to something else, and you get put to death. So I'm saying when someone who's walking by here and takes your track, takes a look at that.
Takes my trap?
Come on, Dave. We call these tracks.
Tracks?
These are called tracks.
What's the track?
T-R-A-C-T, tracks.
Oh, tracks. Okay, that's cool.
We normally think of, I mean, as far as Christians handing them out, we normally think of pamphlets as something thicker, and then tracks as like a one full.
We just think of sharing in values, but okay. So guys, so let me explain something to you.
Okay.
When you talk about first thing, the idea of religious freedoms, right? In the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace and blessings be upon him, were there Christians and Jews that lived in Medina, lived under the Khilafah, and were able to pray, have churches and things, or no?
Yeah, they ultimately became dhimmis, but I'm more thinking of, we understand the dhimmi status and the jizya and so on. I'm more thinking of polytheists because atheists, because anyone here who hears universal value, freedom of religion, would think that there is no death penalty for leaving Islam or something like that.
That's
what I'm wondering.
Let me clarify for you. I got you, David. All right. So first thing to understand when you talk about universal freedom of religion, we need to understand what that encompasses, right? So, for example, when you had the Spanish Inquisition, right? You know about the Spanish Inquisition?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the Spaniards came, they didn't allow people to stay Muslim, right? It was either you convert or die, right? Come on, David. Don't try to deny it. You're on tape, bro.
Some cases, no. We
Spanish Inquisition,
we condemn violence, but the point is, it's not part of the religion. That's what people do.
I agree with you.
Which is exactly what I'm sure you say about certain people.
I would. But the Spanish Inquisition is an example of not allowing the people to practice their religion.
True.
Either you become Christian or die.
So I wouldn't call that freedom of religion.
Agreed. Right? In Islam, we don't have that. Even if you are a dhimmi or whatever, you have the right to keep to your religion. Nobody's going to force you to become Muslim. Is that right? Yeah, it is. So let's move.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so why not, bro?
Well, okay, if you're in a Muslim country and you convert.
So hold on. We're first talking about people following.
Are you free to convert? Are you free to leave Islam?
Sure. Let me get to that. Let me get to that.
Take that, all of you people who say that you should be killed.
I don't know who those people are, but okay.
I mean, you got Ali Dawah says that if you leave and you're spreading your unbelief, then you got to be put to death.
I got you, bro. Let me first explain this to you, okay? So first thing is here in America, right? Because you're talking about Islamic value, right? You're not talking about the Khilafah and Bay'ah, because those are things that you're trying to skip out on, which I'm going to make clear, okay? Hold on, I got you.
I'm saying I understand it here. I understand it here.
No. So you're talking about Islam, right? So in Islam, if somebody here, as a Muslim, I'm here, somebody comes, takes a book, becomes a Muslim, right? And then he leaves his religion. Am I to kill him?
No.
Why not?
You got freedom of religion.
Right? But as a Muslim, is it an obligation upon me to kill that person? It's not, and no scholar said that you can, right? So this is where you have to be clear, right?
Yeah.
Now we'll give you.
The tract isn't clear.
Okay, well I'm making it clear for you. I think it is clear, but if you're not clear, I'll make it clear for you.
If you say universal, that would mean everywhere.
Yeah. Okay. So now we believe that people have the right to practice their religion universally under Islamic Khilafah, not under Khilafah, everywhere.
Polytheists?
Right? Polytheists, sure. There were polytheists after the Prophet in Mecca. You didn't know that?
Yeah, until
what?
didn't they reveal some verses about you got a couple months to get out or
Get out of
or
what?
else?
Well,
The
what-
opening verses of Surah At-Tawbah?
Tawbah is about a particular battles. You know that, right?
Yeah, but
Surah
I mean,
Ahzab.
we could.
Oh,
we could read-
you
you're saying that's a
didn't know
particular
that polytheists
you're saying
continue
that's
to exist in Mecca even in the time of the Khulafa?
I'd be interested in reading your sources, reading your sources on that.
David, you need to get educated, son.
We can read,
All right.
we can read some of this.
I'll tell you what. I have a series on YouTube about the life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, from authentic sources.
Okay.
Why don't you go home, check the Majd Ribat channel, and watch it. Right? There were polytheists that were there under the Islamic Khilafah all the way through Abbasiyya and Umayyah. This is historic facts. Have you read Tabari and Ibn Kathir, Bidayah wa Nihaya? Apparently not.
On Surah 9, yeah.
Surah Tawbah is about what?
It's about a bunch of things.
Okay, but what's the Asbab al-Nuzul?
I mean, at first you have.
Do you know what Asbab al-Nuzul means? What does Asbab al-Nuzul mean?
That's the situations of the revelations or
The
something
context,
like that. Yeah, context
right.
of the revelations, okay.
So Surah Tawbah is in the context of the Battle of Ahzab.
Okay.
You know that, right? You didn't know that. It's okay. We're here to learn. So when you look at an ayah, you have to look at the context of that verse. Okay? Where is it applicable? In a time of peace or war? Is it about a particular situation, a particular people, or is it am? Do you know what am and khas means?
No.
All right. I'm here to help you, Dave. I got you. Am.
It kind of seems like you're deflecting.
I'm really not.
Because it's
I'm
a very
trying,
simple thing.
Yeah. You asked about
Are
Surah
Muslims allowed
Tawbah.
to leave Islam in a
Sure,
Muslim state?
I'll answer that. But first, I want you to
Because that's
understand
my really only objection to that part.
because your question that came up from you was about Surah Tawbah. So I'm just trying to explain to you so you don't go the rest of your life with this misconception, making videos without being ignorant of what am and khas is, right? There are certain verses that are for certain situations. You need to learn that before you make videos, and certain that are general. The particulars called khas. Some are about jihad, about the time of fighting. Some are about the Quraysh who were oppressing Muslims at that time, but they're not generally taken about all non-Muslims in all different areas. So you need to learn that so that you don't misunderstand the Quran. Now, let's get back to your question. Your education will have to wait, all right? So, now, when you talk about the hukm of murtad, the murtad, right? First thing which you're missing is this is not generally for somebody who leaves Islam. This is for somebody who's under the Khilafah, right? Like in Pakistan, for example, today. Okay, so you know that. So why are you confused then?
I wouldn't say under the Khilafah, but I see that it wouldn't apply over here in a way.
No. So let's take it at Pakistan, for example, or Malaysia, right? Those are Muslim countries. People that become Christian are not put to death. You know that, right?
Yeah, we're talking about Islam here.
We are talking about Islam. So we're talking about so when we talked about Islam, you said Muslim countries. When I talk about Muslim countries, you're talking about Islam, right?
It's very simple. It's very simple. If anyone leaves his religion, kill him.
But that
And
is
I'm saying,
that is
do you kill someone for-
under al-bay'ah, when you have pledged and there is a court system and a khilafah, because that comes under treason.
So if you have a caliphate,
Yes.
if you have a caliphate,
Yes.
and someone is in the Muslim community,
Who gives allegiance,
okay,
right?
so a Muslim, let's say, you're a Muslim, and
Sure.
then later on,
And then let's
you
say-
change your mind,
Sure.
and you decide to become a pagan.
Sure. So here,
Does it apply there?
Sure. So let me
Death penalty?
let me clarify for you, bro. So when you are under a khilafah and you give bay'ah, you have pledged an allegiance to the khilafah, right? At that time, then you become a murtad, meaning you leave Islam, but you don't tell anybody. This is between you. You just sit there and worship your own whatever at home. Nobody's gonna kill you. Understand? But if you go out now under an Islamic khilafah, you give the allegiance and you start preaching towards other religions, right? The paganism, whatever. Religions who the khilafah may be at battle with. Then this is taken as treason. And you know in America also treason can have the death penalty, right? Here you will not just be put to death. You will not. This is where your misunderstanding happens, right?
No, I know there are waiting periods and stuff depending on
so
which school.
first they will speak to you, right? They will talk to you like, hey, why are you trying to cause fitna? You know what fitna is?
Yeah.
Tribulations in the land. If you didn't want to be Muslim, that's you, but now you're trying to cause a problem within the Khilafah, right? Just like in America, let's say tomorrow David Wood gives allegiance to Daesh, ISIS, right? You give, now FBI is going to come talk to you, bro, what are you doing, right? And you start posting about them and you start supporting them. Now you're going against the government. Now you'll be arrested. You could get the death penalty, you could be arrested, you could be sent to Gitmo, whatever else would happen. That is how the irtad laws work under that circumstances. But like I said, if you're Christian and you're living in the Muslim land, you have the universal right to practice your religion as Islam has protected.
And a polytheist as well.
Sure, like I just told you that right now you have so many Hindus living in Pakistan, living in Malaysia, even in Saudi, right? Even in the Middle East, you know that, right? Nobody kills them, nobody's stopping them from in Dubai. Now they got Hindu temples and stuff, so you know all this. You're just, I don't know, maybe you're just trying to play this.
I distinguish between the religion and what people do. Right?
Okay, so in the religion of Islam,
when a Muslim does something, and I can't think of, hey,
in the religion of Islam,
I don't blame Islam.
Those people that were Hindu, when the Muslims conquered and ruled India, they did not convert them. The majority of India stayed Hindu. They were not killed, they were not converted, they were given the right to practice their religion. And that is what Islam teaches us. We cannot force anybody to become Muslim, and we don't tell anybody, hey, either if you're Hindu, either become Muslim or you die. No Muslim agrees with that.
Oh, actually, there's a point on that right here. I had a question about that one as well. So, when you say universal freedom of religion, that wouldn't include the right to leave Islam under a caliphate and then to go out preaching your religion, even if your religion calls you to, let's say, share the gospel or something.
That would not be religious freedom. That would be considered causing a fitna, a tribulation within the Khilafah, and that would be tried under treason.
But you could say that of anything. I mean, you could have an American ruler who jumps up and decides, hey, spreading Islam, that's treason, and I wouldn't call that freedom of religion.
Take it up with that American leader, but let me explain something. So let me explain.
That's all I'm saying.
Sure. What you are confusing in your mind is the difference between the freedom of religion and treason, right? So if tomorrow America said that whoever follows Daesh's version of Islam, which I don't agree with, right? I don't agree with what they say, but if a government says that if you follow that, we consider that treason and you'll be arrested and put in jail or possibly put to death and so on, that has happened and could happen, and we wouldn't say that you don't have the freedom of religion, right? Even today, if somebody like David Wood stands up in the Balboa Park and takes a Daesh flag and says that my religious beliefs are that Daesh is correct, you would be arrested. Would you say we don't have freedom of religion in America?
I would say it's clearly not universal freedom of religion.
Okay, well, I think you need to have a talk with some kind of lawyers here, because people consider that not to be an impediment of freedom of religion, but rather something against the state.
I would just say that if you're raised as something and you conclude that it's false and you want to share your new religion, that seems like that would be freedom. So, that would be like the bare bones of freedom of religion.
It would again depend on the situation, the place, the Islamic judge that would take it to court, that would have that discussion, and if it is seen as irtad, then that hukm is there. This is what we mean, and I hope we're clear with it, inshallah.
We are clear.
All right, next.
I think this needs to be clarified.
I think it is clear. I think your mind had some misconceptions, but go ahead.
Let me put it this way. Every person walking down here who reads that, if they believe it, they would assume that you're free to leave Islam.
I think you're making an assumption.
I don't think I am.
You are. Have you talked to everybody?
We could ask like 50 people who walk by, hey, what do you think this means?
I'll tell you what. Why don't you get to your other points first?
Just got two more here.
Go ahead.
Okay, so point 3. So this is misconception number 3. Islam permits terrorism. And the verse that's used, I'll go ahead and read the line before it.
Go ahead.
Says, the Quran clearly demonstrates the seriousness of killing an innocent person and emphasizes the value of human life.
Good, yeah.
Surah 5, verse 32. If anyone murders an innocent person, it will be as if he has murdered the whole of humanity. And if anyone saves a person, it will be as if he has saved the whole of humanity.
Excellent.
And there's quotation marks. There's no dots there. Do you believe that is two questions. Do you believe that is an accurate quotation of that verse?
Okay.
And two, do you believe that the meaning is represented correctly here as far as the context of the passage in the Quran? Because you got the story of Cain and Abel right afterwards, and then you got sort of lessons drawn right after that.
So I didn't make this flyer, so I just want you to be clear. I don't know which translation or how they're using.
None.
But, I'm sorry, what?
This can't possibly be a translation.
It's got to be some translation. I mean, it's not in Arabic, right?
They left so many things out of that verse.
But again,
they could call it a paraphrase or something.
Right,
like
right.
that.
So you know, and I know there are also paraphrased Bibles. I have one at home that paraphrases meanings and their verses throughout the Bible. You know that, right?
Yeah.
So if they're using something like that, that's up to them. But what about this ayah? What problem do you have? Does the Quran not forbid killing people here?
Not in a way that would would condemn terrorism.
So let's look at an Arabic Quran, right? Surah 5, right?
This is thematic translation. What's that mean?
It takes themes by paragraph.
Okay.
So look it up.
Which is your visiting?
532.
Okay.
So read it.
Okay. So Surah 5, verse 32. That is why we ordained for the children of Israel that whoever takes a life.
Sure.
So that's first part that they cut out, that this was children of Israel.
Well, that's not cut out. I mean, again, so some verses are like half a page to quote a part of that verse, as long as it doesn't change away from the meaning. Whatever was ordained. Let me just explain
it's actually a quotation from the Talmud here, not the
Oh, no, you poor guy. You don't understand.
This is
I got you.
This is a quotation from Mishnah Sanhedrin, chapter 4.
Okay, so let me explain this to you. This is not Mishnah, Sanhedrin, or the Talmud. Okay? This is the Quran. Okay? This is not from the Talmud. This is the words of Allah revealed to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Well, you're talking to a Muslim, so yes, my belief, bro. But is this in your hand the Talmud or the Quran?
Yeah, but it says revealed to the children of Israel.
Sure.
So it's a revelation that the children of Israel have.
So let me
have that. It's in the Talmud.
I got you, but this is not from the Talmud. This is from the Quran. This is chapter Al-Ma'idah that is in the Quran. Okay? Now, those things that Allah reveals to us about what was revealed to the people of Bani Israel is in the Quran as a benefit for us as well. Those things we take rulings from, depending on whether they were specific for them or not. And this is one of the verses where Allah has revealed a guidance for us in the Quran. Okay? Yeah. So now, if I was to use like Ayatul Kursi or one of those very long ayat, and I use a part of the ayat that is relevant to the subject, this is not cutting or leaving out. Do you understand what I mean?
You normally indicate when you're cutting into a verse and cutting out. You know what I mean? You
sure.
put ... then part of it.
So this is again your misconception. Let me just explain this to you now, because see, I have to educate you about so many things so you can understand. When the Quran was revealed, there are ayat that have wuquf. You know what a waqf is? You probably don't. So now you have where a subject matter begins and ends. Okay. Sometimes you have multiple of those in one verse. Are you understanding me? Sometimes you have a verse that the next verse completes the meaning. Okay? Okay. Wailul lil musallin, the ayah where it says the ones who pray are cursed. You have to look at the next verse. يعني هم عن صلاتهم ساهون. They are upon their prayer. And they're lazy. They're not careful about their salah, right? So now, if you don't understand the second verse, you don't understand the first. But on the other hand, there are verses that are almost half a page that have many different contexts within it. So if you take from the meaning that is complete, nothing wrong with that. Are you educated now on that? No? Right.
No.
Not like education then. Okay.
They keep taking stuff out of the middle as well.
So that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. So read that.
If you're going to do that, you can make any verse say anything you want.
No, you can't. Because there are wuquf.
I can take a verse and chop a bunch of parts out of it.
You didn't understand what I said. See, this is what a problem. You know what a waqf is? You don't. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay.
You cannot just take things out. You have to look at where you can stop and where the subject matter completes. Have you ever got an Arabic?
this is,
like your ignorance is a problem here because you see what this is? This letter here. Do you know what that is?
No, go ahead.
This is called a jim.
Okay.
All right. Why is it there? This is so that it's jais to stop there. You know what that means?
So you're saying there's these stops all through the middle of this verse?
Yeah, not just this verse, throughout the
Quran. But this verse.
Okay, so let's look at
because the verse doesn't make any sense without the context. Because
about this being Ben Israel.
It says that is why we are ordained for the children of Israel. So it's talking about the story about the bird showing Cain how to bury his brother.
Sure, right? but the fact that Allah forbid killing man and put the sin of killing one person. Let me finish. That there is not related just in that context. That hukam, that if you kill one person, it's like killing all of mankind unjustly, is going to be applicable till the day of judgment.
By the way, do you know where that came from in the Talmud? I'm not saying this came from the Talmud.
Okay, I'm glad you're not.
Because it's actually a commentary on the story of Cain and Abel.
Okay.
It wasn't supposed to be revelation.
In the Talmud you're talking about?
In the Talmud. It was a commentary on the story of Cain and Abel.
Okay.
And the reason the rabbi said this was he said that when God says your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground, blood there is plural. So it's your brother's bloods cries out to me from the ground. And so the rabbi who's commenting on it, he says this is how God is telling us that it's not just the person you kill, it's all future generations of that person. It's all of his bloods, not his blood, it's all of the bloods of his future descendants. So it's actually a commentary from a rabbi in the Talmud that ends up in the Quran. But all of that is not the point here, right? So you're saying...
So again...
let me just read the verse. We'll talk about the parts that are cut out.
Go ahead.
I understand that you don't always need to quote an entire verse. Right?
Okay, good. So at least you're clear there.
Yeah. When it says, so that is why we ordained for the children of Israel, that part gets cut off and starts here, right? But then, notice, whoever takes a life, and then we have, unless as a punishment for murder or mischief in the land, that part gets cut out. It will be as if they killed all of humanity. And whoever saves a life, it will be as if they saved all of humanity.
Okay.
So that's kind of problem one, is this verse is allowing killing people for certain crimes, namely murder, or for spreading mischief in the land. So notice they cut all of that out.
They didn't. But let me explain it to you, because you apparently don't understand how translations are done. So I will explain it to you now, okay? So what does it say here? من أجل ذلك كتبنا على بني إسرائيل. So we ordained on Ben Israel إنه. Now you see the wow here. So anyway,
just tell me what the reason is for cutting it out.
Sure, I will explain it to you. من قتل نفسا بغير نفس أو فساد في الأرض. Whoever kills somebody that is not in response to either them having killed somebody or spreading mischief on earth, right? Okay. So what does it say here? If anybody murders what?
An innocent person.
An innocent person.
It's a paraphrasing.
Yes. And innocent here shows that this is not general, that if it's for a crime, then that would not be included here.
Okay.
Now you're clear?
Yeah.
So there's no cutting. It is understanding with the word innocent here representing that meaning. Now, let me finish. So, like I said, there are, when you translate from one, and that's why we always keep the Quran in Arabic, to know the original text, to always look at the original verbiage, right? When you translate, everything has to give the meaning, right? So whoever translated that saw that the word innocent would then take away those that were guilty of murder or causing terrorism or whatever else, fitna in the land. So they translated it with the word innocent there. Okay, and as I said, I don't know which translation they're using, but they did not cut anything out. That's the way they understood the verse and translated it. Now, if you don't like that translation, that's perfectly fine. You can email them and say, hey, I prefer the translation, not a problem.
Well,
but don't say they cut anything out, because they didn't. That's the way they
so they
translated
translated with this long exception clause as just innocent.
it. Yeah, but
Okay.
that is an exception,
I would
right?
consider. I would say you need to put something in there to indicate that you're putting it out. Otherwise, people think they're
let me
getting a direct quotation.
let me explain this to you. Okay?
Well, I haven't even gotten to the point yet.
Hold on, bro. I mean, about the innocent part. I mean, I thought this was the point, but okay. So when you have translations, we have like Mohsen Khan, who is a very literal, exact translation. For each word, he puts like 3-4 letters in, right? Then you have Sahih International. You have Dr. Mustafa Khattab. You have others who took to be more the meaning of the verse, because we always remember, if you want to get the original as it was revealed, we have it in Arabic. Unlike the Bible, which the earliest manuscripts are in Koine Greek, not in Aramaic, we have the original Arabic. So if you want to go back and research the meaning and the depth and the exact wording, you have it. But if you want to look at it in English, we always say this is the meanings of the translations to give you the gist of the Quran. Okay. So if you prefer a different translation, I would, again, I didn't publish this, but feel free to message the one who published it and say, hey.
The point is, when you take it in these two verses together in context and how people understood them.
You're assuming people understood them. I know, because you have a bias in your mind in understanding, unfortunately. Right?
We'll see.
Okay, go ahead.
So you have verse 32.
Okay.
And then we have verse 33.
Okay.
And again, this is quoted to show that Islam doesn't allow terrorism.
Sure.
It says, indeed, in the translation you guys are handing out, indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against God and his messenger and spread mischief in the land is death, crucifixion, cutting off their hands and feet on opposite sides, or exile from the land.
Yes.
This penalty is a disgrace for them in this world, and they will suffer tremendous punishment in the hereafter.
Excellent.
As for those who repent before you seize them, then know that God is all-forgiving, most merciful. All right.
Good.
So the very next verse talks about killing people for certain
for
penalties.
what?
Certain penalties.
For what?
There is making war. There's the crime of making war against
Allah
God,
and His messenger.
And His messenger. And for the vague crime of spreading mischief.
Did you say
in the
the
land.
vague crime?
I say vague crime.
But you just added that into the verse.
No, I said.
Does
no,
it say vague?
I'm saying it's a vague crime.
So you're looking at the verse and adding your own wording.
David Wood is saying it's a vague crime. I say that
because David.
Iran just executed.
Let me.
Now,
thank you, David Wood, for ending your. Anyway, whatever you want to say. So let me just explain it. You're saying it's vague because you're ignorant, and I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a advice, because you don't understand tafsir of what fasad fil ard means. But let me finish.
I know the historical background. If you're going to talk about
what is it?
Is that the one where the guys came and they converted to Islam? And that is. I have read that in the commentaries.
Which commentary did you read?
You're saying that's not the background. The guys who came from Uqal and Muhammad told them to drink some stuff, and then they killed a guy, and then they had to be slaughtered.
One
and their eyes
hadith.
were burned out with nails.
That's one hadith about a people who tricked the Qurra and took them and massacred them and murdered them. But fasad fil ard has been explained by Ibn Abbas, by the companions, by the Prophet ﷺ. One of the things is banditry and rape. Are you paying attention, or are you?
I agree.
Doing so? Okay, good. So it's not vague at all, because if you looked at the tafsir of it, the explanation of it, which David Wood didn't take the time to do, that's why he thinks it's vague, then you would have known that there are particular crimes that bring these punishments. And they are not regular crimes. They are when you, for example, rape and pillage and massacre people, then no doubt that you are no longer an innocent person. That's not terrorism. If we say, for example, if you kill somebody in Texas, you'll be put to death for killing somebody, we don't say the state of Texas is a terrorist state. That is a punishment for a crime. Okay, so it's not vague. You just don't know the context of it.
All right, so this is the commentary of Ibn Kathir here.
Okay, excellent.
So Allah said next, the recompense of those who wage war against Allah and His messenger and do mischief in the land is only that they shall be killed or crucified, or their hands and their feet should be cut off on opposite sides, or be exiled from the land.
Okay.
And then we have the commentary. Wage war mentioned here means oppose and contradict, and it includes disbelief, blocking roads, spreading fear in the fairways, and so on.
No,
So you have Ibn Kathir.
So you paused there, right? So
Well,
keep
he's
going.
listing things. You're opposing and contradicting Islam.
But that's not all, right? Keep going.
Right. It's not. You have. If I say that here are 10 crimes and you can be sentenced to death row,
Excellent.
you don't have to commit all 10.
This is again your misunderstanding here because you don't understand how tafsir is done, right? When you do tafsir, you explain the crime and then you give other aspects that are related to it, right? In Arabic, that's why if you get the Arabic, there'll be a wow. You know what a wow is? Yeah. So there is wow al-atf, right? So regularly, for example, if somebody disbelieves, are they to be killed? No. So that is not the ayah. This is not even about murtad. This is not even the hukm for murtad. This is not apostate ayah. You know that, right?
I'm saying you're correcting some people because Al-Dawa, when he was threatening the apostate prophet,
he used this ayah.
He used spreading corruption in the land.
He used this ayah. He did not. You're putting words in Ali Dawa's mouth now, right?
Dawa said,
okay, look.
No. Let me clarify what I'm saying. He said, I don't know where he's getting it if he's not getting it.
Is he your sheikh?
No, I'm pointing out that there are people calling for people's deaths. So if they're misinterpreting something, they're misinterpreting it in the same way I'm misinterpreting it. And they would need to be corrected much more than you would need to correct me.
Excellent.
So the idea here is Ali Dawa says that people like you who leave your religion and then spread it, causing corruption in the land, the Islamic death penalty would be applied to you.
Sure.
So he says that. So he's including that in there.
But he didn't use this ayah.
He said corruption in the land. Whatever you want to say. What verse is he getting it from?
Let me clarify this to you, okay? Because see, I don't know what Ali Dawa said. You're bringing this here. I'd have to watch his video and speak to him, right? But this ayah was, I guarantee you, was not the ayah he referenced. Spreading corruption, fasad fil ard, has many forms, many ayat, many ahadith. Which one did he use in the context? We can't discuss because I haven't heard it. But you, David Wood, are misunderstanding the ayah because this punishment is not for the murtad only. This has to do with banditry, as you were reading and then you stopped, right? And this is why this particular punishment of being crucified and so on is not the one for murtad. You know that, right?
I'm
Apparently
saying
not.
No,
right?
because I believe that corruption in the land
has many different forms.
Spread corruption in the land, because notice it gives a bunch of different penalties as well.
Right.
So I'm interpreting that as there are all sorts of different crimes you can commit, and there are going to be different penalties.
And how would you know for what crime is what? Sure.
I think anything.
And how would you know for which crime would you give what punishment?
You'd go to the sources.
Excellent. What sources would you go to?
You go to the Quran, the Hadith, and so on.
Excellent. What Hadith did you read about this ayah? None.
I'm reading the commentaries.
This is Ibn Kathir. It's not a Hadith book, right? It's a tafsir book. What Hadith? Read from your English summarized translation here.
The only one Hadith does he give? Was the people who come from Ukul or some, I think some said Urania.
When they came, what did they do?
No, this is where the disagreement is arising. It seems you're interpreting it as if a verse is revealed in the context of there, that's the only situation it could apply in.
No, I did not.
Whereas I'm reading it as corruption in the land, you can pack all kinds of stuff in there. Again, Iran just executed a journalist, and the crime was mischief in the land. I believe it's on the books in Pakistan, as far as I think mischief in the land is in Pakistan, definitely in Iran.
Okay, so the problem you're having is you're packing a lot of things into a word you don't understand even, right? So when you're talking about Iran, Iran does many things that are not Islamic. That's not an example for us, and you continuously said that earlier.
If you're saying they're wrong, that's fine.
Yeah, they're wrong.
Okay.
That's easy.
I'm not convinced they're wrong. That's why I'm bringing it up.
So you think mut'a is okay, like temporary marriages and all that stuff they do?
No, I don't think it's okay.
Okay, so they're wrong.
I'm saying I don't disagree with their interpretation.
Did they use this verse particularly, or are you putting that in there?
We're sentencing you to death for corruption in the land. This is the only verse I'm aware of.
But then you're ignorant, because there are many other ayat about fasad fil ard, and there are many ahadith about it, and there are many different forms of it, each one having different penalties. And when you wanted to understand that, get the tafsir called Tabari, for example. Tabari actually lists out the ahadith on this issue. When I tell you that you do need to look at the context of the ayah, should be very easy for you to understand that when a certain verse is revealed, to look at the context is important. But also the ahadith that explain what type of fasad will have what punishment. That's why we have books on hudud. Talmud that explain that if, for example, you're causing corruption by playing music in the street, nobody's saying that you should be killed and crucified and cut. Even though that can be technically considered fasad, you're throwing rave parties or whatever, right? But if you take your, I'm not going to say ignorant, what's a polite word? I don't want to be rude to you. Uninformed way of understanding.
And so on.
Well, but you don't understand it,
He
that's
says
a problem.
wage war means
Right.
oppose and contradict.
Right.
And in other words, it can be all kinds of things.
Right, but what are those things?
Opposing and
So
contradicting.
read the rest of Ibn Kathir. Why'd you stop?
He gives a long
Read
list
it,
of these
read
things.
it, read it.
He says
You brought it up,
he
read
says
it.
waging war means opposing and contradicting.
But what does that mean, opposing and
If I'm
contradicting?
opposing and
Let's
contradicting
say you don't
opposing-
agree.
If I'm opposing and contradicting Allah in a Muslim land with a caliph,
So
that wouldn't
if
fall
you,
under that?
not necessarily, right? So it depends on what you're doing and how you're carrying it out. For example, when certain caliphs made certain rulings and people disagreed, even amongst the Sahaba, right? There were companions. I'll give you an example. Uthman ibn Affan, are you paying attention or you're zoomed out? Okay, good. Uthman ibn Affan was a Khalifa, right? He was in Mina and he made 4 units of the prayer instead of 2 as a traveler. Okay? Ibn Mas'ud, he told him, "O Amir al-Mu'mineen, you should make 2 because you're a traveler." Uthman, he's opposing what the Caliph did. Uthman had his own deduction. He felt he was a resident, so he did. Now here, does that mean because he's opposed the Caliph, does that mean that people are going to say you should cut him up and kill him? No. This is where you don't understand what fasad fil ard means, right? Fasad has many different forms. Some of them, you can have a disagreement with the Khalifa, not a problem. As long as you keep it respectful, you're not calling for killings and revolutions and things like that, no problem with that. And you see some of the companions, when Marwan was the Khalifa, I'm trying to help you so you understand the difference between different types of fasad. When Marwan was the Khalifa, some companion, when he gave khutbah, they got up in the khutbah while he's giving the sermon. And when he raised his hand, they said, "May Allah destroy your 2 hands." Right? Why did you do this? It's a bid'ah, right? Another companion, he held him when he wanted to give the sermon before the prayer in Eid. But that doesn't mean that they're killed, okay? But if you're calling for revolutions, you're calling for killing, you're calling for assassinations, this is the kind of fasad you're doing. You're taking people, as the hadith that you quoted and apparently don't understand, that you come, you're not Muslim, it's not about Islam and you're murtad. You take a people and say they're going to come teach Quran, and then you massacre a people for no reason, you murder and massacre people, then this fasad will bring this kind of punishment. Not all fasad. Are we clear?
Yeah, but we have
okay,
that's
good.
not the disagreement.
Okay, well, I'm glad at least that cleared up.
Yeah, so I think, let me try and clarify the issue here.
This is Dave schooling 101 today, man.
Let me try to clarify the issue here.
All right.
When you're going to call for the death of people, seems like you should be pretty precise.
We are.
In what's
Very.
going on, right? Yeah, but then in the Quran, Allah's eternal speech, and he brags throughout the Quran about how clear his speech is.
It is.
His speech is very clear. And the speech is that you can kill, crucify, chop body parts off of, or exile people for the crime of corruption in the land. And then there's opposing and contradicting, which is how you would declare war on Allah. You're not, I mean, it's not like you're going up and fighting Allah, right?
They're not opposing or contradicting. Let me explain it to you. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
So, if that's what you're saying, right, and you lay this, and this is Allah's eternal clear speech, and I say, look, it says you can, in the very next verse, after the verse you quote to show that Islam doesn't allow terrorism,
which is true,
it says there's all these people that you can kill for spreading corruption in the earth.
Yes.
Then what does that entail?
Excellent.
And your response is, well, you have to go to this, you have to go to that, you have to look into this.
Yes.
And just imagine a parallel situation, right? Imagine that Joe Biden comes out tomorrow, and he says, we have to
stop terrorism.
We have to.
What does terrorism mean? Who's a terrorist?
Let's say he says something
anybody
like,
who you think the terrorist can be killed. You know what you're saying is wrong, bro. Come on.
Notice. We have an idea of what terrorism is.
What's the idea? Who's a terrorist?
If he says
wait. You have an idea of a terrorist. Is tomorrow a right-wing extremist who calls for killing Muslims a terrorist?
Yeah.
You think they should be all arrested if they call for killing Muslims?
Yes.
Put in jail?
Yes.
All right. Hey. Be careful, you might get yourself arrested, bro. Take it easy. All right. I know. I'm just saying. Okay. So now, are there people that would disagree with you that that's terrorism?
I mean, terrorism usually has a definition.
Are there people?
It's either committing violence
are there
or
people,
threatening violence
okay,
for the purpose of spreading or enforcing an ideology on
excellent.
others.
So if somebody says that Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization, like some of your counterparts on, I don't know which side of the aisle you're on, when the Republicans have said, right? So would you consider that terrorism now? See, you're not clear.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't say the organization. I would say if an individual goes and kills someone or something like that,
or
has
threatens
ideology,
it,
that's a terrorist.
or threatens it.
That's true of Republicans. That's true of
Okay.
Democrats.
So,
Yeah,
so if the Proud Boys call for killing of, let's say, Hillary Clinton, that's a terrorist that can be arrested for lock her up or something like that, right?
If you say lock her up or something like that, if you say
that's terrorism.
Depends. If you say she's committed a crime, she
Okay,
should be locked up.
so-
If you say we need to kill her
Okay,
because we disagree with her political views or something
Okay,
like that, I would consider that terrorism.
okay.
Yeah.
So, are there people that would disagree with you?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. So then it's not explicitly clear. Then there have to be laws explaining what is meant by terrorism. Because your David Wood's interpretation may not be David Duke's. That may not be what's that Farrakhan, and what's the other guy, Jackson? What's the dude, man? Jackson, the guy who Al Sharpton, what's the other guy? Jesse Jackson, right?
Okay.
Their interpretation of terrorism and David Duke's and yours are going to be different.
Okay.
So when we as a country say, hey, we need to condemn terrorism and terrorists need to be arrested, who is and who isn't a terrorist is not going to be clear from that.
Okay.
So when Allah says that fasad fil ard, then this is explicit, it's clear. But when you want
Not clear enough,
let me
because there are people
let me explain it to you. Bro. You're speaking just like those so-called Quraniyun. Just because they're ignorant doesn't mean that the ayah is not clear. Okay? So when Allah says Aqimus Salah, establish the prayer, that's an explicit verse, no doubt to its clarity. But how will you implement that? Will you pray 4 ayat, 4 rak'at, 2 rak'at, Fatiha, no Fatiha? This will all come in the Hadith. That's why Allah says Atiullah wa Rasulahu. Do you understand or no? When Allah is explicit in the Quran, it's clear. It doesn't mean that every single thing that has to do with science or rulings or prayer or what invalidates wudu is all going to be an explicit ayah. When Allah says Atiullah wa Rasuluhu, right? Obey Allah and His Messenger. So that ayah then makes explicit that to implement this verse, you're going to look at the Sunnah. Okay? Just because you are ignorant of what the hadith are on this issue and how to implement it doesn't mean the verse is unclear. But the Quran should be studied. So if you, David Wood, want to understand the Quran, I'm offering you, sit down with me. I will bring you the original books of tafsir, not just what you Google online, which is a summarized English translation. Actually, Ibn Kathir, Tabari, Qurtubi, and we'll look at what actual evidences from hadith are about this particular verse, in which situation is it applicable, and then you will be clear, your mind will be set free with knowledge instead of ignorance.
I'm not sure because
come on, man. You know in your heart you're like, I should study this before I talk about it. I should look into this before I
literally came here because
I appreciate it. Yeah.
The verse
And that's
didn't
why
line up, the verse didn't line up with what I said.
Because
I
you
looked
don't
at the
know
commentary of Ibn Kathir, it says oppose and contradict and so on.
First thing, you didn't read the whole commentary. Secondly, when I'm saying the hadith, the actual narrations about this verse, if you look at those, then you will know when it's applicable and when it's not. What is meant by fasad fil ard, just like when we say terrorism, what is meant by terrorism, then there are laws and there are clarifications, Patriot Acts and all this stuff that's then said, yes, the President Bush said we have a war on terrorism. Well, what's terrorism? Is the Israeli government a terrorist organization? If the definition you gave earlier, that you use violence for a political goal, then David Wood is saying the Israeli government is a terrorist organization because they use violence for a political goal. Everybody, David Wood is saying, from his definition, the Israeli government is a terrorist organization. Now, you're going to try to backtrack from that because you don't want those dollars that are coming in from the Zionists, right?
I'm not aware of any Zionist dollars.
Oh, come on. You may not be aware of it.
Christians
Christians love you?
Just to be clear, the normal definition of terrorism is not government.
So government-sponsored terrorism is not considered terrorism?
I believe I would have to consider this.
Look at the explicit clearness of terrorism now. So Hamas is a government, they're not terrorists? What about the Saudi government? When they do stuff, people call them terrorists.
keep in mind, I'm not saying, I'm saying you have to judge it act by act.
But you see exactly.
Yes.
Earlier you said the ayah is not explicit because when I said no. When I said you have to judge it act by act, you were like, well, that's not clear. But now when you are getting in the same situation, you're telling me you have to judge it act by act. Then that speech from Biden that you gave the example is not clear.
Oh, not what I'm saying. None of that is what I'm saying, right? Yes, if you're looking at a particular act, you say, okay, we have to classify act by act by act and so on. When I'm saying that you give a
right hand,
when you give a blanket statement,
yes,
right?
Like terrorism.
When you give a blanket statement, right? Like if Joe Biden were to come out tomorrow and say we must
condemn terrorism.
Let's suppose there's a terrorist attack tomorrow, right?
Yes.
And he says we must kill those who believe in Allah. And let's suppose someone comes, everyone would go nuts and say, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And suppose he says, well, it's clear from other things I've said in the past and other situations that I'm talking about those who commit terrorism. I think the response would rightly be, hey, if you say we're going to kill people, do horrible things to them, exile them, whatever,
ban them from the country.
We need you need to be clear on that and not give this sort of general thing, right? So terrorism is already pretty clear.
It's not
compared to corruption.
Because you just said we have to go act by act, so it's not clear.
You're talking about the act. I'm talking about the command.
So when
ruling.
President Trump said we want to put a Muslim ban, was that terrorism?
Is it violence?
I mean, it's banning exile. You just said exile, right? So if you ban a people from a country, you exile them, right?
I didn't call that terrorism. I said if you are if you're giving a rule.
So when
it's a blanket statement,
when Donald Trump said,
if he had said we're going to ban Muslims from the country. If he means something more specific, then he needs to be more clear.
Thank you.
If he means
I'm going
to ban terrorists,
so when he said
the command should be made clear.
So when
he should not say the blanket statement, he should say we're going to ban those who do this and this and this.
Excellent.
And here's how these.
So
things
when Donald Trump said we want a Muslim ban, did he?
For the record, I opposed that.
You opposed that?
I opposed that.
I appreciate it.
I got in trouble for that.
You got in trouble?
I got in trouble with some of my fans for that.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So,
I mean, think about it. Some of my best friends over the years have been Muslims. So,
really?
Yeah.
Some of your best friends?
Some of my best friends.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I in that group? Not yet. Not yet. All right. All right. Tell you. Okay. So, when Donald Trump said we need to ban Muslims. Would that include every Muslim? Did he mean particular countries? Did he mean particular types of Muslims? Right? It wasn't explicit, right?
If he says we're going to ban, I would say
he did.
Very, very clear.
Thank you. Okay. So when he was asked, then he came forward and said, well, there are particular countries that have terrorism and so on and so on and so on, right? But that was taken explicit. When President Bush said, we're declaring war on terrorism, at that time, we invaded Iraq. Well, Iraq at that time had not attacked us, right? Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11 or any of that, but we use that context to consider them terrorists, right? When there was a war in Afghanistan against the Russians, you remember? Those same freedom fighters that came to America, sat with Bush, shook hands, got Stinger missiles and millions of dollars, were freedom fighters. Those same peoples, when they fought the U.S., were terrorists. So when you say terrorism, your definition changes per situation. Fasad fil ard is a general term, right? Now what particular, like you said earlier, it goes case by case. There are hadith that mention which type of fasad has what type of hukam, what type of ruling. If you want to implement these ayat, you want to understand them, you have to study them. Just because you didn't put the time and effort to study the verse doesn't mean it's not clear. This is the difference, and I'm going to make this a very clear point for everybody. This is the difference. People think because they're ignorant of the ayah that it's not clear. The ayah is clear, but you haven't put the time to understand it. When the Quran is clear, it doesn't mean that any 5-year-old kid or any big white dude's going to come and pick it up and he's going to understand everything about the Quran. No, we study the Quran for years and years and years. Why? Because it is clear, but you have to learn the knowledge, and that's why we go to scholars and sources. So if you want to understand the ayah, then go seek knowledge, look at the hadith on the subject, it will be crystal clear. But if you haven't put that time in, then you will not understand the ayah, not because the ayah is not clear, but you're ignorant.
Everything you're saying right now is what I regard as the problem.
Okay.
It's, hey, I'm issuing a command to do violence to people. And if you want to understand what I say, you got to do a lot of research. You can't just go to Ibn Kathir and start reading because you're going to see some problems there and you're going to say, whoa, this is actually worse than I thought.
Okay.
You can't just read the verse. You have to do all this research, right?
You do. Why is that a problem?
This would,
well, because you have to learn. Who told you to carry out? No. This
all
is
these people are here listening to me, and I say we're going to kill these people, and I don't clarify, and I say, but if you're not clear on what I mean, come, you can talk. You can read my previous writings and look into these things.
Excellent.
You would not accept that.
I would.
You would
Let
not
me
accept a president of the United States saying,
Sure.
fight those.
There should be a Muslim ban.
No, I'm saying. Right. So,
let me explain that again.
Why do we demand this level of clarity from a political leader?
We have more clarity from Allah. Let me explain that to you. Let me explain that to you, okay? When Joe Biden or President Bush or Trump or any of them would say, we're at war with terrorists, right? Now here, like I already explained to you, who is a terrorist depends on your definition. Russia will take people to be terrorists that you would consider heroes, and you would take people to be terrorists that they would consider heroes. So for us to ask, like, hey, who is a terrorist? Is our governments included or not?
Do you think it should be more clear?
Sure.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Hold on. I'm getting there.
Once you're involved in slaughtering people,
let me
be clear.
Let me
and
finish.
don't require tons of research.
Let me finish.
Because Allah could say it, right? He could say exactly what he means in the verse.
Let me explain it to you. Allah could say, establish the prayer, Dhuhr will be 4, Asr will be 4, Maghrib will be 3, Isha will be 4, Fajr will be 2 sunan before that, 4 sunan before Dhuhr, 4 after Dhuhr, 4. Allah could say it. But then where is the majaz? Where is the beauty of the Quran? The Quran gives the hukam, the ruling. Now if you as David would say, can I pick up the Quran and read any verse and implement it any way I see fit? I would say no. The Quran is greater than the Constitution. How many clarifications do we write to the Constitution? It's deeper than that. It has things about the past, the future, science. It has things about rulings between husbands and wives and government. So all of that does require scholars. And that is why Allah says in the Quran, if you don't know, then what? Ask those who know. No, bro, just because you don't know doesn't mean that I'm not going to school you today. No. Go and ask the people of knowledge. What does that mean? Yas'al ahlu dhikr. What does it mean? David Wood. What does it mean? Silence. If I'm the sheikh, then listen to me. Why are you telling me? All right, listen.
Because you,
so here in the
you
Quran,
would never accept this from anyone else, right?
I just told you.
People for spreading corruption.
I just told you.
Fight those who do not believe in Allah. I've been commanded to fight people until they say there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger.
That's in the Quran?
No, that's the Hadith. But
okay,
that's authentic.
Of course, I believe in the
Hadith. I'm talking about these general claims. If the Constitution of the United States was filled with all these claims about killing people who believe that, killing people who think that, killing people who leave this religion,
let me give you an example, okay?
And the response was, well, you can go back through history and figure out these other situations.
So the Constitution,
you would not accept that. You would never accept that.
Let me show you how you accept it. Not just me. Okay. The Constitution says in the Second Amendment, you have the right to bear arms. What does that mean? Can David Wood walk around with a rocket launcher here?
No.
Why not?
Should be.
Why not? Why can David Wood not walk around with a rocket launcher when the Constitution tells you you have the David Wood's against gun rights? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
You're good.
Yeah, right. So do you see what I mean? You have the right to bear arms. What does that mean?
I understand.
No. Answer my question, David. Please.
Yes, I understand. So I understand all of this.
You're not answering my question. Why can David Wood? I'm not. I'm on the same track.
I'm saying you call.
Yes.
I'm not saying you can't have a law and then clarify.
Thank you.
There are piles of volumes.
Thank you.
Lawyers have to learn.
Thank you. And as ulama have to learn, scholars have to learn, because the Quran is deeper than the Constitution. So of course you need scholars. That's what the Quran tells you. If you don't know, David, if you're ignorant, yas'al ahlu dhikr, go and ask the people of knowledge. That's what the Quran is explaining to you. So for you not to follow the Quran, A good question. I got you, bro. You think you got
I'm
this?
saying
What does the Quran say? I know. I got you. I got you. I got you. Who accredited Abu Bakr Baghdadi to issue a fatwa? Nobody?
Who accredits anyone?
Oh, you don't know?
Muslims are going too.
No. Muslim scholars have ijazat.
Okay.
And asanid, I have them.
Okay.
If you want, I can show them to you, right? Okay. Where the scholars of
Do you
Islam
have differences of opinion
in ijazat?
in the differences in the different schools?
No.
And so on?
Listen.
You have differences of opinion,
listen,
right?
Listen, hold on.
No,
See, you're trying to jump the subject. Let me just explain who can give fatwa first,
Okay.
right? Because you're trying to jump right now. Let me explain this to
You're
you.
not on the right problem.
Okay. So let me just clarify. I'll let you speak. You let me speak. When we talk about the Constitution, the right to bear arms, there are people that I know personally, including some relatives here, that believe you should be able to own any kind of weapon, and you should be able to walk around because this is a well-functioning militia should have any. If the government has certain weapons like rocket launchers, David Wood should be able to have it. And if the government can have military walking around with it, David Wood should be able to. There are people who believe that, right? David Wood disagreed with that right now on tape, right? So obviously the second commandment is not that clear. There's disagreement. So what happens now? You have laws, you have courts, you have the Supreme Court, you have different law bodies that look at the Constitution, look at the context of what the forefathers meant, and then they give their legal opinions. You cannot say the Constitution is useless because what does bear arms mean? No, just because you don't know the context doesn't mean it's useless. So the Quran is that deep that the Quran itself tells you. I'm sorry, I'm speaking right now. Do you mind? I don't know what you just said, but whatever. So when the Quran gives you such deep knowledge that it's not for kids to just pick up and read with ABC.
It's outside the Quran.
Listen, bro. Listen. When the Quran gives you that deep knowledge, then it tells you with it that look, if you're ignorant, if you don't know, go and ask Ahlul Dhikr. What type of scholars you asked, right? Now I'm answering that. The Quran tells you Ahlul Dhikr. What's dhikr?
No. I just told you I haven't studied Islam since.
So come and study then.
Okay.
Why don't you learn before you make
I'm trying
objections?
now, but I'm saying
No. Instead of objecting and coming and argue, study, learn. Ahlul Dhikr are the scholars that know the Quran and Hadith, because that's called dhikr, right? Of remembrance. So those scholars that give you evidences. Now when you want to give your opinion about a verse, if you want to make tafsir of that verse, it's not as easy as just picking up Ibn Kathir. This is like saying, I'm going to pick up some medical book and do operations on you. Nobody would allow that. You're like, why is science so complicated? Because it's deep. Right? So as that, the Quran is deeper than that. So you go to the scholars who have been given ijazat and asanid, and you don't know what that is, so I'm going to tell you. In ijazah is when you study with me, may Allah make you Muslim and you can become my student, you can study with me. And then I teach you, and then I say, you know what, now David Wood, now that all that garbage is taken out and you're clear and you've actually learned and you know what these terms mean and you know the verses mean, I'm going to write you an accreditation. And I'm going to give you a sanad, a chain of narrators, all the way back to either the author of the book or to the Prophet ﷺ, or in the case of the Quran to Allah. Now I accredit you. Abu Bakr Baghdadi, Osama bin Laden, these people are political figures. You should know better than to think that they can give fatwa. It should be people of knowledge, like Shaykh Ibn Uthaymeen and those scholars that studied knowledge, that have those ijazat, that then go and give fatwa. So when you don't understand a verse, if it's not clear to you, it's not because the ayah is not clear, it's because you're ignorant. You go to the people of knowledge who can give you evidences, get the answer, and they will tell you, dear brother David, this ayah is not about any fasad. Because of this hadith, this ayah is about this type of fasad. And then it would be clear for you.
Just a quick question. So if it's clear, that means people should be disagreeing, right?
No, let me explain that to you. And you brought up disagreements, and I got to get going in a few minutes. So now
we got to zoom through. I got to even get through one track.
I mean, can I answer his question now? No, you brought up the same question, so let me explain it to you.
It's okay. Sorry.
He brought up the same question, relax, right? So when you have disagreements, it doesn't mean that something isn't explicit. Sometimes, no Muslim disagrees on the basis of Islam. There is one Allah, there is one Prophet, 5 prayers, we all agree on that, right? But then what you have, like for example, the Shia, where there are some political issues that cause them to go off track, and there are Mu'tazila and there are Jahmiyyah and those guys that had disagreements in Aqidah. But at the base, Muslim Aqidah, the Muslims are united. We believe in what Allah has revealed, the Prophet ﷺ. Now when it comes down to rulings, particular rulings, sometimes there's disagreement because scholars try their best to understand a source. But if you want to know the correct opinion and you look at the evidences, it always becomes explicitly clear.
So there's always one
correct opinion.
The correct interpretation
Yes.
of a verse, always?
Always.
And all Muslims agree on this?
That there is one correct interpretation, yes.
of every verse?
But somebody could be mistaken in it.
But then well, what's the difference then between something being clear? How do you determine if something's clear?
Let me explain this to you, okay? What was your name? John? John. If I tell you we're at Balboa Park, I'm pretty explicit with this, right? Am I clear or not, right? Now, these people...
What do you mean by clear? That's what I mean. I don't know how you define clear. If you say
If I tell you we're at Balboa Park, is that clear or not?
It's clear to me when you say the words, but that's not clear what the words mean. Because you could be saying, no, it's not
Okay.
funny.
It is
You
funny.
could be saying that there could be multiple parks. You could be saying whatever. You could be saying all kinds of different things.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to understand is what your definition of clear is.
Excellent. So this is the problem, is that you have a perception of clarity that may not be what's, I don't know, regularly accepted. If I tell you...
I'm just asking your perception of clarity.
I gave you. If I tell you we're at Balboa Park, I'm pretty clear, right? Now, these people standing here, somebody could be like, I think this is not Balboa Park, this is North Park, right? They could have that opinion, but we could go back and check a map and see which park we're at and come to the right conclusion. Just because one person didn't understand something doesn't mean that I wasn't explicitly clear. Are you clear now?
Okay, so so clear.
Thank
then,
you.
So that's what. So clear. You're saying is independent of how other people understand it, correct?
Sure. Yes. You could be clear
So if
and
I
somebody
say-
misunderstands
So
it.
if I
Yes.
say blah 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 blah, blah and I
That's
say,
definitely not clear.
Why is that not clear though?
Because I have no idea what you said.
Yeah. So, but if I don't understand what you're saying, and have different interpretations, and it's still not clear.
No, it is. Because when you said blah, 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 nobody understood that. Did anybody get any meaning
But
from that?
If it's subjective, then I would only have to understand.
Again,
it to be clear.
no,
So that's what I'm saying.
that
Is it
doesn't
clear?
make...
Okay, let me put it this way. Is it? Sorry, and I'm just trying to rush quick because I know you got to get out of here. Is it clear when somebody is talking, that the person who gives the word, is the clarity on their behalf, or is it on the listener's behalf?
It is clear to the person who said it, and the people who want to get to the truth can understand it. But if somebody is mistaken, like when you said blah, 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 nobody here, even if we want to understand you, took any meaning from that. But when I said we're at Balboa Park, all of you that want to know can find it. Even if somebody is misunderstanding what I'm saying, it doesn't mean the message isn't clear.
And there should be no.
Do you want to continue back?
Yeah, I know you got to go. I know you got to go soon. So I think I get to the last point. So at least we kind of went
Go
through
for it.
issues on one track. So let me just sort of sum up my view on if I were reading this.
Okay.
If I were a Muslim and I was reading this.
Okay, with a teacher.
No, if I were just reading this.
Okay, but there's a problem right there. You should, if you're a
but if I
Muslim,
were reading this,
you should have a teacher, right?
That's fine, but I mean,
Okay.
if this is Allah's eternal speech and I read it.
Again, this is no. Wait. Let me just make this clear before you make your point, because this is going in a loop because you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm understanding. I'm disagreeing.
Okay, so let me explain my point, and then you can disagree all day and all night. When you say Allah's eternal speech is clear, nobody says that means that you are just going to pick up the Quran and make your own ideas and implement them. It means that Allah made clear His ahkam, and He sent the Prophet ﷺ to show us how to implement them, and He chose from the people of knowledge, and then He instructed you that when something isn't clear to you, it's not because the ayah is not clear, it's because you're ignorant. Go and ask Ahlul Dhikr, the people of knowledge, so then it can become clear. So as a Muslim, you should then ask somebody who has studied the Sharia, who is qualified by scholars to be giving fatwa and tafsir and hadith. Say, hey, is this hadith sahih? Is this hukm implemented like this or not? Just because you didn't understand it without going to the people of knowledge doesn't mean it's not clear.
All right.
Go ahead now.
Now, so if I were reading this, Surah 5:32, Surah 5:33, and I read penalty for those who make war or spread corruption in the land.
Excellent.
Is this, and there's all
Yes.
these penalties.
Yes.
And this is said to rule out terrorism. I would be reading that, and if you look at what terrorists say, they usually don't think they're killing innocent people.
Good.
Look at the Al Qaeda reader, and so
Sure.
on. Their reasoning was, look at what places like the United States are doing. Look at what Israel's doing. Look at what these various people are doing.
Sure.
And so they're not innocent, right? They're not innocent.
Sure.
Their militaries, their governments are committing crimes. As far as killing ordinary citizens, ordinary Israelis, ordinary Americans, and so on, these are the people who vote these people into power. These are the people who pay taxes to these governments to do these things, and therefore they're not innocent. I don't see anything in here that would contradict that. So that's one thing. Now I understand.
I'm letting you finish.
You're saying I would go to a scholar, and I would ask the scholar for clarification.
Sure. That's
a good segue into this. This ties together, and then you can respond.
You made a whole point, and then let me finish.
On the last one, no, it's because this is what we were just talking about. So misconception number 11 is Islam forces people to become Muslim, right? And the verse that is said to refute that is Surah 2, verse 256. Let there be no compulsion in religion. Truth has been made clear from error. So this tract is saying that shows that you can't force people to become Muslim.
Okay.
Okay. So suppose I read that and I'm confused. I'm confused because this verse says, you kill these people. This says fight those people, fight those who do not believe in Allah.
That's not about forcing people to become Muslim.
Well,
why are you confused?
Look,
all right, go ahead.
When Muhammad says, I've been commanded to fight people until they say there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger, that sounds like I'm going to fight you until you believe what I'm telling you to believe.
Sounds like that.
That's not, if you want to say that's not forcing, that's me saying, I'm going to stab you until you agree with me, but you're free to believe whatever you want, right?
Because you don't understand the Hadith.
I haven't gotten to the point. So, the point is, suppose I read something like that. Hey, this sounds like I'm supposed to go out and fight people until they agree with me. This verse says no compulsion in religion.
Good.
You're saying go to a scholar.
That's what the Quran is telling you.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go to a scholar.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
okay.
Alan.
So I go to a scholar. So
this is not a scholar. You know that, right?
Ibn Kathir?
This is a book. So let me explain to you.
Yes.
No. Like I listened to you. Now can you let me?
He's quoting scholarship.
Okay, let me explain this to you, David.
Let me just finish the point.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let you finish.
So, this commentary on Surah 2, verse 256.
Okay.
So suppose I want to know what past scholars have said, so I know who I should listen to, right? So he talks about the historical background of Surah 256, no compulsion in religion, right? And so we go down, and it says at the conclusion of all that.
No, you're skipping through the whole explanation, though, right?
Yeah, he gives the explanation.
Okay.
So he gives the historical background, but then he says, but this verse is abrogated by the verse of fighting. You shall be called to fight against a people, given to great warfare. Then you shall fight them, or they shall surrender. Allah also says, O Prophet, strive hard against the disbelievers and the hypocrites, and be harsh against them.
Sure.
And he says, O you who believe, fight those of the disbelievers who are close to you, and let them find harshness in you, and know that Allah is with those who are the pious.
Okay.
Therefore, all people of the world should be called to Islam.
Sure.
If any one of them refuses to do so, or refuses to pay the jizya, they should be fought till they are killed. Right?
Okay.
So that's what I see when I look at Ibn Kathir.
Okay.
And then I just have one more. I just want to.
You're not letting me. You're making like 10 points, not letting me respond.
I'm trying to get the whole point.
I know, but this is not going to work when you don't listen, bro.
This is all one point. I'm making the exact same point. So suppose I don't like Ibn Kathir.
But it's not about who you like. This is where you're misunderstanding.
I get it. Suppose I ask Muslims, hey, who are you?
I'll let you finish.
You said, hey, you should read.
I'll let you
Tabari,
finish.
You should read this. Yeah. So I go to Qurtubi.
Okay.
And Qurtubi, right after quoting this verse, says, scholars disagree and hold various positions regarding the legal status and meaning of this ayat.
Okay, there you go.
It is said that it is abrogated because the Prophet, may Allah bless him and grant him peace, forced the Arabs to adopt the deen of Islam and fought them and was only pleased with Islam for them. Sulaiman ibn Musa took this view, saying it is abrogated by, O Prophet, do jihad against the unbelievers and the hypocrites. Sure. That is related from Ibn Masud and many commentators. And then it goes on, we don't need to read much more, but then the next interpretation he gives, it is not abrogated, and was sent down about the people of the book in particular, and means that they are not forced to adopt Islam when they pay jizya. Those who are forced are the idolaters, which you said isn't the case earlier. So here's.
Let me explain it when you're done.
I'm done. I'm
Okay,
done.
you're done?
Yeah,
All right, good.
I may disagree with what you're about to say, but I'm saying. So, we've got these verses that are about fighting and killing.
Sure.
And we've got verses that are like no compulsion in religion. Or
Yes.
to you be your religion, to me be my religion.
Excellent.
Right?
Excellent.
We've got verses like that. And if I'm confused, I'm supposed to go to a scholar.
Yes.
But these show that scholars have disagreed over the centuries. They have, right?
So let me...
They have. So some are saying, hey, the actual conclusion, once you read the entire case, the conclusion, the takeaway message is you're supposed to fight people until they believe in Allah. And the other things that said something else, no compulsion in religion, those have been abrogated. And so the point is you're handing out a material which someone would read and they would say,
I'm just
hey,
letting you finish now.
Yeah. You would say, oh, Islam forces people to become Muslim. That's a misconception because the Quran says, let there be no compulsion in religion. And what I'm saying is, scholars down through history have held interpretations that certainly don't line up with that interpretation. So you're acting like, hey, if you're a scholar, you're going to come to the conclusion that you're coming with. No. You're saying you're giving a representation of scholars as if you're a scholar, you're going to come to the same conclusions and you're going to say this is actually peaceful, this is actually what this verse means. And when we look, we see they come to wildly different conclusions. And some of the conclusions that they're drawing are things like, therefore all people of the world should be invited to Islam. If they don't come, they should be fought till they are killed if they don't pay the jizya. The point here is this business of when Allah is not clear in his Quran about commands to kill and slaughter people, subjugate people and so on, when he's not clear, yes, if you're not clear, that allows someone to step in and say, of course, this is actually peaceful and you need to interpret it peacefully. But it's also wide open for someone to say, actually, this is abrogated and we're commanded to do this. The point is, it looks like a giant mess. And the real issue that I'm concerned with here is that you're handing this out and acting like this is a straightforward condemnation of forcing people to become Muslim. This is the verse that refutes it. This is the verse that refutes that. And
I'm just letting you finish.
I open up your commentaries, and the first thing I see is things that contradict what you're saying. And you're saying go to a scholar.
Are you done? I'm listening to you. Are you done?
Go ahead.
Are you done?
It depends on what you say.
No,
If you agree with me, then I'm done.
Well, then you're not done, because I'm not going to agree with you. But are you done saying what you had to say so you can listen now?
I made my point.
Okay, thank you. That means you're done with what you're saying and you're going to listen now, right?
You're listening.
Okay, excellent. First thing is, when I told you that you need to go to a scholar, you misunderstood that to go to pick up Tafsir ibn Kathir. He is somebody who passed away hundreds of years ago. You are just picking up an English translation of a summary and thinking you understand what you really don't. Because Ibn Kathir gives you different opinions. Like Qurtubi that you quoted yourself gives you opinions to understand that there were differences of opinions about whether this was nasikh or mansukh. When I say you need to go to a scholar, I mean somebody who's alive, okay? Somebody you can go to and say, hey, I want to understand this ayah, because these are just few books. You have Tabari, you have Ibn Kathir, you have the Makhshari, you have Qurtubi, you have all these classic tafasir, you have Suyuti. We look at those, then we look at evidences, okay? When the Prophet ﷺ took over Mecca, you know Fath al-Makkah, right? You know Fath al-Makkah? No? The victory when Mecca was given, right? Without fighting, yeah, right? Did he go and say everybody who was a polytheist, forget about Ahlul Kitab, will be put to death? No, he didn't. He did not. So when in Fath al-Makkah, did he do that or no?
No, not there.
Okay.
No, certain people.
Those that committed war crimes, yeah. Those that committed war crimes, you can listen to my lecture and I go through each one that was killed and why he was killed and what war crimes they had committed.
Girls who made fun of him. That was a war crime?
Are you talking about Fath al-Makkah or are you talking about other incidences?
I'm saying when he took Mecca, he said there are certain people, even if they're clinging to the curtains of the Kaaba, you got to kill them. Some of those were just singing girls, slave girls who were singing.
Those were people, and I've gone through each one of them. That wasn't just the fact that we're singing, it's the crimes they had committed, mutilation of bodies, including by women, of prisoners of war, just because you're ignorant.
Girls did it?
Some of the girls did do it, yes.
The girls who who are condemned?
Some of them.
Why does it just say who wrote satirical songs about it?
Because you don't know the depth of the knowledge.
It
because
would kind of seem important
right.
to listen.
It would.
That's like me saying
right.
Charles Manson needs to go to jail because he jaywalked, right?
But that's because you don't know who Charles Manson was and what he did. So if you want to know why he went to jail, read his court papers. So if you want to know about the hadith about who did what and why, there are hadith on it. Just because you didn't read them doesn't mean they don't exist. Okay? So what you should do is go to a person of knowledge and say, hey, why was this person put to death and why was this person not? Why was Abu Sufyan and Hinda and those not? Why were others who stayed polytheists in Mecca were not put to death, right? So when you look at those contexts and how the Prophet ﷺ did it, then we look at the different scholarly opinions, we weigh them with evidences, and we come to the right conclusion. We cannot put that kind of a debate in a flyer, neither do you, right? Let me give you an example. This is from the Bible, right? You have here a verse in Exodus 21:20-21. Exodus 21:20-21. And if a man beats his male or female servant with a rod so that he dies under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he remains alive a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his property. Now, if I don't look at context, if I don't ask David Wood or anybody, and I just take this and say the Bible's clear, I'm going to get a slave and I'm going to beat him to death, and if he stays alive, I can't be arrested. And now you are going to come and say, no, that's not the context. This is the old, this is this. But then you're contradicting your own point. You're telling me to go get context for ayat from the Bible when you won't do the same for the Quran. This is your double standard. This is your problem. This is where you are not being fair in this conversation, because you know this Bible is filled with verses about killing homosexuals, about things that people have used to carry out hate crimes, to carry out genocides, and you know that's true. And you will say, oh, we condemn that, because what they should have done is understood the context of those verses from the Bible. And when we say the same thing about the Quran, then you don't accept it. Thank you for your trip. No, you said you were done, and I am done. Thank you. My time to go.
الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم.
How you doing, bro? I was hoping you'd come back, man. Your favorite, you said?
Yeah.
Oh man, you're gonna hurt a lot of people's feelings now, man.
Who?
Muhammad Hijab's gonna be sad because you just.
Shake? What? I only know a couple shakes. Yeah,
Nice.
You're my favorite.
Thank you, I appreciate that, man.
Get closer, man. Just don't
Get closer, yeah. How you doing, bro?
As long as you get us both in. Right there.
Stop playing games, man.
Just take your hat.
Become a Muslim.
Oh, it's okay, man. We don't pressure anybody, bro. Take it easy.
We haven't gotten through any actual arguments. You guys standing in the
Gotcha.
still?
Yeah, somewhere around.
Right
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
So we got the track right here.
Sure.
Basically, just so you know, this is kind of what I'm interested in. Not the scientific issue in particular,
Okay.
but when positions give an argument for why they're true.
I
Because
gotcha.
there aren't a lot of actual religions.
So
there aren't a lot of religions that say, here's how you can know that this is true, right?
Okay.
Christianity says, Old Testament prophecies and resurrection. Islam has a bunch of arguments.
Okay.
Mormonism says a couple of things like, you feel the burning within your heart or something like that.
The heartburn?
If you pray sincerely to know that it's true.
Okay.
Atheism will offer a couple arguments like the problem of evil and stuff like that.
You really think
Other
that's a strong argument?
No, I didn't say I didn't say any of this.
So let me I'd like to ask you, because you're well read on a lot of this stuff. So my neighbors are Mormon. We already talked to them many a times, right? So do you believe that Mormons are Christian? First off.
No, but I don't study it, so I don't really
Gotcha.
comment on anything.
That's
that
interesting.
I don't.
What about Jehovah's Witnesses?
I would say no.
Not Christian.
I don't. Those are considered cults. I don't really deal with.
So they're off the manhaj. They're off the methodology, right?
I would say yeah, because they reject some fundamental doctrines. Basically,
Gotcha.
you can adhere to, similar in Islam, you can adhere to certain core doctrines. You can disagree on lots of stuff, but not on the essentials.
All right. So I have a quick question for you before we start. I know. Relax, bro. But last time you came, you had brought Ibn Kathir and stuff, and I actually went home and looked up. You had just mentioned a part. Actually, that wasn't even Ibn Kathir's opinion, but we'll get into that some other time because you don't have your book and I don't have mine. But I do have a question. So, I got a book that you are much more familiar with than I am, right? MacArthur. You're not familiar with it?
I've heard of it. I don't. Yeah, and I have a copy of the MacArthur study.
You have it.
But it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
So I was trying to.
Wait, are you actually? I'm sitting here listening.
I know, bro. Look, you asked your questions last time. I answered. I had a question waiting for you from the last conversation.
When I came up to you last time, I said I have a question about this. Then I wanted to get one out of the way quick.
Okay, so.
And then it took us forever.
But last time you brought a different pamphlet.
No, I said when I came, I said I have a question about this one.
Okay.
And then I said, but here's a quick question.
Right, but,
and I asked a quick question about that. And then we spent the entire time on that.
So you brought up a different question, right? You brought it up. I didn't bring up that pamphlet last time, right?
Yeah, this is.
But I have a question related to that one, so we got to finish one before we jump, because you want to jump away from it.
Yeah, but this is why I came.
I appreciate that.
Booth, right?
No, this is a dawah booth.
You're handing out tracts.
Yes.
You're handing out tracts.
Yes.
I had some questions. I don't even really want to criticize terribly. I just want to clarify what the Quran is saying about these scientific issues.
No problem.
Some of the times it doesn't sound like that's what the Quran is saying to me.
Gotcha.
But you know the Arabic, and so you can break it down.
No problem. So
can we hold off on that till
let me show you. So David, you came out last time and you brought up a question from a pamphlet, right? And when you open up a question, then when I have a question for you, I would appreciate if we have a conversation, right? You can't be like, okay, I'm going to bring up this stuff, but if you have a question, we're not going to address it until I'm done with all of mine. So this is related to the same one you brought up about scholars and their explanation, and you said, especially because you know our timing, and when I had to go, you were having your personal conversation with your camera talking about, a Christian can just pick up a study and accept what's in there and so on, but a Muslim, he's trying to throw scholars under the bus, and you guys should know, I wasn't throwing Ibn Kathir under the bus. I love Ibn Kathir. You didn't even understand what Ibn Kathir, because I was telling you, it was already time for me. This is not my, so this is why we got to clarify this, right? Because this is not my job. This is your job, it's not my job. I don't get paid, I don't have a Patreon, I don't have supporters that pay me.
You got those Hamas bucks coming in though, right?
There what?
You got those Hamas bucks
I have
right?
no money coming from Hamas.
No Hamas bucks.
No Hamas bucks.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't even agree with Hamas's methodology, just to be clear, right? But you do have a Patreon account that pays your bills, right?
By the way, I said as we were walking over here, I said, hey, we're going to have some questions about this. We can do the dawah, but I think he's going to sidetrack onto a bunch of other issues before we ever get here.
I'm not. I'm going to make sure that this is a conversation, not a trial, right? So if you have questions, great. But since you've already been here and I've answered question, when I have a question, we're gonna get to it too.
Literally
okay?
the first time I stepped up,
Sure.
I walked up, I grabbed this track.
Yeah.
And I said, you weren't even here that day. Because I came on a Saturday, you come on Sundays.
Sure.
You're on a Saturday, and I said, hey, if I got a couple questions about these, can I come back? They said, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So then I came back last time I had questions about this. We ended up talking about the other one, because I thought it would take like 5 minutes, and it took like 2 hours.
Sure. So let me just respond to that now. You came, is this your third time now, right? Or fourth time? If you take the Saturday, it's your fourth time, right?
Third time. No, it's Saturday. Yeah, we just grabbed some tracks. So that
I know the 3-1 counting thing throws you off sometimes, but let's just stick with this, all right? So let's see, you came on a Saturday, I wasn't here, you took stuff. You came back the next Sunday, you didn't bring this up, you brought up other stuff, and I answered you.
When I walked up to you, I said I got a question about this. I was about to make
on Saturday? On the Sunday that you came the first time? No, you didn't. You and Anthony walked up.
That was Anthony. Anthony was talking.
You weren't with Anthony?
I wasn't arguing.
Okay, but
matter of fact, we went with your topic that time. You wanted to talk about that.
Right. But you guys came. You opened up a subject. We had a conversation. You came back again. You brought up a track and a question, and I took it. And I will take this today. No problem. But what you're doing is, when I have a question for you, you're trying to hide from it. So I'm saying, hey, we'll have this balanced conversation.
Actually, this is
okay?
very different. This is very different.
Gotcha.
This is you're handing out material.
Sure.
Saying this is how we know Islam is true.
Sure.
You're the one who told me.
Yeah.
If I have questions or concerns
Please come
or
on
something
down.
doesn't make sense,
Sure.
ask a scholar.
Yep.
So I'm sitting here taking the materials you're handing out.
Great.
Asking a scholar,
Sure.
which is what you told me to do. And
Good.
as soon as I come ready to ask a scholar,
Right.
I have a question for you on something that we weren't talking about.
The reason is because you're not listening to what even the question is, afraid of it maybe, but this is related.
No.
Okay.
Concerned about not getting to this.
I have told you we will get to this today, inshallah. Okay?
Well, if we're getting this, why can't we do this?
Because this is related to the earlier conversation. You're not even listening to what the question is, and I don't want to jump from one conversation to the next without finishing a conversation.
Okay, can we,
right?
can we set a time limit on this?
Sure.
Do it rapid fire.
Let's do half an hour.
No, half an hour.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10
Okay,
minutes.
10 minutes. So last time you said that a Christian... What? I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
All right. So last time you said that a Christian could just pick up a study book and then he could take it and wouldn't have to go to a living scholar or ask for any other explanations. So I actually have a MacArthur Study Bible, and I was looking about slavery, and I was looking at the issue of copyist errors. And the MacArthur Bible tells us that there are copyist errors in the Bible, right? The MacArthur Bible tells us that at a time God allowed slaves to be beaten. So would you agree that that's correct? That do you think God allowed that you can beat a slave and as long as they live a day, it's okay, that's their property?
That passage isn't, if you're talking about the verse you brought up last time,
right?
That verse isn't actually about what you think it is.
It's not about slave beating?
That verse is about punishing for capital, that verse is about judging intent for capital punishment.
Interesting.
Right?
Is it?
Yes.
So let's bring it up. This is to do with capital punishment or disciplining your slave?
No, this is Leviticus.
It is not Leviticus. David Wood. It's Exodus. Okay?
Okay.
You with me? Or you? See, this is why you didn't want me to ask the question, right? This is why. This is why. All right. Exodus 21, 2021. Read the verse for us, Mr. Wood.
20:21.
Yeah. Read it out loud.
Notwithstanding, if he remains alive a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his property.
Keep going.
If men fight,
Okay, I'm sorry. For 20 and 21. You didn't read the
if
first
a
verse.
man beats his male or female servant with a rod so that he dies under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he remains alive a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his property.
So you, David, would believe that God, Jesus, allowed that if a person beats their slave, and as long as his beating is severe enough that he dies a day later, you cannot punish the man because a human being is another human's property that he can kill, just letting him live a day.
A couple issues.
Go ahead.
Couple issues.
Uh-huh.
One, the position of Christians, according to the New Testament, is that that God did allow things in the past that He didn't approve of, they didn't think are good, but because of the hardness of our hearts, He allowed us to do them. Right?
Wow, this is amazing. Can you say that?
It's basic.
This is
Jesus is asked about divorce. Can you divorce your wife for any reason? He said, and they asked, well, in the law of Moses, you're allowed to give your wife a notice of divorce, and you can just divorce her.
Gotcha.
Jesus said, God allowed you to do that because of the hardness of your hearts, but that's not what He wants. He doesn't want.
Gotcha.
He doesn't want that situation. So that's one. As far as this is a series of commands that are talking about capital punishment, which we also have now, right? We have capital punishment. Do you guys have that in California still?
No, I don't think so. Maybe they do. I don't know.
Certain states have capital punishment.
Texas does.
Right? Certain states have capital punishment, meaning if you commit capital murder, that's a death penalty. But there are lesser versions. There's second-degree murder, there's manslaughter, and things like that. What this is talking about, a man kills his slave, a man beats his slave, right?
Male or female?
They're talking about the presumption of intent. Intent, right?
What's the intent here?
That's what they're talking about, right? They're going to presume, for this case of capital punishment, whether you sentence a man to death for murder, if you beat your slave and you just beat him to death.
Yeah, like this.
Just beat him to death. He wasn't beaten to death.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's worse than this then.
So that would not be capital punishment. They would
right.
Say,
so beating worse than this because it beat him to death the next day.
If you beat him to death,
right.
If you beat him to death,
right.
They're going to presume that your intent was to murder him.
Where's that in the Bible?
It's right there. This is
where? I don't see that anywhere there. You're making this up, David. You're making this up. You see this? You guys see this? He comes and talks about the Quran.
We're about to
No.
Where does Allah say that?
Right?
Not
yes, of course. Sure.
Where does He say that?
Sure. Listen. When we go to the Quran, we go to the scholars of Islam, we go to Hadith. We go to all of that, no problem. But last time when I was telling you the scholarly opinion is not a fact in itself, you have to look at the evidences. You told me I'm throwing scholars under the bus. Today you're making up verses from the Bible with no contextual evidence.
No, now I'm telling
Go ahead.
you.
So where is that?
Scholars who understand,
Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence of what you're saying.
This is not my position. I am not.
This is not the Bible, not your position. The Bible's not his position. Hey, don't make fun of people, okay? If somebody wants to laugh, it's up to them. Yeah.
You're handing out materials.
Again, you see, he can't answer it. He can't answer the Bible, so he wants to switch.
I'm trying to
David
answer.
would.
I'm trying to answer.
Okay, I'm listening. Go
There are a
ahead.
series of commands.
Okay.
I'll just give you. I'll just.
No, talk about this one. This particular event. Don't try to switch here. Go ahead.
I'm trying to.
Okay.
So, if you beat your slave to death,
Yes.
all right, they're going to presume that that's murder.
Okay.
Capital punishment.
Okay.
If you beat him and he gets up and walks around,
And dies later.
The presumption would be
Wow.
that you weren't trying to kill him.
Okay.
Right? No.
Okay, I'm listening.
And when it says property there, it actually says your silver. So what that passage is saying is,
It says your silver.
slaves are valuable.
It says your property.
Yeah, in this translation, in
Okay.
the actual Hebrew, it says
So-
it's your silver.
So that's
What that
interesting.
means is, if you paid money for a slave, you bought your slave is part of your wealth.
Wow.
I don't know why you're saying wow. when
That's
Muhammad
that's
had-
shocking to me.
Muhammad had all kinds of slaves.
Did he buy
Black
slaves?
slaves.
Did he buy slaves?
Did he buy
or were
slaves?
they through war? Were they prisoners of war?
So it's okay to have slaves through war.
So listen, when you take a person out of war,
Muslims aren't allowed to buy.
Can I
They
finish?
weren't allowed to buy slaves.
Can I finish?
So if we look and we see Muhammad's companions buying slaves, you're in trouble.
Can I finish?
Sure. Go ahead.
So this thing, like you know, okay. So in Islam, you cannot take a free man and enslave him. Do you understand? There's a hadith, since you like to learn about hadith, where Allah says, Hadith Qudsi, that the one who enslaves a free man, I will be his plaintiff on the day of judgment. We don't have the right to enslave people. Hadith. Right, Dave? You paying attention? Are you all right?
So Muhammad had
wait,
slaves.
can
He
I
had on Joshua,
can
he
I
had-
finish?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Right? Now, if somebody's captured through war, meaning they are a war captive, like for example, if you go to war with another country and you find people fighting you and you take them. Now, these are not considered slaves in the sense that you went to Africa and just picked up regular people and made them enslaved, right? These are people that were trying to kill you and you're taken into a captured state out of war. In Islam, you cannot have slavery in the sense of the Western world where you just take a free person, you go to Africa or you go to another continent, you just kidnap them, okay? Neither did the Prophet ﷺ nor the Sahaba.
Wait.
The
So when they attacked Khaybar,
Right.
attack Khaybar,
Right.
slaughter a bunch of people, and
Sure.
take a bunch of slaves.
Sure. Khaybar was a war?
They attacked them.
No.
Yeah, they were. They're walking out to
You
the,
poor guy.
Walking out to
You
the fields.
poor guy.
They're walking out to the fields.
Listen,
and Muhammad and his
what
companions
happened in
swooped down.
Khaybar? What was the context?
The context was the Jews are sitting there minding their own business. They're going out to the field.
So the agreement that is not right. No, you don't know the context at all. I'm shocked that David Wood is so ignorant of what happened. I'm really sorry. But you read the wrong things. You go online, you just read Islamophobe websites. You don't read books. That's the problem. Listen, I have a whole series on this. If you have the time, watch it so you can know. In Khaybar, there was a contract. Did you know this? No, you didn't know this. He didn't know this.
What's the source?
Ibn Kathir, Bidaya wa Nihaya, At-Tabari, Ibn Sa'ad, any book, Al-Maghazi, Ibn Ishaq, pick up any book. Listen,
What's the contract?
right? There was a contract with the Jews of Medina, and this is when Rasulullah went to Medina. Everybody, kids know this, right? When you go there, if somebody from the outside would attack, you would not support them. We would defend Medina together, okay? Banu Qunayza, you know Banu Qunayza?
That's what the Jews of Medina.
Yes, Khaybar wasn't.
Was that a treaty with Khaybar?
You didn't know Khaybar in the context of Medina.
No, different area. You think Khaybar's Medina?
Khaybar was under the precincts of Medina. You don't know where Khaybar is at?
So there's no.
Have you been to Khaybar?
They're under the same.
Have you been there?
No.
I have.
Okay.
This guy's never even been there. Listen.
They visit the site.
Yes, of course.
massacre at Khaybar.
Oh, listen, I didn't visit the site of a massacre of Khaybar. I visited Medina and went on a historic trip. I looked at Badr, I looked at Uhud, I looked at Khaybar, I looked at all these places to know the history so I don't make a fool out of myself by saying that Khaybar was not under the Treaty of Medina.
The Jews of Khaybar agreed to the Treaty of Medina.
Yes.
Okay.
You know who? I just gave you four sources already.
But where?
Bidaya wa Nihaya, look it up. You know Bidaya wa Nihaya? You don't know bid'ah. See, but this is the problem. You act like you know about Islam, but you know. No.
I've got
Look,
Tabari,
it's
I've
Sahih.
got Ibn Asad.
Okay,
So tell me where in there, and if it's not there, what in the world?
Is Sahih Sitta a book of history? And by the way, there's no such thing as Sahih Sitta, it's Kutub al-Sitta, because not all of them are Sahih, only 2 of them are Sahih. Anyway, that's
it's called Sahih Sitta, right?
It shouldn't be, that's a
Okay,
mistake.
that's fine, that's
So
fine.
that wasn't even for you, you're not at that level. Huh?
Are we over 10 minutes yet?
We are over 10 minutes, but you haven't answered. So the question that I want to know, because you try to jump to Khaybar, and just to clarify your additional point, Khaybar, Banu Qanuza', Banu Nadir, Banu Qunayza, all of them, Qanuqa, and all of them had treaties not to help the outsiding invading forces. Because the people of Khaybar and Banu Qanuqa and others betrayed the treaty and sent weapons and fighters to fight against the Muslims, this is why there was an attack on Khaybar. And since you didn't know that, it tells me...
The treaty.
Yes.
And Muslims did nothing to violate the treaty.
No. Look it up. I'm surprised you don't know this already. Listen, I'll tell you what. Whoa, man, I just gave it to you like 3 times. You want to write it down, bro?
I know
your memory is leaking.
I know you say that, but like where?
What do you mean? Like, I don't know the page number offhand, but get it. Okay, I'll tell you what. Listen. I'll do you one better. If you give me your number, and I won't give it to anybody, just like I haven't with Sam, I'll send you a link, or if you want to look it up yourself, on Majdribad site, we have a whole video that gives you each book, each reference, each page on what happened, and you can educate yourself, and then you won't look like a fool saying.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Your position is, yes, Muhammad and his companions had slaves.
Yes.
But they didn't just run around taking free people. They fought them, then took them.
They took them as captives of war. Yes.
They took them as captives of war, then as slaves.
Yes. And then hold on. And then there are rules and regulations. One of them, you cannot beat your slave like this. You cannot kill your slave. If you kill your slave in Islam, even if he's a war captive, listen. Let me speak, bro. You're right. If you kill your war captive, you will be held accountable. You can't just kill them without. This is not your property. You can't just kill anybody you want. I am in shock, to be honest with you, that David.
Kill your slave in the Bible either.
Okay, so here, so this is the question, right? If this person comes and I beat him such a beating that he goes to the ER, he lives a day, and then from my beating he dies, did I kill him or not? It's over, bro. It's over. Like Ahmad Hijab said, it's over, bro. You know it's over. You know it's over, right?
This is
answer my question. If this guy gets beat, it's very simple, right? I beat him. He lives a day in the ER.
If you go to trial, in the United States of America,
yes.
If you beat this man,
and from my beating,
around for a couple days,
no, he goes to the ER. Where does it say walking around? You are lying, bro. Come on, listen, look. It does not say walking. He just lives a day or two.
Okay.
It does not. You're making verses up. He goes to the ER, and he dies from my beating.
Dies from your beating.
That is murder in America.
No.
Oh, you don't know the law.
No, they're going to judge your intent.
Okay.
If we're out there fighting, you're fighting, and I just
no. This is not a fight. This is not a fight. It's your slave. You take a rod, male or female, and you beat them, and they live a day. So if I'm beating this man, and from my beating he goes to the ER and he just lives a day, then you're going to say that that's not. I didn't murder him.
They're going to look at your intent.
What is? Look, listen.
Do you know that there is a crime called manslaughter? That's where you kill someone.
You know what manslaughter
but
is?
you weren't intending to murder him.
Manslaughter is not when you take a rod and you beat somebody so bad that they die. See, you're making this up now. You know. Okay. Let me ask David Wood. Let me ask you a simple question.
With a bat,
right?
But I'm just trying to hit you with a bat. I'm just trying to beat you.
Let's say you
die. Okay. That's not murder. That's manslaughter.
Listen. When you took that hammer and beat your dad, if he had died a day later, would they have charged you for murder or not?
They would have judged my intent.
You took a hammer to your father's head. Of course it does, but listen. Look, you're just trying to avoid it, and you know you're caught. Like, this is a sad thing. Listen, when you took your dad and you beat him with a hammer, right? Is that what happened? Listen, answer my question. That's what happened, right?
Yeah.
If your dad had died, and I'm glad he didn't, and I'm sure you are too, right? Let's say they took him to the ER, they put him on life support, but a day later he died. You took a rod, like in the Bible, and you beat this man, right? A hammer, okay, right? So would they not put you in trial for murder?
They could.
They could now. Now they could. No more manslaughter now.
Can we listen?
Yeah, go
Can I
ahead.
answer without
Go ahead.
Korean stuff?
Go ahead.
Okay. They would look at the intent. If they're judging on intent, they say, wait, hammer to the head looks like the intent was to kill him, right?
Exactly.
If I'm hitting you with a rod, you disobey me,
Yeah,
a rod,
a beating so bad that you die a day later from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What they're saying is that's something different from capital murder because, and this is where when it says he is your silver, they're talking about presumption. They don't want to sentence someone to death who wasn't actually guilty of something worthy of death, right? So trying to beat your slave and he dies.
Beating your slave. Okay, look, bro.
Yes, we agree that beating your slave is bad. We're saying,
but it's in the Bible.
To kill.
Listen. Listen. No, see, now you want to jump because you know you're God, right?
No,
listen. Let me ask your cameraman, right? Let me ask you a question, right? Just ask a simple question. No, you know what? Why not? Okay, Mark, let me ask you because unless you want to be in the conversation, Mr. Cameraman, it's a free country. You want me to ask you, sir? Huh? What?
It doesn't pick up. In fact, if you want an answer, you should come over here. This is shotgun.
No, I'm asking your cameraman as an African-American man. I just want to ask you this question. When David Wood is saying that if a person has a slave, that's his property. And if he beats him so bad with a rod, male or female, that he lives one day, he should not be judged because that's his property. Do you agree?
That he won't be judged.
Oh, wow.
He won't be judged for capital
Where does it
punishment.
say that? You're making that up. Where does it say that? Okay, let's read the verse again, verbatim, okay? See, this is why you're ashamed of the Bible. And if a man, and you're listening, sir, because you're recording this, I want you to know what you're promoting. And if a man beats his male or female servant with a rod, so that he dies under his hand, he shall surely be punished. He should be punished. Didn't say murder, just punished. Notwithstanding, if he remains alive, not walking around, he made that up. If he remains alive a day or two, just remains alive, he shall not be punished. No punishment. He shall not be punished. This is Bible that he wants to dodge. Don't worry, we will get to that, but this is reality, okay? Hold on, let me finish. I'm reading. It says punishment. It does not say death. It does not say capital. You're making that up. Now, it says, he shall not be punished, for he is his property. Do you, sir, as an African-American man recording this, think that if a man is taken as a slave by force and beaten by his master, a woman or a man, such a beating that he dies a day later, that master has no punishment because that's his property? You want to promote that? You want this man to represent Christianity?
You want to promote the old covenant which we're not under, do you?
Which he believes is from God, from Jesus.
Muhammad believes it's from God.
Muhammad did not believe in this. No. He did not.
Why is it that in Surah 5, verse 43, the
yeah.
Jews come to Muhammad. This is why you're in trouble now.
Yeah.
My view, which I got from scholars, is that in context, this is talking about capital punishment.
Which scholars? See, now you can't name a scholar. Which scholar? Name him. Name him. Name him.
I will.
Lie caught on camera. No. Name him. Name him. Name him, Dave. Name him. Name a scholar. I am friendly.
I have to look it up.
Name a scholar. He got it from a scholar, but doesn't remember the name of a scholar. Name the scholar, Dave. Name the scholar. You're making it up on the fly.
If you
name a scholar.
The name of the guy, I can look it up right after we're done.
Okay.
I can look it up
Send
right
it to
after we're
me.
done.
Now, what I'm going to ask you also is context.
Hang on. I didn't finish what I said.
Go ahead.
So, what I heard, because this isn't my area.
The Bible's not your area?
Old Testament.
Well, this is a part of the Bible you give out. No, you're talking about giving out. Don't you give this out? You don't give Bibles out? You don't tell people to read the Bible? Is the Old Testament not in the Bible? Yeah. No, we will get to this. Don't worry. We will get to this. We will. But you see, he can't answer the Bible. This is not his expertise. Answer the camera because you can't answer me.
I'm a philosopher.
Talk to me.
That's my job.
You're a philosopher.
Yes.
Of what?
That's what I'm trained.
Of what? Greek philosophy?
Philosophy.
Or the Bible? You're not expert of the Bible?
I'm not a scholar of the Bible. No.
Okay.
You didn't know this?
I didn't know
My
this.
academic background is philosophy.
But you're a Christian apologist, right?
I have a PhD in philosophy.
You're Dr. Wood. I don't even know that.
I'm not a master of Old Testament text, right? So I see someone in a lecture, they talk about it, I can raise the point. Other than that, if you ask me a question, my inclination would be to go study it.
Gotcha.
Which is why.
So why don't you study this?
I'm asking you something about the stuff you're
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Just let me give the answer, and I'll give you the source afterwards. So, the context of that passage, talking about situations where judges will have to judge intent in cases for capital murder, capital punishment. And so there's a question of intent. We do the same thing in the United States. And so when it talks about punishment there, it's talking about capital punishment, sentencing someone to death. And what it's saying is if he survives, then the presumption will be that you didn't intend to kill him. Even if you beat him, it's a brutal beating. But we have that in the United States. If you beat someone brutally, and he survives, or even if he dies right there. We even have it if you beat someone to death. It's a question of intent, right? Were you intending to kill him, or were you intending to beat this guy up? Those are two different things. The position of the Bible is, if you're going to sentence someone to death, then you make sure his intent was to do whatever you're sentencing him to death for. That's all I'm saying.
Now hold on. Now watch him throw scholars under the bus. Watch him throw scholars under the bus, okay? Look, MacArthur Study Bible. Hold on. We will. You see?
He said 10 minutes. He said the limit is 10 minutes.
But you haven't answered. All right. Now, I'm gonna read to you from your study Bible. From the study Bible, let's see you. Punishment of slaves was considered the right of the owner. Are you listening, sir? Recording? See, now you don't want to let me speak. I let you speak. Let me speak now. I will answer it. Now, punishment of slaves was considered the right of the owner. It was the right of the owner to punish your slave, and did not allow for violence. Judges would appropriate, if he died a few days, evidence that owner no punishment would be handed out, because the loss of the slave was a punishment. So he won't let me speak. Because he knows he's going to throw his own study Bible now. All right, go ahead, ask your question.
Are we good now?
Yeah.
We're going here?
We're going here.
Okay.
I told you we'd go there.
Keep in mind,
go ahead.
This could have been so calm.
I am calm.
I'm trying to...
If you could answer and not make up parts of the verses and make up scholars that don't exist, right? Go ahead. See, look at him.
Before you,
forgetting
something does not mean you're lying.
Okay,
like
sure.
If you forget the name of the scholar,
you're going to bring me the scholar that says that the person would be punished, just not capital punishment.
There's a famous lecture.
By who?
I'm going to get it for you.
All right. Go ahead. Ask your question. Ask your question, bro. Ask your question now. You see how I'm answering? No dawah dodges here. I'm not going to jump like he did.
For 40 minutes.
Yeah. And it was a question and answer for 40 minutes. This isn't your time.
Science and Islam. Keep in mind, I'm trying to set a good example for the people watching. You know there are people who just want hostility?
I don't want that.
They just want anger and hostility? When you're sitting there and you're getting questions...
I invited you to dinner at my house, and then you guys went and made videos calling me fibbing Uthman and stuff. Who are you talking about?
We were leaving. We were leaving right there.
No, but afterwards, Sam and them were making videos calling me names that they wouldn't call my face, right?
We went
Go
like
ahead.
30 or 40. Okay.
Go ahead.
Again.
Give me some water.
There's a lot of people who want nothing but anger and hostility. I would like...
We're going to be calm. Go ahead.
Nice, calm,
right, go ahead.
A good example.
Ask your question, bro.
All right. Basically these.
Go ahead.
We can go through all these depending on how
whichever one you want, Dave.
All right, so this is
just 1 second.
You believe in this because you're handing it out, right? Scientific miracles of the Quran. All right, so this one gives 10. I know there are more.
Let me answer your question. You just asked a question, right?
Okay.
جاء الحديث بغربة الإسلام فليبكي المحب لغربة الأحباب فالله يحمينا ويحفظ ديننا من شر كل معاند سباب شوب 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 شو
إذا أعجبك الفيديو لا تنسى الإعجاب والتعليق، ولكي يصلك كل جديد اشترك الآن.